38 degrees in downtown Chicago on this first Sunday of January, and Soldier Field is the place to be as the Bears take the field, ready to face the Eagles in this wild card playoff game.
The postseason, all across sports, there's nothing like it, right? From the diamond.
This ball is gone! And the Red Sox live to play again.
We knew our team was special, even when we got down 3 games to none.
To the hardwood.
The Warriors do it by becoming only the 10th team to win while trailing 3 games to 1.
To the ice.
Much to the frustration of Alexander Ovechkin. We're going back to Tampa, all tied up.
The Washington Capitals are the Stanley Cup champions.
But you know, not all postseasons are created equal. Because while there are plenty of sports that give you another shot tomorrow, there's only one that offers no tomorrow at all.
He'll fire to the right side. On by deep. Stay high. Oh my God! Marty Milton! It's the Minneapolis Miracle!
With the fact it's playoffs, it's win or go home, you know, this would have been one for the ages had we been able to pull it off. Now
today, these two teams bring big dreams, but no illusions. Everything they've done to get here, that's all behind them. In pro football, there's no game 2, game 3, or game 7. This is the NFL playoffs. This is the best of one.
One of the NFL's iconic venues, Soldier Field. For the first time in 8 years, playoff football has come back to Chicago as Mitchell Trubisky and the Bears are set to meet last year's Super Bowl MVP Nick Foles and the Philadelphia Eagles in this wild card playoff game. Al Michaels with Chris Collinsworth, Michelle DeFoya. Go back to Thanksgiving. Who could have seen this coming? The Eagles were 4-6. They had a slew of injuries. Everybody was giving the Eagles last rites. You know the rest. 5-1 down the stretch. Nick Foles has once again ridden in on his white horse, and here we are again. Meanwhile, the Bears, under first-year head coach Matt Nagy, wound up with a record of 12-4. Their defense has allowed the fewest points in the league. The offense capable of rising to the occasion. If they win today, it's off to Los Angeles to meet the Rams next Saturday in the divisional round. So, Chris, for Chicago, it's been a storybook season. How do they get the job done today?
Well, everybody wants to make this about Mitch Trubisky, but the reason the Bears are here is they have a great defense, and they should absolutely play to it. Trubisky's at his best anyway. If he's running around, scrambling, trying to make plays, and the one thing this Eagles defense they want to see Mitch Trubisky throwing from the pocket.
Now, the Eagles come in as an underdog. Haven't we seen this movie before?
The one starring Nick Foles with that little smile on his face, yeah. You know, but the Eagles all season long have struggled in their secondary, and that's really been their problem. All the injuries, 13 different starters back there. But if you watch the last few games of the Philadelphia Eagles, all of a sudden that weakness is starting to look like a strength. Beware the champs.
It's the final game of a wild card weekend. Eagles-Bears from Chicago next on NBC.
NBC's Wild Card Playoff is brought to you by Subway, now delivering to your front door, and by Hyundai, official sponsor of the NFL.
It's a big stage. I mean, it's the playoffs.
It's win or go home, but we earned this opportunity to be here.
Bears looking mean out there. Eagles, watch out.
We're battle-tested as a football team. We faced a lot of adversity.
We are going to be dangerous. This is a hot team, man. Nobody wants to see us right now.
Let's do or die. We're a dominant defense, a dominant team, and we just got to be ourselves.
Not now. We are not done yet.
Soldier Field, what a sight on the 6th day of January. Almost ready for the kickoff. Before that, though, to the field we go. And Michelle DeFoya. Michelle.
Well, Al, some good news and bad news for the Bears on the injury front. A little mystery surrounding tight end Trey Burton. who practiced fully all week and never appeared on the injury report until he was added late last night with a groin injury. Now, a few minutes ago, I spoke with Matt Nagy, who told me that the injury just showed up yesterday morning, that Burton went straight to the facility and worked with the medical staff, but to no avail. He will be replaced by Adam Shaheen. Now, the good news, all-pro safety Eddie Jackson, who missed the last 2 games with an ankle injury and was limited in practice this week, tested it out in pregame. He will play, but Al Nagy was non-committal with me as to whether or not Jackson would start tonight.
We'll find out very shortly as you take a look at, of course, 2 of the icons. Such a history with the Chicago Bears. Brian Urlacher, recently inducted into the Hall of Fame, and Dick Butkus. So much tradition with this franchise, especially when it comes to the linebackers. And that really gets him going here in Chicago, where the last playoff game here was played back in 2010 when they lost to Green Bay in the NFC Championship game. And of course, speaking of tradition, this guy establishing his own right now, Khalil Mack, that trade on the eve of the season, coming to Chicago, what a difference that's made. Chicago won the toss. They defer, so Cody Parkey will kick off, and that's Boston Scott, who is a 5'6" rookie, picked up recently off the New Orleans practice squad to run it back. And Scott will let it bound through the end zone, and the Eagles will take over at the 25-yard line with this offense.
Nick Foles, Arizona.
Wendell Smallwood, West Virginia.
Alshon Jeffrey, South Carolina.
Nelson Aguilar, Fight On.
Golden Tate, Notre Dame.
Zach Ertz, Stanford.
Jason Peters, Arkansas.
Isaac Selmar-Lowe, Oregon State University.
Jason Kelsey, University of Cincinnati.
Brandon Brooks, Miami University.
Lane Johnson, Oklahoma.
Brandon Brooks on his way to the Pro Bowl. Lane Johnson was snubbed. Meanwhile, Deion Bush starts at safety. There he is, so Jackson will not start. And here are the Eagles, the crowd already raucous, beginning from the 25-yard line. Wendell Smallwood is the back. Give it to Smallwood. Picks up a couple through the middle. Tackled by Roquan Smith, their first-round pick, and Leonard Floyd.
One of the things you're going to see early and often is a big double team right there on that guy, Akeem Hicks. You want to run the football inside against the Chicago Bears, that's where it starts.
Mack gets so much of the attention, but Hicks has had a tremendous season. 2nd down and 8. Foles, his first pass of the game, a short little flip here to Smallwood, and Wendell Smallwood picks up the initial first down of the game and gets out to the 50-yard line. Kyle Fuller runs him down after a gain of 22.
Well, the one thing you always want to do is a tackle. Set wide, get this guy inside so you can get the screen pass going outside. Exactly what happens here. You think you've got a pass rush move working, and it works against you.
Eagles come up, no huddle from their own 49-yard line. Foles over the middle, and that's caught at the 35-yard line, and the catch is made there by Zach Ertz, 2nd in the league in receptions to Michael Thomas of New Orleans, and set an NFL record most catches by a tight end.
Well, anytime you get a chance to get this big guy going, Zach Ertz, astronomical with what he was able to do this year. And really, when Carson Wentz went out, we saw a little bit less of him with Nick Foles, the quarterback, but now working back to it.
Foles, the pump fake, then he throws to the outside. That pass is incomplete, intended for Nelson Aguilar. So Foles, when it comes to postseason, he made his first postseason start back in 2013, and then last year, of course, off the charts. 8 touchdowns, 1 pick, Super Bowl MVP, and that rating is the highest in postseason history. Josh Adams now comes in at running back. 2nd down and 10. Going to draw with the undrafted rookie out of Notre Dame, and Khalil Mack stops him after a gain of about 1. Third down.
Well, if you can't block Khalil Mack, then just leave him alone and read him. So he'll come out, and Nick Foles will end up reading him, give the handoff, but Mack just too athletic. He's able to get down and make the tackle.
Third down and 8. Eagles come in with Darren Sproles this time. They have 3 running backs, Smallwood, Adams, and Sproles. The start of the year, of course, with Jay Ajayi, who went on injured reserve in week 5, and they also lost Corey Clement to injury. Third and 8.
This is where Foles has been tremendous on third down.
Clean pocket over the middle, caught. And that one is caught by Alshon Jeffrey, the former Chicago Bear. Said earlier this week, hey, let me hear it. Can't wait to come back here. Says, I've got the best hands in the world.
And he does. They go to alert coverage, which leaves no inside help whatsoever. And you could tell that Foles just has a confidence when it has to go to Jeffrey. And there's Mack inside getting double teamed. But Foles will throw that thing up above the rim, as he likes to call it, to Jeffrey, and it works.
Opening drive, 7th play from the 20-yard line. Want to draw again, this time Sproles to the outside, and Mack is right there to say no, sir. And let's take a look at that Bear defense.
Akeem Hicks, University of Regina, Saskatchewan.
Eddie Goldman, Florida State.
Khalil Mack, University of Buffalo.
Danny Trevathan, Kentucky.
Roquan Smith, University of Georgia.
Leonard Floyd, Georgia.
Kyle Fuller, Virginia Tech.
Adrian Amos, Penn State.
Deion Bush, the U.
Prince Mukamara, Nebraska. Sheriff McManus, Northwestern.
Fuller tied for the league lead with interceptions with 7. They go 5 wide here on 2nd down and 13. Foles fires over the middle, and that is hauled in at the 17-yard line. Ertz again. Roquan Smith makes the tackle. He broke Jason Witten's record this year for most catches by a tight end.
Boy, this is going to be a show if you like watching coverage skills today. Roquan Smith, an outstanding young linebacker, is going to get Zach Ertz and all the record-breaking catches that he has. That young linebacker can play. They've got guys really fast inside with Roquan Smith and Danny Trevathan to help in this coverage. Once again, though, here comes Nick Foles on 3rd down.
3rd and 7. They're 1 for 1 on 3rd down. There's Carson Wentz. Fracture in his lower back, so he's been on the shelf since the middle of December. A low snap, but Foles comes away with it. Look out from behind, and down he goes at the 25-yard line. Leonard Floyd, number 94, right there to put him down and make it 4th and 15.
Great job on the back end with the coverage of the Chicago Bears. You can see Nick Foles have to pull it down, and once he did that, that was it. Leonard Floyd had time to get off Jason Peters and get to the sack.
Jake Elliott now a 43-yard attempt for a kid who grew up nearby. Very little wind, shouldn't be a factor here on this 38-degree late afternoon. And from 43 away, that kick is right through the upright. So Philadelphia scores on the opening drive to lead 3-0 at Soldier Field. Off the Andy Reid tree, and that tree is really blossoming these days. Doug in his 3rd year, Matt in his 1st year. Nagy able to take a team that has finished last 4 years in a row to win the division and get into postseason as the number 3 seed. Jake Elliott to kick off. And here is Josh Bellamy, who has not returned a kick since 2016, running this one back to about the 21-yard line. Let's take a look at the Chicago offense.
Mitchell Trubisky, North Carolina.
Jordan Howard, Indiana University.
Tariq Cohen, North Carolina A&T. Allen Robinson, D. Penn State University.
Taylor Gabriel, Abilene Christian.
Adam Shaheen, Ashland. Charles Leno Jr., Boise State.
James Daniels, Warren G. Harding High School.
Cody Whitehair, Kansas State.
Kyle Long, Saddleback College.
Bobby Massey, Ole Miss.
And Kyle Long going up against his brother on the other side, Chris, today. 3rd time these guys have been on the field together. But here is Trubisky to start this drive from his own 21. The running back is Jordan Howard, who's really come on in December. And Howard through the middle out to the 28-yard line. Bradham makes the tackle. Let's take a look at Trubisky this season. Missed a couple of games with a shoulder injury, but a 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. The rating a little better than the average for the league. In his second year, of course, he was the overall number 2 choice in last year's draft. Now Tariq Cohen comes in. He and Howard, the yin and yang in that backfield. And over the middle, and a shot complete at the 31-yard line. Taylor Gabriel, forward progress will net him the first down.
One thing you're going to see on the other side is Fletcher Cox is going to be the focal point, just like the way Aaron Donald was when they played the Rams. And Cody Whitehair sort of has a reputation at the center position of when his guard gets engaged, coming over and wiping that person out. The person being wiped out in this one will be Fletcher Cox.
Fake to Cohen, and then it's a little toss to Ben Broniker, the tight end. With Trey Burton out, Adam Shaheen takes his spot, and we'll also see more of Broniker today.
Yeah, and one of the things you'll always see with Chicago Bears, you see Trubisky, he's looking right at Bennett. Instead of making a play, he's just reading him. Whatever Bennett did, then you're going to see Trubisky do the other. There will be plenty of flash and dance with this Bears offense. They like to show a lot of motion, a lot of misdirection, try and get the Eagles going the wrong way.
Taquan Mizell is now in the backfield, and they give it to him. Not that many carries this season, and he's taken down by Michael Bennett. Let's take a look at the Philly defense.
Michael Bennett, A-League Taylor High School. Timmy Jernigan, Florida State.
Fletcher Cox, Yazoo City High School.
Brandon Graham, Michigan.
Carmel Grisette Hill, Eastern Illinois.
Jordan Hicks, Texas.
Nigel Bradham, the Florida State University.
Avante Maddox, Pitt.
Malcolm Jenkins, the Ohio State University.
Corey Graham, New Hampshire.
Rasul Douglas, West Virginia.
Jenkins once again this season not missing a single defensive snap. 3rd and 5. Trubisky fires. That's caught at the 45-yard line. Allen Robinson missed last week with a rib injury. Former Jacksonville Jaguar makes the catch. Tackled by Maddox, first down.
Well, if you're going to double team Fletcher Cox, that means you're going to have to block the other guy on the outside, and that's Brandon Graham. That time Charles Leno going at it pretty good. Other side, you've got Massey on long, and really so far in this game, Al, we've seen both quarterbacks settle in with some good throws early in the game.
Got motion, got motion.
Trubisky has started 3 for 3, and Foles has started 4 out of 5. From the 45-yard line, keep it on the ground here. Nothing happening for Howard, who was stopped for no gain. 2nd and 10.
The other thing that you're going to do is you're going to bring in some bigger guys, Bradley Soul here, and take a different kind of shot, this time on Fletcher Cox, the old Rob Gronkowski wham block. So really what they're trying to do is get his attention. They want him to feel the pain of it coming from all directions. And those two guys, at least the parents, hope they never run into each other.
Brother versus brother on a 2nd down and 10 from the 46-yard line. Trubisky chased, fires on the run, and it's incomplete. Going deep down the sideline. Fletcher Cox, number 91, gets into the backfield, and that normally means you're running for your life. 3rd and 10.
Well, here's Kyle Long here going against Fletcher Cox, and I think he was trying to set to the inside, and all of a sudden Fletcher Cox just gave him one of those kind of moves, goes right around him, immediately going to flush. Trubisky out of the pocket, really just had to throw that one away.
3rd and 10. 5.5 to go in the opening quarter. Eagles with a field goal on their opening drive, up 3-0. Four-man rush. Trubisky looking for help, and he has to throw that one, almost picked off by Avante Maddox. An incomplete 4th down, intended for Howard. In comes the punt unit.
Good pressure that time by Chris Long getting inside, but anytime you flip a ball like that to the outside, this was really dangerous. Avonte Maddox has been a real game changer since he's come into the game and back from injury. He's played everywhere this year.
Patrick O'Donnell, been their punter since he was the only punter drafted in the 2014 draft. The ever dangerous and still dangerous in his mid-30s, Darren Sproles sets up at the 10-yard line. Got a flag down. There was action up front. Bounces into the end zone, but let's get the call here. Referee today is Tony Correnti. Kind of neat to go 10 minutes without seeing any laundry.
Definitely looked like the Eagles' Leroy Reynolds jumped into the neutral zone, whether he was drawn or not.
Well, the Bears are backing up as if they're going to kick again. All right, Tony, we're ready.
As offside on the defense, give Chicago an option. They have opted to take the 4th down replayed with a 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
All right. And it gives us a chance to tell you this week on the Tonight Show from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. You got Andy Samberg, you got James Spader, Gwyneth Paltrow will be along as well. Michael B. Jordan, the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon all this week on NBC as we take a cruise down the Chicago River. Beautiful weekend here. Temperature got up to 50 degrees yesterday. Right now, a very pleasant 38 and almost windless at Soldier Field. Bears opting to kick again. And that kick will bounce just out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Just out. So a good decision made by Chicago. Philly will start from the 1 when we come back. Return of the Monsters of the Midway this year. 17.7 points per game allowed. That's the best in the league. 6 touchdowns on takeaways. 50 sacks, 27 picks. Last time they did that back in the mid-80s. 9 players with a sack or an interception, most by any team since they started recording sacks back in '82. And that defense right now has Philadelphia backed up to its 1-yard line, trying to get out of the shadow of the end zone. And with that second effort, able to do it is Wendell Smallwood, almost trapped at the line of scrimmage. Hicks the first guy to hit him. It will be 2nd down and 6.
Ooh, Smallwood. When he spun around, he was definitely back into the end zone one more time. This was an opportunity for this Bears defense, and they could not quite capitalize on it.
So some breathing room here. And they go 5 wide, including Sproles here on a 2nd down and 6. Blitz coming, he gets it away, it's tipped and it's incomplete. That time they sent Trevathan on the blitz intended for Zach Ertz. 3rd down and 6. That Bear defense, the mastermind there, he is Vic Fangio, and he will be interviewed this week by the Broncos and the Dolphins for the head coaching job. 32nd season as an NFL coach, 60 years old, and he has done a masterful job as a holdover from John Fox's staff. And Nagy could have brought in his own guy, but he said, you got a guy like Fangio, you keep him. Doug Peterson looks on as his team on a 3rd and 6 from the 5. Little dump off there. Whoa, is that dangerous? As Smallwood makes the catch, Trevathan is right there. Back him up a couple of more yards. 4th down, and they'll punt from the very back of the end zone.
Anytime you have man coverage on a screen pass, it works out great for somebody. This time Trevathan able to avoid the block right there of Brandon Brooks and make a play for what looked like nearly a safety. Once again, the man coverage ability of these 2 linebackers coming into play early.
There's Cohen back to accept the kick. Cameron Johnston 3rd in the league in net punting. Another of the Aussie punters. Sends that one toward midfield, and Cohen calls for and makes a fair catch at the 48-yard line. 3-0 Philadelphia.
And if you feel like I feel, baby, then come on. Oh, come on. Woo. Let's get it on.
Applebee's all you can eat is here. Now that's eating good in the neighborhood.
You recognize the man up top, the great Howie Long. Happy birthday to Howie, 59. Wife Diane in front. One of their sons, Howie Jr., next to him. You got Chris Long on one side. You got Kyle Long on the other. You go around the country, they see a few football games during the course of the season.
Yes, they do. I asked Diane, how you dealing with the pressure? And she said, same way I always do, when shopping for shoes.
That'll do it. Mizell is the running back here. Franklin Trubisky from the 48-yard line as the Bears begin this drive on the plus side of the 50. With Trubisky firing, and it's knocked away at the last moment. Trying to get it to Mizell, and we go to Michelle.
Well, I spoke with Howie Long, and he said Chris is a psychological predator. He's FaceTimed Kyle all week, including one time where Chris had his toddler son, Waylon, singing Fly, Eagles, Fly. As for Kyle, Howie said he's more like me. Once the switch goes, he's very emotional, and at the end of the day, they really, really love one another. And Howie said Chris told him, hey, look, I've won 2 Super Bowls. You can cheer for Kyle.
Yeah, he won one with New England, and then the other with Philadelphia last year. He's been in the right spot, the right place at the right time the last 2 years. Second down and 10. Big hole through the middle, exploited by Howard. Tackle made by Bradham. After a gain of 6, it'll be 3rd down and 4.
So once again, just changing up the blocking assignments. This time they go with a trap up the field. So what they're trying to do is take these great pass rushers of the Philadelphia Eagles, get them moving vertically, and then hit them from the side. You want pass rushers thinking about what they're not seeing.
3rd and 4.
Hey, 53!
Done with some pressure, and that's knocked it down at the line of scrimmage to make it 4th down and 4. So a 3 and out here.
Yeah, I think they're using Nigel Bradham now as a spy, and because he was in that position, wasn't really rushing right over the center position, he was able to just follow the eyes of Trubisky, get right in the throwing lanes, and knock it down.
So here's O'Donnell, whose last punt went out of bounds at the 1-yard line. Perfect. Sproles is back for the Eagles. And the nose down kick. And this time Sproles will let it bounce. And the Bears will down the ball at the 7-yard line. Mizell downs it there. 2.5 left in the opening quarter. Eagles 3, Bears nothing. Monday, January 27th. And you can see it at 3 Eastern time on ESPN and ABC. And those 4 guys are going to be there, unless they're in the Super Bowl, which will be played the following weekend in Atlanta. This drive begins from the Eagles' 7-yard line. Start on the ground. Give it to Sproles. Used to play with the Chargers and Saints. Now here, Trevathan makes the tackle. And of course, Chris, last week, we actually go back 2 weeks ago when Jadeveon Clowney hit Foles, and then he got hit again last week in Minnesota, had to come out of the game with a rib injury.
Yeah, he said he was physically still a little bit sore. Got it re-injured a bit when he got landed on in the Washington game. Working with his doctor, a little holistic medicine this week, but he said certainly good enough to play. And he looked sharp that first drive.
He did. 2nd down and 9. He's 5 out of his first 7 for 55 yards. Falls in the pocket, scrambles away, and then throws that one away. Chased that time by Khalil Mack. And Chris, wouldn't that have been interesting if Foles couldn't have played? Remember, they didn't put Carson Wentz on injured reserve, so he's still active, even though he's on the active roster, inactive today. Wouldn't that have been some discussion?
Yeah, we asked Doug Peterson about that, and he said it would be a very interesting discussion. I can't imagine, though, that they wouldn't have at least taken a long look at Carson Wentz in that situation.
There's the backup right now, Nate Sudfeld, who actually threw a touchdown pass in relief of Foles last week, and then had to negotiate with a fan in the stands to get the football back. 3rd and 9. Keep it on the ground with Sproles, and he's able to slid it through. Does he get stopped before he reaches the line again? It's Deion Bush who comes up to make the stop, but they're going to give him a very fortuitous spot here and move the chains.
Really nice check that time by Nick Foles. He saw just the 6 guys down in the box, so they're going to bring Sayamalo around here on a power against the linebacker and pop Sproles right through there. Good looking hit by Bush, just a fraction too late.
First down from the 18. Smallwood stopped behind the line of scrimmage. That penetration by Akeem Hicks in his 7th year. Used to play with New England, played his college football up in Saskatchewan.
And Brandon Brooks is one of the bigger, stronger guys around, and we have seen Hicks throw guys like that all season long. There's no question that one of the first guys that gets their attention, obviously you've got Khalil Mack, there's Eddie Jackson, a great player, but it is clearly Akeem Hicks inside when you're trying to run.
Jackson still hasn't played. He was a game-time decision. They decided to activate him, but we haven't seen him on the field yet. 2nd and 11. Blitz coming, and that's caught by Alshon Jeffrey. You talk about hands. Look at that. He backhands it. Fuller with the recovery, and he loves coming back to Chicago and handing it to the Bears.
Yeah, one of the things that you love about Alshon Jeffrey is he finds a way to make you think he's going inside, go outside, make you think he's going outside, go inside. But he is a basketball player. He plays this whole game at about 9 to 10 feet.
End of 1, Eagles 3, Bears nothing. This wildcard playoff game back after these messages. Soldier Field in Chicago. Al Michaels, Chris Collinsworth, Michelle DeFoyer, and there's the grand lady of the Bears, Virginia Hallis McCaskey, daughter of George Hallis, who celebrated birthday number 96 yesterday.
Pretty awesome.
Oh, great. From the 30-yard line, 1st and 10. Foles off play action, wide open and making the catch at midfield as Jeffrey stays in bounds for a couple of more yards. And Alshon Jeffrey has already caught 3 passes in the first 15 minutes and a few seconds.
Going to get a loop inside that almost gets there, but here's the route going across the field. You see it more and more and more as teams play that single high safety, just trying to get the clear out of the safety and then bring that guy atop. Good job that time by Nick Foles getting that ball right as he was getting contact.
Take to Smallwood. Smallwood, look out, it gets picked off. Picked off by Smith. Roquan Smith is off to the races. Out in front, nobody will get him, but they're going to rule him down by contact. There will be no touchdown. They're going to say rule down by contact as Smallwood is taken down as he makes the catch. Correnti now talking with
ruling on the field
his colleagues.
Interception by Chicago. Ruled down by contact. Bears ball, 1st down.
So there's no run back, no touchdown, but it will be a turnover.
We're going to see the contact occurs with the interception. When does he have control right there? Clearly plenty of contact there to be down on the spot. Roquan Smith, we've been talking about him the whole game. Now this is more of a zone and he's reacting up to it. But he is an aggressive young linebacker. You see why he was a top 10 pick.
Please reset the game
and
clock.
his ability in coverage is really showing up early in this game.
21. Thank you.
So no 65-yard run back, but the Bears, who led the league in takeaways this season, and in the give-take ratio department, they were a +12 to Philadelphia's -6. As Chicago takes over at the 35-yard line, that's Jordan Howard coming back into the backfield. And Trubisky will keep it. He'll be taken down behind the line of scrimmage. Nigel Bradham had a nice game so far. 2nd down and long.
Yeah, and there's Smallwood, who couldn't quite hang on to that one. But you're starting to see now the strategy of this Eagles defense. They are going to crash this in on this read option and bring the linebacker around. They want to give Trubisky as many different looks as he's going to give them. This offense with the RPO and the read option stuff has about as many routes off of that as any team in the league.
2nd and 11. Trubisky dancing to the left and then throws, and it's caught up at the 40-yard line. No fumble there. That was down. Adam Shaheen getting the start today because of Trey Burton being inactive. Makes the catch. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Let's see if he was down.
Catch, elbow down. Yep, right. No question.
Malcolm Jenkins makes the tackle. It'll be 3rd down and 5.
So now you get to the pass rushers, and this is where the Philadelphia Eagles really excel. This is the opportunity to get Chris Long in the game, and now's when Trubisky has to beware.
And obviously the pass rush helps the back end, which has been depleted all season long. Trubisky under pressure, sidearms it caught, but short of the 1st down. So Anthony Miller makes the catch. If a flag is down, Trevon LeBlanc made the tackle, and Tony Correnti will tell us the rest of the story.
After the conclusion of the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 77. 15-yard penalty and an automatic 1st down.
So instead of a punt, they keep the ball. Bennett with the penalty, and Chicago will have it in Eagle territory.
Watch Kyle Long finish this play by pushing Bennett completely out. Gives him a little shove. Bennett's going to react right there. And again, I think the second one gets him.
Yep. The Bears this season, there's the official right there. The Bears 46 1st downs by penalty this year. That's the top mark in the league. That's about 3 per game. Trubisky fires over the middle, and that will be called in by Cohen for a big gain down to the 24-yard line. Tariq Cohen, who will be going to the Pro Bowl, gains 20.
Come on, Mitch Trubisky, come on, look at that one. A little sidearm flip moving to his left to a running back screaming down into a very small gap in the defense. That's the prettiest play I've seen him make all year. Just gets out of the way of the pass rush and puts it in there beautifully.
Taking a page out of the Patrick Mahomes book.
Man, what a throw.
From the 24, we have a whistle, and we have a timeout called by the Chicago Bears. And we're back in 30 seconds after this from AWS.
We didn't dream up a new way to find the best ramen. We never thought, you know what Mars needs? A dune buggy. We didn't decide you should be able to share your home with travelers from around the world. We're not the ones who imagined one day we'd all be streaming movies, or whatever she's about to do. But when asked if these ideas were possible, we're the only cloud with the capabilities, experience, and know-how to make them happen. AWS is how.
Soldier Field, a little bit after sunset right now with 11:47 remaining in the opening half. That penalty on Bennett, very costly. Instead of a punt on what would have been a 4th and 3. 1st down, ball now at the 24-yard line. Trubisky is 6 of his first 10 for 46 yards. Cohen can't get around the corner. Nice tackle made there by Douglas. Tariq Cohen, he's only 5'6", but what a weapon he is. Can run it, obviously can catch it. He's a good return man. He's a lot of fun as well.
Yeah, the only one of these guys on the offensive side to make the Pro Bowl this year, and he has just been something special. Everybody had a reason why that young man, Tariq Cohen, couldn't play professional football. There was only one good one. Why he is, was he really good.
Well, his idol is in a green and white uniform. On the other side, number 43, a guy named Darren Sproles, is also 5'6", as Trubisky buys a lot of time and then fires to the 25-yard line. Robinson makes the catch, but Jenkins right there smothering him. Let's take a look at these two guys. So Sproles has been around a long time with San Diego, with New Orleans, and now here. 5'6", 190 is Darren. Cohen comes in at 181 pounds. And Philadelphia also has Boston Scott, who's active tonight, another 5'6" guy.
Yeah. One thing we know, Cohen can run the whole route tree. With that scouting report last night from Malcolm Jenkins, that most guys that play that position, maybe 2 or 3 routes, he can run anything.
3rd and 10. Comes around here, and Trubisky's going to run. Trubisky looking for that first down, but he'll come up well short of it. And he'll have to settle for a field goal attempt, and he comes up a little gimpy there at the end of the play.
Uh-oh. And running and scrambling is his game.
It is.
Remember what the Eagles had to tell us, that the one thing they want to see is Trubisky throwing the ball from the pocket.
Well, here comes Sparky to trying to tie the game. Meanwhile, Chase Daniel is the backup quarterback for Chicago. He made 2 starts when Trubisky. Earlier this season here, and one last week at Minnesota. And this time he just bangs it inside the left upright to tie the game. 9:38 left in the opening half in this wildcard playoff game in Chicago. 3-3. Right now is Mitch Trubisky. We saw him coming up with a slight limp when he left the field. Here it is. Here's the end of the play. So he is in the 10. Obviously, we'll get a report as quickly as possible. Chase Daniels was loosening up during the commercial break, and with the game tied at 3-3, Parkey's kickoff here will not be returned. You know, it's funny, Chris. Earlier this season, all the offense, the scoreboard looked like a pinball machine. As the season has wound down, a lot of defensive struggles, but then the offense begins to pick up. Look at this weekend with Dallas and Seattle, with the Chargers and Baltimore today. You have a defensive first half and then an explosion in the second half.
Well, and a lot of the teams that have been able to run the football, that's been a big part of the key to the whole thing. But this is really an interesting deal now with Mitch Trubisky. As much a part of his game that running is, you're just a little concerned, how different will this Bears offense be if he can't run, even if he can come back?
No doubt. From the 25-yard line, Smallwood is the running back. He gets it. Nice game here. Wendell Smallwood, who was kind of an afterthought at the beginning of the season, gained a 10. Trubisky is now out of the tent, slapping hands with some guys. So it looks like he is ready to come back in. Jay Ajayi started the year. We mentioned he is on IR. So is Clemency. You've had Smallwood, Josh Adams, and Darren Sproles picking it up at the running game for Philadelphia in December. And on first down, going nowhere. Taken down, it's Eddie Goldman in the middle. Kind of an overlooked guy, too, because you got Mack and you've got Hicks getting a lot of publicity, and then there's Eddie in the middle.
Now, there's a lot of beef in there, and sometimes when Hicks is out and takes a rest, and there's Mack over there on the sideline as well, they'll go down into their Bears defense. Why not? They're the Chicago Bears. And just try and just shrink it down and try and force you to do something to the outside, let those speedy linebackers run and catch it.
Got Isaiah Irving in at linebacker, number 47. On second down and 10. Floyd's coming as well from the near side. And Foles fires, and that's caught by Aguilar, making the catch, sliding to the ground at the 46-yard line. Nelson Aguilar, who has come on as well, as he's had a great affinity with Foles down the stretch.
Boy, Nick Foles has just been unbelievable. He is getting balls out and actually getting hit when he's throwing the football. Some of his numbers and statistics upon contact have been amazing this year. Despite the ribs, despite everything going on with him, he will just hang in there and make those tough throws.
The Cinderella man from the 46-yard line, trying to cut it back and getting into Bear territory to the 49-yard line goes Darren Sproles. When Foles was contacted, you go back to the hit he took When he was contacted, he's completed 13 of 20 for 197. That passer rating is terrific. Tops in the NFL.
Hey, you have to have a tough guy at quarterback. There's just no way around that. And come playoff time, with the way that the Bears can bring pressure, even from those inside linebackers, you're going to get hit.
2nd and 5. Gives it to Sproles. He gets taken down to the 50. Sherrick McManus making the tackle. It'll be 3rd down and 6 from midfield. Crowd in full throat. First playoff game here in 8 years. And they're ready. 3rd and 6. Foles, good protection, slings it downfield, and that's caught in traffic. That's Golden Tate. Came over in midseason from the Lions. He pays the price, but makes the catch. And a big conversion for 28 yards.
Nick Foles, the tough guy at quarterback, but maybe tougher on that play was Golden Tate. Man, what a shot he took, and he knew he was going to take it too.
And that's McManus, who gets hurt as well. So an injury timeout here. The ball will be at the Chicago 22-yard line when we come back. Foles, edition 7. That passer rating in 2013, his 2nd year. 3rd highest in history. 25 straight completions last week. 7 TD passes in a game at Oakland back in 2013. First 4 postseason games. 100 passer rating or better. Super Bowl MVP. And the big question, of course, is can he possibly do it again? Gets Philadelphia into the playoffs. Last year, same thing. When Wentz went down, and you know the rest of that story. So 1st down at the 22-yard line. Keep it on the ground. Burrowing ahead is Darren Sproles. Being a 1. Goldman makes the tackle. 2nd down.
We have to talk a little bit about what just happened with Sherrick McManus going out. Bryce Callahan was already out, so here's McManus coming back in. That is a really good sign. You don't want to be down to your 3rd slot cornerback. I was surprised the Eagles didn't go after it right away on that first play.
Yeah, that was Marcus Williams, who's been with 6 teams in 2 years, which tells you a lot. 2nd down and 9. Foles stepping up, stepping away, gets hit from behind, fires, picked off in the end zone. And Amos thought about coming out with it, and then he says, no, I'll just keep it there and take it at the 20. Adrian Amos with the pick. And Foles throwing his 2nd interception of the game. Pressure put on by Floyd. 3-3. Foles just 1 pick in his first 4 postseason games. 2 already today. That one picked off by Adrian Amos in the end zone. And Trubisky, who went into the medical tent, is back. Hasn't missed a play. Starts from the 20-yard line on this drive. Give it to Jordan Howard. He gets taken down. Brannon with another tackle, and back we go to the interception.
Adrian Amos right here looks like he's playing too deep, but instead he's going to go to the center field, which allows him to go over and make the play. They'll play man coverage back on the backside of it. That's the subtlety of this Vic Fangio defense. It all starts off looking the same, Al, and then they just make a change so subtle it's hard to pick up. It looked like Leonard Floyd was able to get a little piece of the hand that time from Nick Foles.
Tweaking the concepts. Cohen is the back on a 2nd down and 9. 4.5 till halftime. Trubisky fires to the sideline. That is almost picked off. Is it? They will say yes. Avonte Maddox able to get control of it. They'll pose in the end zone for the camera. And a turnover here. Watch Maddox.
Let's take a look. This is close, but Avonte Maddox, watch how quickly he gets out of those cuts. Was that left foot down? That is going to be the question.
With control.
Control there. was the left foot on the ground, then right. Terry, what do you think?
I've got an incomplete pass, Chris. I mean, he gets control
right there, and he's got one foot on the ground.
One foot's down, but the knee comes down out of bounds, and I don't think he gets a second foot down or another body part. There's the elbow down before anything else comes down.
That's Terry McCauley, and they won't have to challenge this because it's ruled a turnover, so it's an official review, and we think it will be overturned. Tony Correni ready to make the call here.
After review, the Philadelphia defensive back was out of bounds and did not complete the catch. It will be Chicago's ball. 3rd down and 9 at the 21-yard line. With the game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 4:31. 4:31. Thank you.
It looked like everything with the right leg was perfectly legal. And then the left, just no knee, nothing before that elbow hit. But I would say again, be careful around Avonte Maddox. He played a lot of safety, a lot of slot. His best position and why he was drafted is to play outside cornerback, and he has been something for the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Rookie 4th-round pick out of Pitt, who has really come on. 3rd down and 9. Trubisky airing it out deep downfield, turning around, and it's Allen Robinson, but he is out of bounds. And that's Maddox covering on the play, and it's 4th down.
Had him one-on-one. And the other thing, Al, that we've seen already here is since Trubisky went limping off, they're just throwing from the pocket. So he is not moving around here. We'll keep an eye on that. Straight one-on-one, inside man technique, gets his head around, catches it, but Maddox had the presence to push him out of bounds. And remember, no force outs anymore.
Patrick O'Donnell comes in to punt. His third, Darren Sproles, sets up at his own 35-yard line. Ball signal ready for play. Line drive, short kick. Sproles collects it at the 33 with a little bobble, but nothing but blue shirts are there to take care of him at the 32-yard line. This wildcard playoff game is being brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. Protect your home and your UGA by Progressive Insurance, handing off big savings to you, and by Hyundai, official sponsor of the NFL. That was 1988. Some good features earlier today, watching some of the pregame shows of the Fog Bowl. New Year's Eve 1988. Buddy Ryan, Mike Ditka facing off. Fog rolled in. Bears won the game 20-12. Vern Lundquist and Terry Bradshaw are on the call that day. Crazy.
Only appropriate that Terry would have that call.
Right. From the 32-yard line, Smallwood tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Akeem Hicks is right there, taking him down for the loss.
So what you do is you have all these guys in here tight, so you have to block Hicks one-on-one, and really nobody can handle him. Despite his size and his strength, he has the ability, you saw him turn those shoulders almost at a 45-degree angle to slide through that gap and make yet another play.
Almost came out. 2nd down and 12. Foles 9 of 14 with those 2 picks. Blitz coming. Foles shoots a dart over the middle. Sproles says, where's the flag? There is none. Incomplete, and will be 3rd down and 12.
Well, Al, one of the concerns that I had with Nick Foles coming into this game is he is ranked 31st against zone defenses. The Bears play all zone defenses. So far tonight, 2 for 5, 41 yards, 2 interceptions against zone defenses.
And Vic Fangio knows that.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Third down, 12. They're 5 wide here. And pass over the middle that's caught by Golden Tate. He'll be tackled to the 37-yard line by Sherrick McManus. And 3 minutes remaining in the half. In comes the punt group.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be some kind of a man, but then they just sort of back off into their zones here. So anything, just let him check it down in front of him, come up and make the tackle. Of course, they're hoping with Golden Tate, as elusive as he is, he could break a tackle or two. But so far, this Bears defense, after an early struggle, they've really snapped back in defensively.
Cameron Johnston, the line drive punt. It goes out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. So 2:38. Chicago has the ball.
Well, I feel like Sunday Night Football is going to take Akeem Hicks right to the Hall of Fame. Every time we do a game, it's like this. And watch his ability to push those hands up. A lot of people try and swat them down. He does a lot of the opposite. He will take them up, and it just creates a real weakness on that offensive lineman. He does it time after time after time. Some player.
Well, at least he'll make his first stop at the Pro Bowl on his way to Canton.
There you go. Absolutely. Good player, though. He really is.
So you play well in the primetime games, and that does a lot in terms of postseason honors.
Yeah, 7.5 sacks, but really what he does against the run has been what has been most impressive with him.
Bears begin from the 11-yard line. Shoot it out to Gabriel. They'll go nowhere. The tackle made by Rasul Douglas, second-year guy out of West Virginia who has come on. 2nd and 10.
Now let's talk about the secondary of the Eagles just a little bit. These guys basically were no-shows on the early part of the season. Rasul Douglas, he barely played the first 5 games, plays every snap since. Trayvon LeBlanc, he was cut by the Detroit Lions. He's the slot guy. And Avonte Maddox was playing the slot, then he had moved into safety, and now all of a sudden he's their star cornerback on the outside.
Give Jim Schwartz a lot of credit. These guys were walking around with tags that said, "Hello, my name is."
Absolutely.
2 minutes to the half. 3-3 in Chicago.
Weekend. We'll see you for the Toyota halftime at the break. Back to Al in the Windy City.
Okay, Mike, thank you. Crazy couple of games last night in Arlington, Texas. Earlier today in Baltimore. Mascots on display. 2 minutes to the half at 2nd down and 9. Flag is down. Looks like the Eagles came across the line. Could be a free play. And Anthony Miller makes the catch. Close to a first down. Somebody looked like they were off the line too fast. Might have been Jernigan.
Offside, defense number 93. This penalty has been declined. The result of the play is a first down.
It's one of the things that the Eagles were hoping for in this game is that with all the attention they were going to pay to Fletcher Cox, much like they did Aaron Donald, the return of Tim Jernigan could make a big difference. He's going to get the single blocks. He is the one that really needs to come up big in this game inside.
Matt Nagy is the play caller as well as the head coach. See what he is sending to Trubisky here as they go with 5 receivers. Trubisky fires, and wide open over the middle is Anthony Miller. Out to the 44 goes the rookie Trey Sullivan, makes the tackle, and the Bears come quickly up to the line of scrimmage.
It's a nice read by Trubisky right there. They just go with the vertical routes, and he was able to find them. He is starting to find receivers in a way that maybe he didn't before he had that shoulder injury.
This one is a low throw, and it is Robinson who is able to make the catch at the 48-yard line.
Typically, if you want to beat Trubisky, make him look away from his first read. When he goes to a second or third read, his numbers go way down.
2nd and 3. Trubisky fires over the middle, and that's knocked away. It's Trey Sullivan who knocks it away, intended for the tight end, working his way down the seam. Adam Shaheen making it 3rd down and 3.
The one thing you cannot do is you cannot hesitate. When you're going to pull the trigger on this middle read, you gave it that little half flinch, and that allows those defensive backs time to make a break on the ball.
3rd down and 3 now from the 49-yard line. Bring Benny Cunningham now, number 30, into the backfield. First time we have seen him tonight. Cohen sets up on the left side. They give it to Cunningham. Call there. Brandon Graham got a flag down at the end of the play. He was stopped short of the first down.
Illegal use of the hands, hands to the face, defense, number 53. This 5-yard penalty is added to the end of the play and an automatic first down.
Nigel Bradham, who's had a big first half, and another first down via penalty for Chicago.
A couple of tough calls against the Philadelphia Eagles here. Let's take a look at that left hand. Just staying with them. There it is, up underneath. It's a good call.
First down at the 42-yard line, 59 seconds. The Bears have 2 timeouts. Trubisky throws, that's caught. Robinson slips away. Then he goes down to the 34-yard line. Got away from Bradham for the moment. Clock keeps running. 2nd and 2 after a gain of 8. .40 seconds. Trubisky. And that is caught and then dropped inside the 10-yard line. Anthony Miller looked like he was going to come down with the ball and could not hold on. Cre'Von LeBlanc with the cover onto the play. That close. 3rd and 3.
Cre'Von LeBlanc is just going to get his hand in between the hands here of Miller. Watch him. He didn't knock it out initially. He stays with it and eventually, just pure strength alone, pulls that sucker out. His arm is trapped and he almost got torn behind him. 1, 2. Is there 3 steps?
No review. LeBlanc picked up on waivers from Detroit in midseason. And now we have a timeout called by Chicago. Right. They wanted to make sure that the officials had all the time they needed to look at this. And display under review. Next break, side by side. Review process back in 60 seconds.
They got a chance to win this with a field goal.
Give me time. Give me time.
Wait, there's a timeout. They're going to ice the kicker. What is going on?
Oh, no.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
The snap is good. Threads are up.
Taking on America, you're taking on the world.
AGT, the champions. Tomorrow, followed by Manifest on NBC.
All right, this is very interesting. We've been looking at this during the commercial. So, Terry McCauley, what do you see here?
Well, I believe we have a catch because we have control, 2 feet, and a 3rd step before the ball comes out. So this is a catch. Now, is his knee down, or does the ball come out before? And then do we have a clear recovery after that? So
I don't think any knee was down at all. Now, does anybody recover the ball other than the official?
The ball just sat there. So now what, Terry? If you don't have a clear recovery, which we don't have, except for the guy in stripes, then what?
Well, we do have a catch, so I believe the ball has to go back to Chicago.
How bizarre is this?
Crazy.
The official recovered the ball.
Right.
Yeah. But it is indeed a catch.
1,
I think they
2,
meet all the requirements.
3, total control.
Yes.
No knee down. Shoot, he probably took 4 or 5 steps there.
Correct.
And now nobody gets on the football.
So Chicago's going to get the ball where, Terry?
At the spot of the fumble.
This is all part of the rule changes from last year. That 3rd step is making it a legal catch. And now we have the most unusual of circumstances that I've ever seen with it.
I've not seen this either, where you have a reversal, but you can't finish the play because there's no recovery.
Most unusual we've seen in replay today since the Charger-Baltimore game.
2 of them.
Wow.
This is going to be crazy. The crowd will erupt if Chicago has the ball. And the Philadelphia Eagles are moving all the way back, so they know what's going to happen here. They're already moving back. They know what's going to happen. And the crowd can sense it too.
Nobody's going to believe this when they announce it.
Can't make it up.
And I'm sure for Matt Nagy, he was probably thinking, oh my goodness, what have I done? Maybe he knew that nobody recovered it and he had nothing to lose.
Well, now they're...
Well, official review. Here's Correnti.
After review, the ruling on the field will stand. There is no clear recovery of the football. Therefore, the ball will go back. It'll be 3rd down.
Wow, they're going to rule it an incomplete pass is what he's saying. He didn't say the words, but Terry, that's what he's ruling here.
That's what they're doing. But it is a completed pass.
It was. It should have been.
So he's a runner at this point, and I don't know why they don't give him the catch, because it is.
Is it fair to say this is completely uncharted territory?
They're telling us without a clear recovery, they can't call it a catch and a fumble. They have to call it incomplete. So it's 3rd down and 3 now, back at the 37, and that'll be a 1st down as Taylor Gabriel takes it to the 23. So for all the world, the Eagles thought it was back inside the 10-yard line. Crazy stuff, and timeout is called here. Terry, come on in here. You've been sitting in the makeup chair all year long, so we got to get you on camera. All right, you've been around a long time. You've refereed 3 Super Bowls, right? You've seen about everything.
Yes, I have, Alan.
Not
this
that,
is the
though, right?
But this is the first time I've seen this. And if they're going by that you have to finish it with a recovery and you can't change it, I guess that's the rule. But it doesn't seem. I mean, you've taken away a catch. I mean, somebody could have recovered it. You've taken away a catch from Chicago.
That was ruled differently.
Yes.
Right.
That was ruled incomplete.
They're not making this up on the fly, are they?
It does seem that way, doesn't it?
I had to get it out of you. 21 seconds. 1st down at the 23-yard line. Robinson is the guy in motion. And Trubisky under pressure. Fires to the end zone. And it is deflected by Trace Sullivan. And to the ground it goes incomplete. Whew. Almost a pick, almost a catch off a deflection. 13 seconds, 2nd down.
Trubisky just never saw Sullivan. He is just going to be right underneath the ball. Right there, I do believe, the whole time. He never sees him, drops it, and almost landed in the arms of Miller.
It's a game of almost. Almost a pick, almost a reception. 2nd and 10 from the 23-yard line. Dump off, drop. Cohen couldn't collect it. 3rd and 10. So you definitely have time for one play. You do have the timeout, and Cody Parkey is warming up to try to give him the lead at worst by 3.
Wow. Well, I'll say this. If there's good news for Bears fans, after seeing Trubisky limping off the field and watching this drive, you were beginning to wonder, was he going to be able to finish this game? But he's been sharp here.
12th play of the drive. They've gone 66 yards. On 3rd down, it's going to move it a little closer for Parkey. And to the 11 it goes, and they take a timeout with 3 ticks on the clock. So that will set up what will be about a 29-yard field goal attempt to take us to halftime.
It's the craziest combination of things that I've seen happen in a long time.
Well, like I say, at least 3.5 hours.
Yeah, Oh, man.
That stuff that went on in Baltimore, whatever that was.
I can barely remember the days before you could go back to New York and have a conference on it and everybody discuss it with the head of the officials. And wow.
So a 29-yard attempt. Parkey out of O'Donnell's hold. Patrick Scales will be the snapper, and timeout has been taken by Philadelphia. And we can tell you this week on Wednesday Night Hockey, it will be the Chicago Blackhawks taking on the Nashville Predators. Wednesday, you'll see at 8 Eastern time on NBC SN. Let's take one more look at the Anthony Miller play, something that none of us have ever seen. And because there's no clear recovery, should have been ruled a catch. Instead, it was ruled incomplete. But that part of it could have been overturned.
And it was the one concern everybody had with that play. If you're going to say a third step is down, there are going to be times you're going to get a fumble out of that situation, which is exactly what happened there.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are easier to dissect in the rule book. The field goal is good from 29, and the Chicago Bears will go to the locker room leading by a score of 6-3. They get the ball to start the second half. Up next, at halftime after these messages from your NBC station.
Want to stay up to date? Hey Siri, show me football scores. NBC has brought you some of
Points go from the regular season. Defense is dominating. Mistakes. Foles with turnover here. A couple of field goals for the Bears. One for the Eagles. 6-3 on the way to the third. Mike Tirico, Tony Dungy, Rodney Harrison. Let's get back to that play at the end of the first half. This was not a great day for replay. What did you see as a coach when you watched that play at the end of the half?
Well, when they changed the replay fumble rule, I argued it was ridiculous because players stop when the whistle blows. But when they did change the rule, I always told our guys, whenever the ball is on the ground, get it. Never let a ball lay on the ground, no matter how many whistles blow.
Coach, anytime I played on the defense, anytime the ball was on the ground, regardless if the whistle blowed or not, we would always jump on the ball. Don't leave it in the hands of the officials.
Eagles didn't do it, and it cost them 3 points there. No doubt in my mind they would have gotten that ball.
Call. Yeah, call stands feels like a bailout. Because if it's a catch with steps, it's a catch, period. End of statement. Let's get to the highlights earlier. Chargers had a touchdown. It looked like one, but replay didn't give them one. They were in control on defense. They solved Baltimore from the first time they saw them.
Yes, had great adjustments in this second time around. Melvin Ingram rushing inside was one of them. He had a huge day.
First 3 quarters, Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, 3 first downs, 3 points, but they had 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. This one to Michael Crabtree, tightened it up, 6-point game. Chargers defense, though, Rodney, able to close the day.
Yeah, Coach, you talk about the pressure up the middle. They're going to have to take that to Foxborough next week.
7 sacks, and they win. Paul Burmeister talks to Phillip Rivers, who's on his way to play the Pats next Sunday.
From 23-3 to hoping your defense makes a play in the final seconds, what was that like?
Yeah, well, we had opportunities to finish it offensively. We didn't get it done. Our defense was unbelievable today. Again, going against that offense, that's tough offense. And we were going against a tough defense. We couldn't get anything but field goals early. Getting the touchdown on the 4th down was huge. I missed a chance to make it 27-3 there to Tyrell down the middle, but we found a way. Special teams with some big returns, field goals as well. It was a great team win.
Earn the right to play in Foxborough next week. Makes you think what?
Well, makes me think 2007. That year. It's been a long time. I can't wait to get there.
Thank you.
He's on his way already. That was the NFC Championship game, the closest Rivers got to the Super Bowl. Pats haven't lost at home. Chargers haven't lost outside of Southern California. We'll be in Kansas City, 3 Eastern pregame. Colts, Chiefs. Thoughts on these games?
I played against Phillip Rivers in that 2007 AFC Championship game. He had a torn ACL, couldn't do the things that he was used to doing. I know he's anxious to get back 11 years later.
And I coached a Chiefs team a Colts team in 2003 that went into Kansas City against a great offense. Andrew Luck, Patrick Mahomes. This is going to be a big, big game.
You used to coach in Kansas City. We had to cover both sides.
Both ways, yes.
We'll all be there. And Peter King was up there already this week. He visited with Patrick Mahomes. Football Morning in America columns, great stuff. And you'll see this Saturday on our pregame at 3 Eastern. The no-look Mahomes.
That is so ridiculous.
He went 1 for 1 on that. So we'll be excited to be with you from KC for the divisional playoff beginning next weekend on NBC. Up next, preview the Golden Globes tonight, and we'll hand out our awards for Wild Card Weekend. But first, Toyota reveals the world's greatest action hero.
Look out from behind, and down he goes. Leonard Floyd right there to put him down. Oh, look out, it gets picked off. Picked off by Smith.
He is an aggressive young linebacker.
Fires picked off in the end zone. Adrian Amos with the pick.
Chevy has earned J.D. Power Dependability Awards for cars, trucks, and SUVs.
Soldier Field, walking distance over to Lake Michigan. There are the columns. Stayed in place when they redid Soldier Field a few years back. The Buzz 6-3, Chicago leading at halftime. Nick Foles, 10 of 16, 143, and the 2 interceptions. He's been sacked 1 time. Trubisky, 13 of 23, 105. So the numbers below average. 2 takeaways for the Bears, who had 36 to lead the league this season. 3 points off, and today the first day in postseason history, 2 games without a first half TD. The other would be Baltimore against the Chargers, which was 12-0 on 4 field goals at the half. Al Michaels with Chris Collinsworth, Michelle DeFoya. Philadelphia trying to win a trip to New Orleans, and Chicago trying to win a trip to Los Angeles to meet the Rams next week. And off we go in the second half. Elliott sending it down toward Bellamy. Runs it back from the 2-yard line, and a nice tackle is made up at the 17-yard line there by DeAndre Hall. We go to Michelle.
Well, Matt Nagy told me that after Mitchell Trubisky visited the medical tent in the first half to have his right leg examined, he talked to his quarterback and said, hey, if you're going to play, you're going to go play. And he also told me his play calling would not be impacted by that at all. I asked why safety Eddie Jackson isn't playing, and Nagy said he's available to us if we need him. Now, Doug Peterson told me we had momentum but self-destructed. He wants to get Nick Foles back in rhythm, saying minus the 2 picks, he had a pretty good first half, Al.
All right, thank you, Michelle. As Chicago takes the ball at the 17-yard line, they start on the ground here. Nothing doing for Jordan Howard. Loss of 1. He's second down and 11.
Well, the thing we came on the air talking about, this Eagles secondary really has played pretty darn well here in the first half. You have to take into consideration, though, that they had a couple of interception opportunities that they did not make. Trayvon LeBlanc right here on the slot, making the play of the first half, maybe the play of the playoffs so far. And then Avonte Maddox on the outside, almost with this one. Trey Sullivan had his hands on another. So it is the interceptions that were made versus the ones that were not.
Second and 11, and Trubisky a little razzle-dazzle here. This is Gabriel. And he'll pick up the first down and several more yards out to the 37-yard line. So Nagy, who loves to go to the back of the play, but very often does so here for a first down on a gain of 21.
And haven't you been wondering where this was? When we've come in here and done games before, we see this sort of misdirection stuff all the time. Watch the ball handling here by Trubisky, and you never hand it to a wide receiver. You learn that the hard way. Jordan Howard out front making the block, because they'd much rather catch it in the middle of the air than have it handed to them.
We were in here for that Rams game. The only touchdown of the game was caught by Bradley Scholl, a tackle. From the 37, little flip here. This one goes to Adam Shaheen, going nowhere. That didn't fool anyone. Long is there for the stop. Second down.
Well, one of the guys that's had a big first half so far has been Nigel Bradham. There's Michael Bennett, had the penalty in the first half as well. But Nigel Bradham has really begun to sniff out a few of these gimmicky kind of plays here for the Chicago Bears. He's been on some of the read option plays, had a nice first half, comes out and makes that play there.
Third year with the Eagles, started his career with Buffalo. Second down and 10 from the 37. A little blocking here too, and Robinson able to break tackles and come close to picking up a first down. They'll spot him a little bit shy to make it 3rd and 1. Douglas makes the stop.
One of the unsung heroes on this football team is Josh Bellamy on the outside. Bellamy has gotten plenty of opportunities here lately, not because of his great receiving skills, but exactly this, his ability to make some of those blocks in space. So we're getting now back to what I think of as the Chicago Bears offense. Some of the quick screens, get it out of his hands, reverses, and it's been working.
Lead one here on 3rd down. And Howard will pick it up.
Whoa.
And could have really been off to the races as he gets tripped up but he does move the chains. First down for the Bears.
Good block inside by Shaheen, but boy, this was the tackle right here that saved the Eagles. Malcolm Jenkins gets just enough, and you have to transition. He was down in there in man coverage against Shaheen. When he blocked, he had to get his eyes up in the backfield and got just enough of him. I still think that Howard could have a huge impact on this game in the second half. Good running really well.
He had a great December. Guy gained over 1,000 yards in each of his first 2 years. 9 and change this year, and Trubisky gets taken down in the backfield. Jernigan coming in. Timmy Jernigan along with Brandon Graham for the sack.
So here's exactly what we were talking about. You've got the center, Cody Whitehair, who's going to go and help against Fletcher Cox. And they're going to leave Timmy Jernigan then inside one-on-one against the rookie, James Daniels, right here. So you'll see him go this way and then leave the one-on-one on the outside.
Five-yard loss on the sack.
The Bears run the football a lot after they have a sack. 50%. That is one of the highest in the league.
This time they'll pass it. And that'll be taken to the 45-yard line by Ben Broniker. So they pick up about 9, making it 3rd down and 6 from the Eagle 45.
Well, here's where the Eagles have to win the football game. The strength of their team is in their pass rushers. You will often see on this part of the field here as well, Jim Schwartz is not afraid to call up a zero blitz, which basically means you're going to bring everybody at a free safety in the middle of the field, so it doesn't look like it this time.
And the Bears go 5 wide. They send 5 this time. Trubisky under pressure, and he will just fling that one into the night sky to make it 4th down.
Yeah, and the good strategy is what they've been doing here with Nigel Bradham. This spy has worked a couple of times. They leave him right in the middle of the field, knowing that Trubisky loves to run the football in these kinds of situations. Just shadow him everywhere he goes and force Trubisky to throw it away.
So opening drive of the half as you look at Sproles back to receive the kick from O'Donnell. Chicago had the ball over 5 minutes, ran 8 plays. And that kick angled toward the far sideline, and Sproles goes for it and makes the fair catch at the 17. 9:43 left in the third. 6-3 Chicago. The career path of the two coaches amazing. Doug Peterson was coaching high school, and Andy Reid said, "Come back to Philadelphia." Matt Nagy was in Philly as a training camp intern. Peterson then was elevated to the quarterbacks coach, and Nagy went to quality control. Peterson became the offensive coordinator. Nagy took over the quarterbacks. Doug became a head coach. Nagy became a head coach. Good buddies, good friends. Peterson was coaching high school in Louisiana for 4 years. Nagy was trying to sell homes in Pennsylvania. And here they are. Great buddies. Text a lot. And meeting head-to-head for the right to move on to the divisional round. Philadelphia, their first play of the second half. From the 17-yard line. Foles fires. That's caught up at the 21-yard line by Ertz. We go to Michelle.
Well, Matt Nagy told us he and Doug Peterson learned how to coach and how to be coached in those 7 seasons they spent together under Andy Reid's tutelage. And spending those long days together as assistants, as you said, Al, they became great friends. Their wives became friends. Even their kids became great friends. And they both told us they were really looking forward to this matchup.
Michelle, people looking for any fruit born by the Andy Reid tree these days. We'll see Andy next week as Kansas City takes on Indianapolis. 2nd and 5 from the 22-yard line. No gain there. It's funny because the thought was a couple of months ago, everybody wants an offensive head coach. Now teams are beginning to look at defensive guys like Vic Fangio.
Well, Vic Fangio has done an unbelievable job, but I'm with you. Everybody is looking for that next young offensive-minded coaches, and they're going pretty far down the pecking order to try and find one. But after what we've seen these young coaches do, Sean McVay, Matt Nagy, why not?
Yeah, I mean, that was the script in Chicago this year. They thought second-year quarterback Trubisky, first-year head coach would be similar to Jared Goff in his second year and Sean McVay in his first season last year, getting the Rams to the playoffs. 3rd and 6. Foles throws a wobbler down the sideline, and Ertz can't hold on. And now a flag comes in from behind.
Yeah, it was going to be Adrian Amos with a personal foul. It was going to be incomplete, and it looked like a shot to the head here by Amos. They had their defensive play, and they were going to be off the field.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 38. Hit against the defenseless player. 15-yard penalty, automatic, first down.
And that will be the first penalty against the Bears in the game at a most inopportune time.
It's so hard for those guys. And Amos, if you've watched him play, you know that those big hits are a part of his game. And as he came over there and saw it, he knew he was going to try and break it up the old-fashioned way. I'm sure he's been playing that way since high school, but the rules are different now.
Not much going on with Khalil Mack tonight. They've done a good job taking him out of a good part of the action. Foles fires, and that is caught by Darren Sproles.
You know, isn't it interesting that you've got Jason Peters out there who has been blocking Mack for the most part tonight. He and Darren Sproles not a part of that Super Bowl run last year, and neither was Jordan Hicks, who's back. So those guys maybe even a little added incentive out here tonight.
2nd and 7. Just a 3-man rush, and taken down. Golden Tate had nowhere to go. Danny Trevathan started his career with Denver, 7th year in the league, makes the stop. They're down.
The most amazing thing about Jason Peters has always been his ability to move his feet for a huge man. He's been in the Pro Bowl almost every single year, but the focus on this game tonight was to take out Mack, and what they've learned is that Peters has been able to do it by himself, so they're not having to chip with their backs coming out of the backfield as they anticipated they might have to.
Great point. 3rd down and 5 from the 40. Foles to the sideline, and the catch is made at the 49-yard line by Golden Tate. Came over from the Lions, and that's a first down.
Yeah, so if you don't like Jason Peters, let's try and loop you inside here. It's exactly what they did with Mack. But Sayamalo was able to pick him up, and for Foles, that's more than a couple little fadeaway jumpers he's made, and there was a little bit of controversy about whether or not Golden Tate was helping this football team or not, but he's made a few big plays so far in this one.
And Foles is a pretty good basketball player, so he knows about fadeaway jumpers.
They've got too many men on the field.
Right, so you got a flag, too many men on the field.
12 players on the defense while the snap was imminent. 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
And that moves the ball into Bear territory. To the 46-yard line, it'll be first down and 5. Sherrick McManus is the last guy to come off, so he was probably number 12.
Yeah, so Vic Fangio's going crazy. He should have been off the field on this drive long ago.
6.5 left in the 3rd. Rapidly moving game. Bears by 3 and on a first down and 5. Foles hands the ball off to Sproles. Darren Sproles talking about maybe retiring, but I'm beginning to hear that maybe he's thinking about coming back one more year. And Michelle knows.
Well, you know, last season was going to be Sproles' last in the NFL, but then he landed on IR with that torn ACL and broken arm, and his daughter, Devin, said, you got to play just one more year. But I asked Sproles if this would indeed be his final season, and he said he's taking it a game at a time, and he told me he probably wouldn't make his decision until right before training camp out.
Yeah, Michelle, he also only played, you know, like 3/8 of a season. He missed 10 games this year. So for a 14th year, got his stretch. 2nd and 2 from the 43. Foles. And deep down the sideline and incomplete, but a flag comes in. Amukamara got tangled up with Jordan Matthews. First time that Matthews has been targeted tonight. And the penalty is going to be against Amukamara, and so the Bears, who had no penalties, at the start of this drive have picked up 2 huge ones.
It's amazing, isn't it? And
make it 3.
Really give Jordan Matthews a lot of credit here for staying with this ball and fighting
20.
his way through it. And you could see the hook of the arm and right at the last moment there, just a little too much contact, keeping that right arm from the football.
So 3 penalties, a personal foul on Amos, the 12 men on the field, and this one a 33-yard penalty to put the ball at the 10-yard line and make it a first down and goal.
Prince Amukamara is the guy that loves that bump and run coverage on the outside. He does it about as much as anybody on football. On the other side, Kyle Fuller loves to play off. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen Alshon Jeffrey on Amukamara a little bit more in this game.
Smallwood is the running back. Throws to the end zone, caught, touchdown. That's Dallas Goedert, the number 2 tight end. So Matthews was targeted for the first time, and now Goedert targeted for the first time, and it pays off with a touchdown. The first touchdown of the night, 83 yards in 7 plays for the Eagles.
Bad drive for Amos here. He's going to get beat, but watch this move by Goedert inside. He's going to give it that hard outside move. Everything looks like it's going to the outside. Amos tries to grab him. He knew he was beaten. And the 2 tight end look for the Philadelphia Eagles. They've been doing it more and more the last month, and it is paying off.
Now began at their own 17. Jake Elliott tacks on point number 10. 5:20 left in the third. Bowles to the end zone to Goedert. Eagles lead 10-6 in Chicago. Best return for the ultimate competition, America's Got Talent, the Champions, premiering tomorrow right here on NBC. Beautiful night in Chicago. The temperature has held steady the entire game at 38 degrees. We have a touchback here. And I can tell you that this wild card playoff game is being brought to you by Universal Pictures Glass in theaters January the 18th. By Verizon, the best unlimited is on Verizon, America's most awarded network. By the Lexus UX, crafted to conquer the new frontier. By Charmin Ultrasoul. They're celebrating the return of the playoffs. Ice sculptures around the city. There it is, Wrigley Field, home of the Cubs, former home of the Bears for many, many, many years. Yeah. Bears from the 25-yard line. Fires broken up at the 35-yard line. Crowd looking around for yellow, and they see none. Douglas covering Gabriel.
Maybe the most improved football player on this Eagles defense is Rasul Douglas. He had some issues early on when he started playing so much, but you can just literally watch his confidence grow. A little grab there, maybe, but playoff football, sometimes you get away with a tad more than you would otherwise. But it's really been an amazing story to watch this secondary grow over the past month when their experience level was next to zero.
Keep on the ground here with Jordan Howard. It'll be 3rd down and 8. What a job that Schwartz and the defensive staff has done. Secondary, 13 different starters. 14 guys in the secondary. Only the Packers had more on the back end. And Jim Schwartz, former head coach of the Lions, came in, did a great job last year with this team. Man, oh man, mixing and matching all over the place this season.
Yeah, and what's bizarre is that Malcolm Jenkins has played every play.
Every snap. 3rd and 8. And that's caught at the 30-yard line, but a great tackle is made there to save a first down by Crevon LeBlanc on Adam Shaheen, 4th down.
Well, Crevon LeBlanc got a break on the play before the half, but right here he's in the open field with a monster. He's got to get him on the ground or this is going to be a first down, and they have been doing this for the last month. It's really been amazing. It's almost like there's a bond that is formed between these young guys on the back end who really never anticipated playing in a playoff game of this magnitude when the season started.
LeBlanc 190 pounds. And Shaheen 270. Kick will bound out of bounds at the 17-yard line. 3:48 left in the 3rd. Philadelphia 10, Chicago 6.
Did that just happen?
Illinois, bear down on this Sunday night. He's at every Bears game. Mike Ditka lives, sort of.
Glad Mike's doing well, too.
Yeah, he is. From the 17-yard line, Foles will start here. Little dump off to Ertz, close to a first down. Big play at the end of the first half, if you tuned in late, was a supposed incompletion here. Miller, and then you've got Miller, which we thought was going to be overturned, but there was no clear recovery on the play. And we were talking to Terry McCauley earlier. We're going to bring Terry in just a second. We'll bring him in. So, Terry, we've heard from New York, and what's the deal?
Well, after some extensive research into the deepest, darkest bowels of the instant replay casebook, there's a statement that says if there's no clear recovery, then you can't change it to a catch. Doesn't seem logical, but that is the rule in this case.
That is the deepest, darkest bowels. It's page 407, article 31, subparagraph 70, with 9 asterisks. Good God. Anyway, that's a first down here as Sproles makes the catch.
Yeah, if you've ever tried to go through that case,
oh, please.
it's a little bit like the IRS code or something. But we're starting to see this Eagles offense now that is getting into what they want to do, which is get the ball out of Nick Foles' hand quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if Darren Sproles doesn't start playing a little bigger role here in the second half.
On the 38-yard line, keep it on the ground here. Sproles working his way up to the 41-yard line. Got a good little thing going out of that backfield as Sproles now carrying 9 times. Small with 6. Adams has only been used very sparingly. He's only carried the ball 1 time.
You know, Nick Foles, we talked to him quite a bit about how he handles nerves in big situations. And basically, he told the story that he just says whatever he honestly is feeling to his wife. They discuss it, he journals it, and he figures out a way to get it out of his mind. It was really a very interesting conversation.
Second down and 8. And Foles down the sideline, and it's incomplete. Intended there for Jeffrey. Prince Amukamara covering on the play. It'll be 3rd and 8.
I've been waiting to see that jump ball the entire game, but Jeffrey didn't jump this time. You get bump and run coverage on the outside with Amukamara, and Jeffrey is one of the best contested ball receivers. Now you could argue maybe Amukamara had a little arm wrapped around him and he couldn't jump, but here we go again.
Yeah,
How physical can you be?
Yeah, third down passing tremendous last year in the playoffs. 5 of 5 today with 3 first downs. Needs 8 yards here to convert.
They come right back to Jeffrey.
Send an extra man, fires over the middle, and it's incomplete. Amos covering on the play, intended for Golden Tate. That'll make it 4th down.
I might have taken that shot again to Jeffrey out there because they ran the one-word coverage inside. So instead of splitting the safeties to help the corner, drop them down. And I don't think that when Nick Foles goes back and looks at that tape, he's going to be happy with that read. He had Jeffrey.
Cameron Johnston. Send it down for Tariq Cohen. He calls for a fair catch. Short kick. Collects it at the 22-yard line. A minute and a half left in the 3rd with the Eagles up by 4. Saturday, we will get it started right here on NBC. Indianapolis against Kansas City. Andrew Luck, red hot. Patrick Mahomes might be the league's MVP before it's all said and done. Coverage starts at 3 Eastern time. The game begins at 4:35. Most TD passes in the NFL, 89. The 2 of them combined regular season TD passes most in a postseason game in NFL history. I don't have to tell you how hot the Colts are right now. Chiefs, the #1 seed in the AFC. We start next Saturday. The pass here is to Allen Robinson. And that's complete for a first down and a gain of 12 up to the 34-yard line.
And the Eagles continue what they've been doing all season long, which is really not blitzing. They blitz only 18% of the time in the regular season. Really depend on that front 4 to get pressure. They've only blitzed twice so far here tonight.
Coming up to the final minute of the 3rd quarter. Again, just 4. Trubisky has a man open. It's Robinson. He's inside the 30, and Allen Robinson takes the ball to the 21-yard line. Sullivan makes the tackle, and Robinson, who was hurt last week, been in and out of the lineup, but he is clearly their #1 guy. That's a gain of 45 and his 7th catch of the game.
Monte Maddox got greedy here. He thought he was going to jump this slant for the game-ending interception and just got burned on the play. Young players sometimes, when they get a little too confident, can be taken advantage of. Good play call that time on the part of Nagy.
Robinson, one of the great free agent pickups by Ryan Pace, the general manager, reconstructing the receiving core. What a difference that has made. To the 21, Trubisky fires, and that is taken in by Robinson, but he's out of bounds. Hold it in with 9 seconds, but steps on the chalk.
Yep. He's out, and I think they blew that coverage right there because Maddox came up, and I don't know if you would have seen Robinson just keep going deep. There was nobody back there, so really, Eagles got away with one there too.
Upside down, you can read BU, which Matt Nagy has on his card for every game. Don't be somebody else. Call them the way you see them. 2nd down and 10. Pulled in by Cohen. And that's going to take us to the end of the quarter as he gets to the 20-yard line. It will be 3rd and 9 when play resumes. End at 3 at Soldier Field. Philadelphia 10, Chicago 6. This Wild Card playoff game continues after these messages. Not easy to repeat as Super Bowl champs. The Packers did it. They won the first 2 Super Bowls. Dolphins had that perfect season. They won it back-to-back. Steelers did it twice in the 70s, winning 4 Super Bowls in all. 49ers late 80s, Cowboys 92 and 3, Broncos 97 and 98 with Shanahan and Elway, and the Patriots the last to do it. So it's been 14 years since teams gone back-to-back, which is what Peterson and the Eagles are trying to do. Al Michaels, Chris Collinsworth, and Michelle DeFoya start the 4th in a 4-point game, 3rd down and 9 for the Bears at the Eagle 20-yard line. Trubisky's going to step up. He's going to take off, but he will be stopped at the 15-yard line. So it's 4th down and 4. Jenkins is there, and they will send Parkey and company out to attempt the field goal.
Take a look at the coverage here. We'll go across the board. First on the outside with Robinson. Maybe a little opportunity to get one in there. There's Gabriel on the other side underneath the coverage. But the one thing that we have seen this Eagles team do all season long, yes, they've given up a lot of points, a lot of yards, all that stuff, but on 3rd down and red zone, they've been really good all year.
34-yard attempt for Parkey. Will put it down. And folks, we have a 1-point game with 14-13 left in regulation. NFC playoff bracket last night. Dallas won. So if Philadelphia wins this game, they would go to New Orleans. Otherwise, Dallas goes to New Orleans. And on the bottom side, you see Dallas or Chicago against the Rams. And that is if Chicago wins this game. Otherwise, the Cowboys will go. AFC, meanwhile, we've got Indianapolis, Kansas City, which we have on NBC to start the divisional weekend next Saturday at 4:35 Eastern time. Chargers win in Baltimore today, so they will go home and then make another round trip coast to coast, go to Foxborough at 105 on CBS next Saturday.
I think Andy Reid's going, I'm the #1 seed again here, and I've got a team that's won 10 out of 11 coming in here for the opening round.
Right.
What about my luck?
What about the Chargers? What about the Chargers saying, wait a minute, we won 12 games, we have to go to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Hold off at the end, go back home, go to Foxborough. And somehow if they win that and Indianapolis wins, they would, as the #5 seed, host the AFC Championship game. From the 5-yard line, this is Boston Scott. And he'll be brought down up at the 26-yard line.
Well, there he is, Khalil Mack. We haven't said his name a whole lot tonight, but since 2015, this guy has absolutely dominated. 2nd in sacks during that period of time, 39 quarterback hits, 324 total pressures is the most in the NFL. 12.5 sacks this year, and they really need that sort of match magical play that we saw out of him early in the year. Remember against Green Bay? He was a force in that game. They need him right now.
Right after they signed him. Barely any training camp. He's had 3 tackles tonight. That's it. Shoot it out to Jeffrey. He's surrounded by a whole bunch of Bears. Leonard Floyd amongst them. Short gain, 2nd down and 9.
Well, this is the sort of athleticism you can see out of Mack, because not only is he going to be there with a presence to rush the passer if needed, now you throw the quick screen and he beats him to the point, forces it back inside to all the help. So great athlete going against a great athlete on the other side as well, and Jason Peters.
Keep it on the ground on 2nd and 9. Smallwood. A bit of running there onto the 33-yard line. Trevathan makes the stop, setting up a 3rd down and 3.
Yeah, that was Dallas Goedert who caught the touchdown pass. He was over there slugging it out. Probably the biggest surprise, Al, I think, for this Eagles team has been the blocking ability of Dallas Goedert. They didn't see that one coming. But now all things on the table, and this is one that Darren Sproles is built for. 3rd down and short. We saw him in New Orleans. We've seen him everywhere. So dynamic with one quick move and getting open.
And there he is flanking Foles on a 3rd and 3 as they take the play clock all the way down. He juggles it, keeps his balance, holds on to the ball, but is stopped a yard short of the 1st down. Little mistiming on the handoff there, and it's 4th down.
Tried to get this handoff, couldn't quite. You bobble it one time, and everything is just thrown off at that point. So sometimes better to be lucky than good. The Bears catch a break right there.
Cohen is back. Johnston, this will be his 4th punt of the night, averaging 45 per boot. Hangs it away from Cohen, who makes the fair catch at the 21-yard line. Exactly 12 minutes left in regulation. 10-9. That's our thing. By Volkswagen, don't just get an SUV, get an SUVW. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. So look at the results this weekend. Colts stay smoking hot. Seahawks, Cowboys, a wild one. Chargers, Ravens, crazy as the Ravens almost mounted an off-the-charts comeback. And this wraps up the wild card weekend. 1-point game. 10-9 Philadelphia. Drive starts from the 20. Gabriel takes the handoff. Nowhere to run. Stopped for a loss of 1 by Jordan Hicks. 2nd and 11.
Boy, they have really missed having Jordan Hicks in there coming back from injury. And you're just going to see he sees this coming all the way and just beats one of the speediest guys on the field in Gabriel to the point. But that sort of speed, athleticism, and ability to make those calls, he's not playing as much as he typically would be. He's been in and out of the lineup here, but they're slowly working him back in, and you got to think he's going to be a bigger factor as the playoffs go along.
They empty the backfield to 5 wide in the 2nd and 11. Trubisky throws into the ground, intended for Gabriel. Jenkins with the perfect coverage. 3rd down and 11. All things considered for Trubisky, pretty good protection by that Bears offensive front, doing a good job against that potent Eagle front 4. Only 1 sack, 6 hits.
The key for Trubisky is when he gets the ball out of his hands. So 2.5 seconds or less going into this drive. I didn't count that one. 15 for 19, 150 yards. 2.6 seconds or more, 5 for 14 for 37 yards. So play with tempo, get it out of your hands, and this offense clicks.
Leads 11 here. Good protection again. Fires into traffic. Caught at the 37-yard line. Taylor Gabriel right on the money. Corey Graham with a stop and a big 3rd and 11 completion.
Let's take a look. This is nice protection up front by the Chicago Bears. They are going to give Trubisky enough time for this route to work down the field. Overreaction in the zone. And that's what it takes when you're 3rd and long. You need that added second in order to get that ball down the field.
to the ground. That's the hole there, but stopped after he bursted through by Jordan Hicks was Jordan Howard. Fell into a gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
Well, having Kyle Long back in the lineup has really been a benefit. Not only is he stout enough to hold up against these big pass rushers, Fletcher Cox and Timmy Jernigan, he can also get some movement inside in the running game. That's exactly what he did there. That's the reason I kind of keep thinking that before this game's over, Jordan Howard is going to be a factor if they can stay with it a little bit.
He's only carried 9 times tonight for 37 yards. So that was in 4 per tote. Fake it to him. And then Trubisky rifles one down the sideline, and open and making the catch is Josh Bellamy. And had he stayed on his feet, he would have scored. But he had to go to the ground to secure it. But a big, big gain of 34 yards, and the Bears are in business.
Now they're faking the quick screen to the outside, and the guy who typically blocks this time takes off. And they just aren't prepared for him. Once again, Maddox saw the inside guy, but you throw enough of those screens outside, there's a good shoulder pump fake, and you end up with another big play down the field.
Bellamy, first catch of the night from the 22-yard line now. Trubisky stepping up, fires down the sideline. Robinson makes the catch, but a flag is down. For the moment, it's ruled a touchdown, but there's a flag down. The flag is on the far side at the 12-yard line.
Pass interference, defense number 29. This penalty has been declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
Robinson, 8th catch of the night for the score.
The double moves are just killing Maddox here, and they are taking full advantage of this young cornerback. He's trying to flip his head around on the first move, and time after time after time, you've seen Matt Nagy able to take advantage.
So now a 2-point attempt will come here to try to make it 7 points. Little exotic thing here. You got Mack in the game. You got Soul in the game, who caught the only touchdown pass in the Rams-Bears game in December. So Matt Nagy, again, going to the back of the playbook, loves to do on this 2-point attempt.
Yeah, and typically what he does here is he shows you a little eye candy. In other words, he'll probably end up using Khalil Mack as a distraction. Let's make sure he gets his feet in. Yeah, no question. So keep an eye here, and typically they throw the football out of this formation. 7 out of 8, I believe, was the number where they pass it when they bring a defensive player into the game.
Move it right between the hash marks here. So 79 reports eligible. Crowd knows what that means. That's Bradley Soul.
Back in the backfield.
Yeah, you got Mack there. Now Mack will reposition himself.
There's the shift.
Pull in motion quickly, and a little toss to Gabriel, and Gabriel tries to dive into the end zone. The ball is loose, but it is no good. The rest of the play doesn't count. Play is over.
Is unsuccessful.
Well, they don't get the 2, but they do get the touchdown, and Chicago has the lead 15-10 with 9:04 left. We'll start it here on NBC, Indianapolis and Kansas City, then Dallas or Chicago with the Rams on Fox. Chargers on Sunday at New England on CBS with Jim and Tony, and either Dallas or Philly at New Orleans with Joe and Troy. Already making assignments. Joe and Troy may be in LA, I don't know. Now Freddie Cadelli tells me they are. All right. So much for me making the assignments, huh? At the goal line, you got Boston Scott. And he gets wrapped up back at the 14-yard line.
All right, let's take a look at our next-gen stats powered by our friends at AWS. And Next Gen does a great job of this. who was on the field, or in this case, how many were on the field. The Dallas Goedert touchdown, the Bears only had 10 men on the field, and the Eagles took full advantage.
Ain't like soccer. 3 ticks under 9 minutes to go. Doug Peterson, the play caller, see what he sends in here. Oh, baby, that may have been jostled.
Oh, yeah.
His arm got hit. Khalil Mack came in. Lucky that one wasn't picked off. 2nd down and 10.
Well, you can slow him down, but you can't stop him forever. At that time, an inside move on the part of Mack. Watch him jump inside of Jason Peters here and get this hit, and really Foles is lucky that one wasn't picked off. Number 1 defense, here you go. Here's your time.
2nd and 10. Crowd roaring at Soldier Field. Only a 2-man rush that time, and 9 back, and it's broken up. Sherrick McManus broke it up. It'll be 3rd down and 10.
It's interesting. Here you have Khalil Mack, who's one of the best pass rushers in football, and yet he has another job. This time he's going this way to distract and disrupt Golden Tate, who was the intended receiver, and it gave McManus just enough time to get there.
Sent only 2 in that time. It's 3rd down and 10. Three-man rush. Foles fires, and that is caught up at the 27-yard line by Aguilar. Nelson Aguilar pulls it in. A little slow to get up. Getting up right now, and for Aguilar, that is catch number 2.
Yeah, this was a great job by Nick Foles here. First of all, understanding this is just a 3-man rush, so he had time to let this route develop down the field. Just eyeballing the whole thing, and I'll tell you, Nelson Aguilar's had a big stretch here over the past 3 or 4 games. Has really helped the Eagles in some key situations.
And the 27 to the ground. Tougher, supposed to maintain his balance all the way through. Akeem Hicks knocks him down under 8 minutes to play.
2 Pro Bowlers going neck and neck here. You got Hicks, you got Brooks. You had Kelsey with a nice block down the field, but they just could not get away from Hicks. It seems like every time there's a hole opening up, number 96 is filling it.
2nd and 8, halfway through the 4th quarter. Rolling right, throwing left, and turning around, and his pass is incomplete. And there is no flag. Tate looking for one. Roquan Smith, the linebacker, all the way back there. And Tate shaken up earlier and shaken up right now. Will have to come out for at least 1 play. 3rd down.
Yeah, Roquan Smith not only smart, but he can fly. Watch him. This is a total misdirection. Foles going to roll to his right, throw it all the way back, and Smith just hit the jets. One of the fastest linebackers coming out in some time, and it paid off for him there.
Number 1 draft choice out of Georgia, the last guy to sign a contract. Came into camp just before the beginning of the season. Vic Fangio's defense. 3rd down and 8. Play clock at 2. Blitz coming. And the pass is too high and incomplete. Intended for Goddard. 4th down. Bush covering on the play. Eagles punt.
Haven't done it often, but that time they brought all 3 and dropped 1 out in the middle. But the appearance of pressure made Nick Foles throw that just a little bit sooner. Don't use it all the time, but when they do, effective. That was a big miss.
Going back, hopeful of a return. Johnson has been sending every punt tonight toward the sideline. But this one's down the middle. However, it's a fair catch called for and made at the 26-yard line. 7:02 left in the fourth. Bears by 5 at home. Coming up right after the game from Beverly Hills, right here on NBC. Roger Goodell is here, the commissioner, attending this one tonight. Heck of a game. 15-10 Chicago, as the Bears have the ball at their own 26-yard line. Jordan Howard is the back, and he'll get stuck in the backfield. Tackle for loss there. Branham all over the place tonight. In on that one as well. It'll be second down and long.
Yeah, speaking of long, Kyle Long that time took a little too long trying to get off the double team to get to Bradham. Obviously, right now, you're in one of those situations where the Eagles are anticipating you're going to try and run the football. Now it's really how much do you trust Trubisky right here. He's had a phenomenal night. I think probably exceeded all expectations so far, but now we are down to that moment. Can he complete a few of these passes and keep these drives alive?
Going for 263 with no turnovers. And he gets sacked there. Look, for a moment he was able to avoid it, but then Michael Bennett finishes him off. And that's going to set up a third down and 20.
Yeah, and when you get into those second and longs after you stuff a run, then you get a right to rush the passer. And this time it just collapsed from all angles. There was nowhere to go. And I think for Mitch Trubisky right there, the right decision. And I cannot imagine they're going to do anything too elaborate here. You've got the #1 defense in football. You're going to give them a chance to win the football game.
Third down and 19. And 3 after Trubisky. Nearly gets sacked again, rolling away, throws over the middle, caught by Cohen. And he'll get chased by Jenkins and forced out of bounds. And the punt group will come in on a 4th down and 11.
So the Eagles defense answered, and they came up with the play that they had to. And it's so interesting, Al, as we head down the stretch with this thing, that Nick Foles and Matt Nagy were together in Kansas City, and it was Nagy to a large degree that sort of talked Foles back into falling in love with football. And here he is with a chance to break his heart after all those years and all those pep talks. And here he is staring him right in the eyeball.
See if Foles can take him on that magic carpet ride again. Donald's kick is a very short kick that will go out of bounds at around the 40-yard line. They'll mark it at the 40-yard line. So a very short, poor kick of 36 yards. Night before Super Bowl 53, NFL's brightest stars come together, salute the best players, plays, and moments from the season. Tune into NFL Honors February the 2nd, 9 Eastern time on CBS. 39 degrees, up a degree since the start of the game. You look at Chicago, the beautiful skyline, shore of Lake Michigan, and here comes Foles, and we're talking about, Nagy and Peterson and what they meant. I mentioned it before. The greatest parting gift Andy Reid ever gave to Philadelphia was talking this guy out of retiring.
He had the brilliant year here, 27 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He had the unbelievable Super Bowl run. He's had some dark moments, but he's always seemed to find a way, hasn't he? Or at least in this stretch, in these moments, to make these kinds of plays.
Trying to find one in the final 4:45. Fires that one. That's caught on the Bears side of the field. Alshon Jeffrey, that big body, gets up there and holds that one in for a gain of 15.
Now, Foles was talking to us about the comfort level he had with Jeffrey. He said, I'm a basketball player. He's a basketball player. We kind of find this way to get the ball up high. He uses that big body. And, of course, Jeffrey was right here in Chicago. So this means a lot to him as well to come back here. He had some brilliant years in Chicago.
First 5 seasons for him in a Bears uniform. 5-point gain. First down at the 45-yard line. And Foles will get jostled, and that pass is incomplete. And Sherrick McManus coming in from the secondary to bust up that play. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, they have not blitzed the slot a lot, and that's something that Fangio likes. But you'll see these inside to give him a straight line coming off the slot. They always try and reduce that corner, as they say. Sproles was there, but still McManus able to get his hands on it.
2nd and 10. Three receivers set to the left in a bunch. Tries to come back the other way. Instead goes to the tight end. He breaks a tackle and picks up a huge first down to the 34-yard line. Tackle there by Dion Bush.
Well, here was their A play, Al. You're going to fake the screen to the left, fake the screen to the right, release the tight end late. Fake it that way, and there you go with Goddard right down Broad Street there. That run was something special. Remember that run as this game goes along.
From the 35-yard line. 3:20 on the clock. It's caught on the outside. Aguilar, he breaks the tackle and turns no gain into a gain of about 8. Breaks away from Dion Bush and stopping the clock with 3:13.
Well, the Eagles have not been known for their yak this year. The yards after the catch, but they are yakking it up so far on this drive. It has been the ability to force some missed tackles against the #1 defense. It's winning the day so far here.
2nd and 2 from the 27-yard line. Holds the Niners thrown for 240 yards. That shoulder shake pass, what a catch. Great catch by Ertz over the middle for another first down to the 14-yard line goes Zach Ertz.
This is a little what the Eagles did last year. They just kept playing above the rim. I hate to keep using that frame or that phrase, but watch Roquan Smith here. He's right underneath it, and so the only spot that Foles really had was to throw it above his head, and these guys keep coming down with it.
Ertz is 6'5". Two and a half on the clock. Smallwood wrestled to the turf by Akeem Hicks. That'll make it 2nd down and 9.
Al, if the Bears win this game, it'll be the ability of Akeem Hicks and this defense to stop the run. The Eagles never have been able to run the ball effectively in this game. Play action, not a big part of it, but now they have to make a stop on the back end. Remember, they have backups in the football game with Dion Bush and Sherrick McManus.
Eagles content to let the clock run down to the 2-minute warning. When we come back, it'll be 2nd down and 9. 2 minutes to go. Who moves on? Who goes home? Bears by 5. Beautiful aerial shots tonight. The coverage being brought to you by Geico. Electric. Soldier Field. 2 minutes to go. 2nd down and 9. Eagles go 5 wide here. Move Ertz into the near slot.
Watch out for those seams and those big receivers in there.
3-man rush. Pass is incomplete at the goal line. Aguilar there. Tight coverage on the play. 3rd down and 9.
They love those routes. That time they tried to clear Ertz out of the way so they could get it into Aguilar right down that seam. Going to come in right there, but it was Ertz on the inside, so they had the position, just couldn't make the play.
Thirteen-yard line. Look at this formation that they come up in initially. Send Jeffrey to the left. Look his way, makes the catch, gets the first down, 1st and goal. So a 3rd down and 9 in a situation where you assume they would go for it on 4th down anyway. You don't have to worry about that right now.
And I think the Bears have to start working their timeouts here as well.
It's very interesting on both sides of the ball. Eagles content to let that clock run. The Bears have all 3 timeouts.
Because
they're going to let it run down too.
Yeah, for the Eagles, I mean, either way, right here, I mean, they're either going to score or not score, but the Bears have to preserve coming back the other way.
Don't call a timeout here. Take a ton of time off the clock. Snap it at 4. Give the ball on the ground to Sproles. And he gets stopped. And now the Bears take a timeout. 2nd down and goal. So they have 2 left with 70 seconds left.
Khalil Mack has shown up here late in the second half, and this is one of those read options. You have to be a little careful that Foles doesn't pull that thing out on you and take off around the end. Boy, oh boy, what a moment for these two franchises. For the Chicago Bears, it has been so long. This is a franchise so proud. They've been in so many huge football games, won championships, and here they are defending their goal line with the #1 defense in football against the world champs.
Being living up to the hype with 1:10, 2nd down and goal. Sproles next to Foles.
Eagles still haven't been able to run it, though.
Sproles this time, still can't. Eddie Goldman is there. Bears will take another timeout. 3rd down and goal. Obviously in a situation where Philadelphia has 2 plays. 3rd and goal.
Crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy.
Just crazy. Eddie Goldman inside has been making some plays here. We all talk about Hicks, but it is Goldman, who many consider to be one of the unsung heroes on this defense. He just sort of grinds it out inside.
You think she's seen a few classic games in her lifetime? And Jeffrey Lurie, the reigning champions. Tina's right there, Tina Lurie. Nervous time. 3rd and goal. Sproles in the backfield again. The 3 receivers are set to the left. Now they bring Jeffrey to the right side. And Foles will throw, and that will be at the goal line incomplete. Intended for Jeffrey. You've got Kyle Fuller breaking it up with 1:01, stops the clock, and it comes down to the 4th down play here.
How good has Kyle Fuller been? I think at this point you've got a couple of superstars on your team, and you're going to get them the football. You're either going to go to Darren Sproles here, you're going to Jeffrey, or you're going to Zach Ertz. Those are your playmakers. Those are the guys that have gotten you here. And they're going to take a timeout to think about it.
Well, that's an interesting timeout here because, you know, the clock was stopped, and had Chicago stopped them on the 4th down play, and Philadelphia would have taken over at their own 1-yard line, Chicago could have had all 3 timeouts to force a punt. So that's what I'm thinking. And that's a very, well, obviously it's a huge play. I mean, the game probably comes down to this in all likelihood. But still, do you take, if you're Philadelphia, do you take that timeout here?
Well, especially with them backed up like that, because you couldn't do anything with any risk whatsoever. And you would have had an opportunity to come back and at least Hail Mary a few.
3 for 3 on 4th down conversions. The Phillies special in the Super Bowl.
Whatever their best 2-point conversion play is, you're going to see right now.
Right. And the second best on the 2-point conversion to follow. 4th and goal. Foles sidearms it, and it will be caught for the touchdown by Golden Tate. He slings it in there. Tate beats McManus, and the Philadelphia Eagles have taken the lead, and they'll go for 2.
So much for the conversation about was the trade worth it. Golden Tate, elite quickness, the guy who forces more missed tackles than any receiver in football, here uses that quickness, clutch catch, everything on the line. The trade is officially worth it, and he was working against Sherrick McManus, who had to replace the injured Bryce Callahan, and Doug Peterson waves the magic wand one more time. Still a long way from over here.
56 seconds. Line up to go for 2. And Philadelphia takes another timeout here to discuss this. Well,
it's crazy.
I mean, the Nick Foles story last year was off the charts, over the moon, whatever you want to call it. Is he going to do this again?
I don't know. You know, I mean, forget the fact that he had to win 3 straight and knock off the Rams in L.A. to get to this point. Now here he comes back again. Had to sort of work that ball around Leonard Floyd. Yeah, he had to drop that one down 3/4, didn't he, just to get the pass out of there.
You got Wentz on the sideline with Tate.
It's just amazing. The most unassuming guy you will ever meet. And he just keeps finding a way in the most nerve-wracking of times to make these plays.
Told us many times, I just want to stay in the moment, stay in the present. Don't go back, don't go forward.
Got to be careful here. No pick six.
Yeah, now you got the Philly special lineup here, but you've got Smallwood who takes the snap. And Smallwood cannot get in, even though Foles puts both arms in the air. So
it looked like he got over the top.
Yep.
He's sure he did his Tom Brady impersonation
the
here.
extra point is unsuccessful.
Of course, this is automatically reviewed.
Even the front edge of the line. Oh, boy.
You tell me. All right, Terry, we'll bring in one more time.
All right, Al. Is it clear and obvious that the front of the ball breaks the point of the goal line?
We'll go under
it's
review.
Really close. From these shots we've seen so far, I don't see enough to reverse.
How about that last little reach, that last little moment?
It gets it right there. Is it clear and obvious it breaks the plane? I don't think it is. I think this has got to stand.
It is to every Eagles fan. Wow.
And it is significant because obviously if it's good, it's a 3-point game and a field goal would tie it. If it's not good, Philadelphia would lose the game on a Chicago field goal.
You know, all I could think of was if this thing ends up being called a fumble, right? You get a chance to return that thing,
right? And
you're back behind. So, not behind, but obviously this is a completely different situation.
We've already been to the back of the case book and all that stuff, right?
Oh, I'm not going there again.
Nope.
Oh, boy, is that close. They couldn't have changed that one no matter what, could they?
No. No, this is a stands no matter what they ruled on the field.
Well, from that angle.
Oh, baby.
Whoa, Nelly, as Keith Jackson would be wont to say at this point. So Trubisky will bide his time until we see what the call is here. He'll have 56 seconds. He will have one timeout to try to get into at least field goal range.
Well, two good friends going at it here. Are they, Terry, are they still examining this play?
They are,
yep.
and it seems to me you have everything in front of you that you need to make a decision.
After review, the ruling on the field of the extra point being unsuccessful is confirmed. It is, the ruling stands, short of the goal line and a fumble.
Okay, so Chicago now tries to get into field goal range for what would likely be a game winner. And Tariq Cohen is back to receive the kick as he stands at the goal line. Philadelphia wins. It is off to meet the Saints next week. If Chicago wins, they have a date at the Coliseum with the Rams. Cohen had only 2 kickoff returns this season. He was their primary guy last season with 26. And he'll have the opportunity to do something with this one from the 7-yard line. Tariq Cohen gets spun around, stays on his feet, and finally gets thrust out of bounds by Sullivan. So elusive, so dangerous. Big-time run back.
And I'm sure that they did not intend to leave this ball hanging to Cohen. Watch this run back. Let's break that tackle. Let's spin out. Let's re-accelerate at 5'6", playing in the National Football League. and give my team a chance to win this game.
35-yard return. Deshaun Hall couldn't make the tackle. About 20 yards farther back, so they're at the 42-yard line.
And now you get that pass rush group in there. You have Michael Bennett over your guards, and this is when you have to be willing to take a few chances rushing this passer.
Trubisky from the 42, and that pass is broken up, intended for Gabriel. And let's check in with Michelle.
Well, I spoke with Cody Parkey before the game. He told me his range in this direction is 53 yards, and his long in the pregame in this direction was 53. Our SNF Kicks technology measured one that would have been good from 54, so that is the range. This is also the direction and the end zone that gave the kickers the least amount of trouble in the pregame, guys.
All right, Michelle, they'd have to get to about the 35-yard line to set up the 53-yarder on pretty much a windless night. Second down and 10. Trubisky hangs in the pocket, throws, and it's going to be caught by Allen Robinson. Tremendous night for him. And that puts them in field goal range. And the Bears will take a timeout.
Al, this is such a good throw. It is such a good throw. He's running the corner route. He has a corner underneath him. And if Trubisky doesn't throw this as a back shoulder, it's likely going to get picked up here, and then watch where Trubisky puts this ball. You don't think of back shoulders as being inside, but that's exactly where he threw it, and that was phenomenal. That was as good as the one he had in the first half. And for Avonte Maddox, one slight finger reach away again.
Robinson with his 9th catch. So if Parkey's range is 53 and they don't gain another yard, you're looking at a 51-yard game-winning field goal. Chicago now out of timeouts.
No sacks, no penalties.
Trubisky's throwing for 295 tonight.
Here comes the blitz. I'm bringing everybody.
Away they go. Trubisky fires, and that'll be hauled in at the 26-yard line by Robinson. He's going to stay in bounds, so the clock keeps running down, but they're within Parkey's range here. Trubisky trying to get to the line. What does he want to do? Does he want to spike it here? They've already taken a bunch of time off, and he spikes it. So now you've got a 3rd down and 2 with 15 seconds. Well. Cody Parkey, mentioned before, hit the uprights 4 times earlier this season. 10 missed kicks this season, tied for the second most in the NFL. 7 field goals, 3-point after touchdowns. And it's 3rd and 2.
Got to be careful with this. No timeouts. You cannot fumble the snap. You can't take this sack.
Trubisky's going to throw it, and he's going to throw it into the end zone. So now it's 4th down with 10 seconds. And here comes Parkey. Man, oh man, oh man. How do you think his EKG would look about now?
Well, he's going to have a couple opportunities to think about it, I would think.
The Eagles have 1 timeout if they want to use it. They spun at the 33. It's a windless night at Soldier Field. 43-yard attempt. We'll see if the Eagles want to take that timeout.
By the former Eagle.
Yes. And they do take the timeout. And that kick would have won the game, but it doesn't matter.
Philadelphia, their 3rd and final timeout of the half.
Wow. There's Doug Peterson knowing, giving that timeout just before the snap, which he gets. You got Patrick O'Donnell to hold it. You got Patrick Scales to snap it, and Parkey to try to win it. Nobody has gone to the parking lot.
Amazing game.
Need I tell you?
Yeah, an amazing game. It really is. You have to give Nick Foles and Mitch Trubisky credit for what they've been able to do in the most clutch of all situations. And here it comes down one more time to a kicker after all the battle that's been waged out here tonight.
As it so often does. 43-yard attempt from the right hash mark. And, oh, he hits the upright again. That's impossible. And the Eagles run out into the field, but there's still 5 seconds. So they've got to get back. He does it again.
Brought back to the spot of the kick. It will be Philadelphia.
Did this hit the upright and the crossbar?
Bottom line, it doesn't go through. Upright. Yeah, it looks like it bounced off the crossbar as well.
Oh my goodness. The Bears season's going to end on a double doink. One. Unbelievable. How many times can they hit the upright?
5 in the stadium and 1 last week. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Upright. Crossbar.
Oh, it just depended on which side of the football hit the crossbar, whether it would bounce. Oh my goodness.
What a wild card weekend. The Philadelphia Eagles going to the Elite 8 on their way to the Big Easy. And the Dallas Cowboys make their plans to go to Los Angeles. And that's the way it ends. The Philadelphia Eagles, as I mentioned at the top of the show, given last rites after week 14. Down the stretch they come, win the last 3, get some help from the Bears to beat Minnesota, and on their way to the round of 8. And the Bears season ends like this, and what a year it was. And every game Chicago was in this year either went down to the end. They lost every game, 2 in overtime, 1 on the last play of the game at the 1-yard line, another in Green Bay blowing a big lead. They won 12, and it ends like this with a gasp.
I don't think I've ever been in a stadium where everybody is in this state of disbelief that it would come down to that, but everybody had to be thinking about
of course.
it. All the times that they had hit the upright this year, that their season would end hitting the upright again.
Well, there it was. Number 1. Bears fans can look away. It's almost like it was magnetized. 4-1 game last week at Minnesota, and tonight.
The odds of that have to be astronomical.
Let's go to Michelle.
Well, I've got the 2 guys of the hour. Nick Foles, first of all, as you're watching that field goal attempt, what is going through your mind?
I mean, obviously, we're just hoping for a miss. You know, this was a hard-fought game. I mean, that's an amazing team we just played against, and it came down to the wire, and, you know, they have a bright future.
Well, apparently you guys do too, and there was a point in this season when people might not have thought that was the case. 4th straight win, you guys continue to be underdogs, but what is going on with this team? What is working?
I think the big thing is, you know, we saw some adversity tonight in the first half. I had a couple turnovers. I think the big thing is, like, no one loses faith, no one stops believing, everyone just keeps talking, keeps believing in one another, and we just rallied. Our defense really kept us in this game. It was a hard-fought defensive battle tonight, but we were able to come up big at the end.
And I know you came in a little dinged up with the chest. How's it feeling?
It's good. It's good. It feels better with the win.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, let's turn to Golden Tate. And, yeah, what a huge play to ice this thing, essentially, to put up the winning points. You know, people had doubted you, and they made it public this week that was this trade from Detroit worth it? How much of that talk motivated you?
You know, I don't even listen to it because, you know, what they're saying really doesn't matter. So I would just focus on helping this team win, giving them the best absolute chance. Just start off with a great week, being focused, practicing hard, and, you know, I just kind of waited on my opportunity since I've gotten here, and and my number was called, so I just tried to make a play, and it worked out.
What does it mean to you to have been really the difference maker tonight?
You know, I'm just glad I had an opportunity to make a play and help this team. A great collective effort. I know this is the most important thing going on for us this week, and, you know, we found a way. We found a way.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Send it to you, Al.
All right, Michelle. Well, so many things to think about, talk about strategically. There's Doug Peterson calling for that timeout. He had that one in his pocket. There was the kick that would have been good and sent Chicago off to Southern California. And then you've got, after the timeout, this. And that sends the Philadelphia Eagles on their continued Nick Foles magic carpet ride. And let's take a look at the bracket now for the NFC. You've got Philly at New Orleans. Fox has that for you Sunday in the late window. And then Dallas against the Rams Saturday in the late window at the Coliseum, 4 against 2. And that's the NFC bracket. You know, we did the Eagles last year. We had them in the divisional against Atlanta, tight game. We had them in the Super Bowl. I mean, this is really almost eerie right now.
It really is, and it all goes back to Nick Foles. You could feel the energy change when he came in. Not that this team thinks he's a better quarterback than Carson Wentz, none of that. But they could then sort of reflect back on what had happened to him a year ago. And it was almost like, well, we did it then. Why can't we do it again? They win 3 in a row. They win this one somehow, and they are marching on now against a team that blew them out earlier in the season.
Right, and that was the low point of the season. Malcolm Jenkins said that last night. But you look at that Philly season. The following week they came back. They played the Giants at home. They were down 19-3 in the first half. Got a touchdown at the end of the first half, 2-point conversion. Hung on to win that game. Then they lost to Dallas in overtime. Didn't even have a chance to have the ball. 3 wins down the stretch. Now this. Off to New Orleans.
I've got to say, though, if you had told me Mitch Trubisky was going to play like this, I thought the Bears would have won the football game. But it was a little bit of Foles magic one more time. And how long will it go? Who knows?
Yeah. And meanwhile, you got Dallas going on to Los Angeles as the Cowboys take on the Rams. We will be, of course, in Kansas City with Indianapolis coming to town against KC. Looking forward to that one. The Chargers will go to New England.
Yeah, Dak Prescott, what a game he had yesterday. So everything gets a little bit more interesting, and we get a chance to see Showtime Patrick Mahomes next week as well.
Arrowhead will kick off the divisional weekend. We have wrapped up the wild card weekend. Another look at what would have won the game instead, the double doink. Khalil Mack, his season ends on a sour note. But the Bears 12-4. Doug Peterson, the reigning champions. Can they defend it? For Matt Nagy, that look will say it all at the end of what was a great year. That's it. Stay tuned. The Golden Globes only minutes away from Soldier Field in Chicago.
Why that play?
Actually, that was the 3rd play in a row that we ran down there. The first 2 plays actually had that kill attached to it. It was a kill play. It was a run kill to that play. And we just, Nick and I, we talked on the sideline and we said, you know what, let's just run the sprint out. So actually that was the 3rd play in a row that we ran and well executed.
He successfully ran that play in 2012 to win a game on a last-second touchdown to Jeremy Maclin, if you recall, and he called
Tampa Bay. Yeah.
This one too. I mean, did he call?
No, it was still part of the game plan. I mean, we knew that had a feeling that Coach Fangio, he's a zero blitz guy when you kind of got to have it, and felt like that it was the best thing to do was get him on the move at that time.
You walked in here, you appear to be still pretty emotional from the locker room.
I had something in my eye. Still do, actually.
Hey, don't ruin a good story.
Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, I am. That was a great win.
What are you feeling right now?
I mean, just overwhelmed. I mean, that's a good football team, and Matt Nagy did a great job this season, and my hat's off to him and that Chicago Bear team. It's a tremendous football team, and quite frankly, just for us to come in here and just hang together for 60 minutes, we knew it was going to be that type of football game, and we hung in there. We made it wasn't pretty at times, but we made the plays when we needed to, and my hat's off to our guys and my coaches.
Yes, they got in the field goal.
legend of him being able to continue to do this, that final drive, you're down, comes down the field, down to that last play on 4th down. I mean, he just always seems to get it done in the biggest moments.
Yeah, and and he had some help. Golden obviously making the play at the end. Alshon made a big catch. Dallas made some huge catches. Zach, just go around the room there, and Nick is Nick. He's going to stay calm. He's going to stay collected. Very efficient. It wasn't it wasn't pretty at times. I know the 2 turnovers early in the first half, which could have led to some points, but he hung in there and did some good things.
As the Bears drove for that final drive there instead of for the field goal, what's going on in your mind in that situation?
Well, we were still talking scenarios for us offensively. Still had 1 timeout, I think, at the time, and just preparing to get the ball back and see how much time we had, and just kind of getting ready for the next series.
Was there any thought to keeping that timeout in case you had to start going the other way?
Yeah, we could have. There could have been several things. Obviously, but turned out to be a pretty good decision to save it on the final play of the game.
You tried to ice Cody Parkey earlier in the game, and it didn't work. So, were you thinking to yourself, do I do it or not do it, or you were just going to go?
I was doing it regardless. I was doing it. I wasn't even thinking about the first half. I was going to use it. Wasn't going to take it with me.
But what is it about Nick Foles that makes him different in those moments? He had the middle of the game was not very good for him. Then the last 4 minutes were kind of what we've come to maybe unrealistically expect.
It's playing quarterback in the National Football League. It's not always going to be pretty. But you have confidence in your offense. You have confidence in your quarterback, and you put it, quite frankly, put it in his hands to win. And he just does a great job of just staying in the moment, staying calm, and no panic. There was no panic on offense or on the sideline. And even after we punted the football there, felt like if defense got a 3 and out, we just offensively just said, hey, we're going to put a drive together and score. And we set our mind to it and we did it.
How was this week of practice? Was he able to do everything that he normally would do? Was he limited by the?
Yeah, no, he actually did everything. We had the walkthrough on Wednesdays. There's not a ton of throwing there, and then Thursday, took everything on Thursday and Friday. So he had a normal week.
Doug, what was your thinking when Alshon had caught that first down pass down to the 2? You had 2 runs called first. What was? Can you?
Well, those were the two plays that had that kill attached to it. We still had plenty of time, and still had the timeouts there, and it's a run, kill to a pass. So we kind of had the best of both worlds there. And credit the Bears. They came off the edge with the outside backer there and tackled us. And fortunately, we were able to finish the drive.
You ran a lot on first down in the first half. Second half, kind of switched that up a little bit. Was that the plan?
A little bit. I probably could have called a few more passes on first down early in the game, particularly on first down. So I'll look at that tomorrow and get better.
How important is the experience, the playoff experience for you guys, especially in that last drive, knowing that you guys have done this before, you won a Super Bowl title versus a team that?
Well, I think there's a lot of confidence in the room. The team. Guys understand that everything matters, every play matters. These games, these postseason games are gonna they're gonna be full 60-minute games, and it's just a matter of just staying in the moment. Don't let things get too big for us, and rely on your playmakers to make plays. And I do think that being in this situation last year has prepared us for this time.
After the game, what was the message to the players?
Message basically was team effort, great team effort. Part of to go 1-0 each week, and gives ourselves another opportunity next week. And guys are excited, guys are thrilled, but we know that we've got to clean some things up and get ready for next week.
How important is the pass protection, considering the caliber of opponent you face tonight with the way the offensive line held up?
I thought our offensive line did some great things. They really held up well. Without looking at any numbers, I don't know what the sacks or pressures, hurries are, but gave Nick some time to throw and push the ball down the field. And sometimes it's going to happen that way where you gotta throw a little bit more than you'd like to. But our offensive line did a nice job.
New Orleans one's not your best trip this year. Your thoughts about going back and trying to make some amends?
Yeah, it wasn't very good the first time, and we'll take a look at that film. We'll take a look at this one. I think we're a different football team now than we were then, and we just got to put a good plan together in all three phases, and go back down there. We're on the road. It's going to be in a dome. It's going to be loud again. All those things, and it's going to be a great atmosphere.
So did your game plan change at all with Eddie Jackson not playing? I know he obviously can make a big difference back there.
Yeah, no, it didn't. Yeah, no, we stuck to what we had.
So your defense, a lot of guys were talking about this week that by the end of the day, we're going to be the better defense. Fletch talked about it. Brandon talked about it. A lot of guys did. For your defense to come in here and really contain them for most of the game with all the injuries you've had, what does it say about this defense that, kind of patchwork guys out there at times are able to get it done?
It just shows that, one, they're getting better as a unit, playing together with some of the young guys that are out there. I think Maddox is playing well. LeBlanc is playing well in the back end. Trey has come on. I wish he would have caught the ball there at the end of the half, but he's been coming on, and really Rasul's he's done a nice job here down the stretch, and those young players are just getting valuable experience, and that's what it takes. And our defense has a lot of confidence right now. We know that it starts up front with our front four, putting pressure on quarterbacks and trying to stop the run, and they did a nice job today.
All right, thanks,
Thank you.
I told y'all before the game you were built for this. You're built for this little run we're about to go on. Sure. That's a special win right there. Yeah. Special win. Okay? On the road, hostile environment against a good football team. Okay? And we hung in there. Wasn't pretty at times, but we hung in there. And what I tell you on Wednesday, we will what? Win the game. We will find a way to win the game. And you did. Proud of every one of you. Coaches, players, everybody. Whoa, baby, that's one. That's one. That's one. Now, I don't have to tell you where we're headed next weekend. Okay? You got a great challenge again. But you got to come to work on Wednesday ready to go. Ready to go. You put this one behind us, and we focus on the next one.
Hey, y'all know where we going, man. Get your mind right, bruh. Every time we step on the field, all we want to do is compete. You know what's on the line. Let's go. Get your mind right. Family on three. 1, 2, 3. Bam!
You are looking inside Xfinity Live in South Philadelphia after Cody Parkey's 43-yard attempt bounces off the left upright, falls to the ground incomplete to secure the Eagles' 16-15 victory over the Chicago Bears. Woo! Welcome to the postgame show presented by Rico. Chris McPherson alongside former Eagles linebacker Ike Reese.
Take it easy. You need some water?
9 lives. All done. All done at this point.
Yeah.
What an absolute classic thriller. Nick Foles leading the Eagles on another game-winning drive. 4th and goal from the 2-yard line. Connects with Golden Tate for the go-ahead touchdown. But wait. The Bears get one last chance to go down the field. Tariq Cohen with a solid kickoff return, giving the Bears good field position, a couple catches by Allen Robinson, and it looked like the Bears were going to be in service, that they were going to have a chance to win the game. Cody Parkey goes out there. The first attempt, it goes through the uprights. However, Doug Peterson had one last timeout to burn, ice at the kicker, and it did just enough because his second attempt goes off the left upright, hit the other bar, and finally falls to the ground. And Eagles fans, I don't know if anyone has actually been able to breathe just yet, but the Eagles knock off the NFC North champion Chicago Bears in their house and will advance to the divisional round. The Eagles' 2018 season lives on, Ike.
Yeah, what a game, Chris. I mean, just an outstanding game. Game really played out a lot like I thought it would. When you look at these two teams, the way the Eagles have been playing defense coming down the stretch, they're going up against the number one defense in the league, so you knew points would be hard to come by today, and it was going to be an opportunistic day. Which defense would be able to take advantage of those opportunities? The Chicago Bears, they got a couple turnovers, got a few points, but the Eagles defense, in my opinion, was just as good. Missed on some opportunities to get some takeaways, but certainly was able to stand up when needed. And then Nick Foles, late in the game, being clutch. What more can you ask for? Ice water in his veins, doing exactly what he needed to do late in the game. Just a Nick Foles game where didn't start off the way he wanted it to, sort of sputtered a little bit there, but hung in there, made the tough throws late in the game. And when they needed him to be clutch, he came up spades for this team. Just an outstanding all-around game, really, from this Eagles team. Special teams, defense. I thought it was a hard-fought game. And then Doug Peterson, icing. Former Eagle Cody Parkey, late in the game. My goodness. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. We're still alive. What a game.
Survive and advance.
That's all that matters.
You only have to go 1-0 in this game. Yeah. Coming into this game, you knew the Eagles were going to be undermanned. Okay, the Eagles had battled injuries throughout the course of the season to get to this point. Fairly healthy for the most part with the players they had, but you looked at this Bears team. This is an outstanding Bears team, a very sound team that was great at taking away the football this season. Had 2 more turnovers on the day, forced takeaways today. Also does a great job of protecting the ball. There were some passes there to be had for the Eagles, and Avonte Maggs, Trey Sullivan in the end zone, not able to come up with them. That bizarre end of the first half play where Crayvon LeBlanc with the strip that really, I think, saved the game for the Eagles because the Bears are on their way to get a touchdown at that point. Instead, they are kept out of the end zone. And the Eagles actually had a streak going back to the Washington game where they shut out Washington last week, 7 consecutive quarters without allowing a touchdown. That ended in the fourth quarter as the Eagles allowed the Bears to get that lead, but with one last opportunity, Nick Foles comes out. And with key clutch conversions on 3rd down and then the 4th down touchdown pass to Golden Tate. Okay, Golden Tate was acquired at the trade deadline, if you remember, for a 3rd-round pick. Right. You know, there were some, struggles trying to work him into the offense and figure out exactly how he would best fit. Well, that move paid off in a huge way. The biggest play of the season. And look, Tate had some amazing catches throughout the course of the game. You remember that one pass he caught over the middle. He takes a hit from Sherrick McManus. Obviously, it was a bang play. Very tough to hold on to the football. But huge catch to move the chains at the time. So Golden Tate, knowing that he may only have one more opportunity to impress the Eagles, because you remember, he is a free agent after this season. Okay? So with one more opportunity to impress the Eagles, he comes up in a huge way with a game-winning touchdown. And again, the defense doing just enough to make it a deep enough field goal. I mean, just all around a tremendous performance. This is a team that has rallied around one another. This was, as you said, Ike, the ultimate team effort to come out here to get the win on the road. That is a Soldier Field crowd that has waited since 2010 for a home playoff game. 2010, and that place was raucous. That's the one thing you forget about. Is the Eagles on their amazing run a year ago, it was Lincoln Financial Field, and then in the Super Bowl, friendly confines of U.S. Bank Stadium. It was a pro-Eagles crowd. They have not had to face this at any point. Nick Foles, even going back to his other playoff start, 2013, never had to face a raucous road crowd. Right. He stepped up to the task today, and of course, he had a couple of mistakes during the course of the game, the 2 interceptions, but when all was on the line, when the season was on the line, Nick Foles steps up and delivers and just adds another chapter to his amazing legacy. Yeah, just a big game. I mean, listen, that's what big-time quarterbacks do. When you struggle early in the game, it's not about what you do early. It's about how you finish the game. And the great quarterbacks in this league, they can overcome early struggles in the game. And I expected some of these struggles. Give Chicago's Bears defense a lot of credit. That's the #1 defense in the league. It's hard to score on this team. It's difficult to move the ball on them. They don't give up very many big plays. They make you dink and dunk down the field, forcing you into a mistake eventually. And the Eagles
had a couple of mistakes early in the game, but again, Nick Foles has been in this position before, wasn't going to whittle through the tough part of this game, able to overcome that stuff, and when they needed him late in the game, he was able to make the big throws. He was able to stand in the pocket under duress, under some heat at times, and deliver some big throws to Alshon, to Dallas Goedert, to Golden Tate. This is why you brought Nick Foles back. This is why you held on to Nick Foles. When teams were inquiring about Nick Foles around the draft last year and the Eagles' asking price was as high as it was, this is why. Because you need to have a quarterback like this that can do this in these type of moments. And not very many teams have a backup quarterback that can play this well under these circumstances, under these conditions, on the road in a playoff atmosphere. Nick Foles worth every penny the Eagles are paying him. And this is why you brought him back, man. What an awesome win for this team today.
Just absolutely. Let's just go through the final drive here, okay? First play of that final drive, the game-winning drive that ends with a touchdown to Golden Tate. 15-yard pass to Alshon Jeffrey going against his former team. That alone got the ball in Bears territory. It was key because the Bears punter, horrible punt. They gave the Eagles great field position. The field position battle was heavily in favor of the Bears throughout the course of the day, but the one time that they needed
a mistake,
they made a mistake, Foles helped make them pay. Okay, then you have Dallas Goedert. You mentioned Dallas Goedert. Touchdown in the third quarter to give the Eagles a lead from 10 yards out. Another big catch here on the final drive where they did the fake screen twice. Then they gave it to Goedert on the dump off for 10 yards. Then Nelson Aguilar gets a pass in the flat, jukes a defender and gets 8 yards. And how about Zach Ertz not being placed on either of the All-Pro teams? An absolute sham in and of itself after 116 catches during the course of the regular season. Reaches above his body. Chris Collinsworth kept using the term going above the rim, extending his arms above him to get the first down catch over the middle of the field. Then a Smallwood run. How about Wendell Smallwood, come with some big plays. Actually, I will actually say his biggest play might have been a pass block in the first half of the game on an oncoming defender. Okay, you get to the 2-minute warning, and then the other big play here, a 3rd and 9 pass complete to Alshon Jeffrey to get the ball to the 2-yard line. They tried a couple times to get it in with Darren Sproles. They get down to the 4th down situation. First, they tried to get to Jeffrey on 3rd down. Kyle Fuller, give a credit to him for a nice pass breakup. You figured that would have been the sweetest Hollywood ending right there because Alshon really wanted to take it to his former team today, okay? Not able to get the touch. So you're wondering, what is Doug going to call on 4th down? What could he pull out of his bag of tricks here with the season on the line? You want to say that you're still the defending champions after this game. What's it going to take to keep that momentum going?
That's an old West Coast offense play right there. Sprint right. That sprint right play, I've seen that play run a whole lot.
You know what? I don't know if it's the exact play. You mentioned a great point. Let's go back in time. Foles' rookie season, 2012.
Jeremy Maclin.
Jeremy Maclin against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It was I would almost love to see those plays side by side.
Sprint right.
I've
seen that play an awful lot.
I think it's almost identical, the same play. And that was Foles' first career win. It was the last win for Andy Reid as the head coach of the team. It was the one bright spot on what was a very down 2012 campaign. But set the tone for Foles moving forward, and he's led the Eagles to not just the Super Bowl title, but keeps their hopes alive here in 2018. I was just hoping that when the Bears were driving at the end there, it was not going to be another situation like Foles' first playoff game, 2013, where they're playing against the New Orleans Saints. It's at Lincoln Financial Field. Foles leads the Eagles on a go-ahead drive in the 4th quarter, ends with a touchdown to Zach Ertz, but then Darren Sproles with the big kick return, Kerry Williams with the horse collar penalty, and it pretty much gives them a short field, and they end up getting the game-winning field goal. Almost happened again, but Doug Pearson having the timeout, using it to ice Cody Parkey at the perfect time. And Cody Parkey has been unreliable. That was kind of the one weak link going into this game for the Bears. And sure enough, Parkey is not able to deliver. Parkey, if you remember, rookie season, had a Pro Bowl campaign for the Eagles, suffered an injury, I believe it was in 2015, his second season, and just was not the same. He's bounced around a little bit, so everyone thought he found his home in Chicago, big part of a run. Again, this Bears team, 12-4. Biggest loss of the entire season was to the Patriots by just 7 points. So to go to Soldier Field, okay, where the Bears had lost just one game, that Patriots game, that was their only loss at Soldier Field all season long. To go there in that raucous environment, okay, and for the most part, For the most part, the Eagles outplayed them. The question was going to be, with those missed opportunities, a couple penalties that extended Bears drives, some balls that were batted in the air that they couldn't come down with for interceptions. You were wondering, was that going to be enough to kind of keep the Bears in the game long enough that if they got a score or two, they would pull out the win?
Well, I'll tell you, Chris, the difference in this game was the red zone. I mean, that's the flat-out difference to me in this game. The Eagles were 2 of 3, in the red zone, converting, getting touchdowns, and the Bears were 0 3. They were 0 for 3 in the red zone. Listen, the Bears as a defense did what they wanted to do today. They held this high-powered Eagles offense over the last month to 16 points. They got 2 turnovers off the Eagles. The Bears defense did exactly what they wanted to do. The difference in this game was the Eagles defense, in my opinion. They were able to keep this Bears offense to just 15 points, and when the Bears were able to move the ball and get in scoring position, the Eagles were able to hold them to field goals. You mentioned the Cravon LeBlanc play.
Yep.
That's a huge play right before the half. I mean, because if the Bears even just recover that ball, the Bears have the ball, at the 10-yard line, somewhere around there, right there in scoring position. As it is, they get a field goal out of it, and it's 6-3 instead of a possible touchdown and making it 10-3 in favor of the Bears. So I think the Eagles' defense was outstanding today. It's a tricky offense to have to defend because Matt Nagy likes to do so many different things with Mitchell Trubisky. Trubisky wasn't as effective with his legs today as he had been throughout the year. I thought the Eagles defense had Nigel Bradham sort of spying on him at times.
Outstanding game from Bradham.
Yeah, I thought Avonte Maddox had an outstanding game early in the game.
Yes.
They started to get some plays on him late in the game, but I thought for the most part, he did an outstanding job early in the game. And that front four was able to get after Trubisky all day. So I look at the way this defense played, man, to hold that team to only 15 points, 0 for 3 in the red zone, that's really the difference in the game. I mean, if I'm a Chicago Bears defense and I say I hold this Eagles offense to just 16 points and I got 2 turnovers off of you, yeah, you feel like you should have won that game.
Here's the thing. You mentioned the red zone defense. Eagles, #1 red zone defense in the league this season.
Yeah.
People might forget that. Everyone talks about the Bears, the vaunted pass rush with Khalil Mack and Leonard Floyd and all the amazing things that unit did this season. And look, that unit is a huge reason why they went 12-4.
Yeah.
But the Eagles, they were able to strap it down. I'll use Cravon LeBlanc's nickname there. They strapped it down inside the 20-yard line to have the best red zone defense in the league. You mentioned Mitchell Trubisky and his legs. Well, there was the 3rd down run early in the first half where he runs out of bounds, and you could tell he pulled something.
Up a little bit, yeah.
Pulled up a little bit, went into the medical tent, and he was basically forced to be a pocket passer. I actually think he was dealing as a pocket passer.
He looked okay, yeah.
He was doing much better than I expected.
Yeah.
Because typically, he has beaten teams with his legs, first and foremost, on the season. Okay, I believe he finished 5th in the league, somewhere in the top 5 in rushing yards amongst quarterbacks. You're probably thinking Mitchell Trubisky, you're not thinking of him as one of those guys. Well, look, that's what he's done.
Athlete, yeah.
Very good athlete, and he's not afraid to keep going for extra yards. Most quarterbacks, once they get in position where defenders come and they're just going to slide, he'll put the shoulder pads down and try to get a couple extra yards.
Yeah, that's that youthfulness.
Exactly, yes. A little naive there, so to speak there. But you look at the numbers today, look, he had completed over 60% of his passes, over 300 yards there, had a touchdown, throw to Allen Robinson there in the 4th quarter. I mean, I thought when he was forced to be contained in the pocket, he made some nice plays.
Good arm, has a live arm.
It's a live arm, yes. And there were some questions about that because he had a shoulder injury that he suffered about midway through the season, just before Thanksgiving, that sidelined him for a couple of games. And Chase Daniel, former Eagles great, had to come in his place there. So there was some question of whether he's had some residual effects from that injury. But you see the numbers there. The biggest thing there, rushing yards, just not. Okay, so the front four was able to get after him. Yeah. Michael Bennett had a sack in this game. They were able to get to him a couple times, but pretty much what that helped the Eagles do was drop everyone else into coverage. Okay, maybe you were using Bradham as a spy, but you were able to drop everyone else into coverage to try to take away the other playmakers in that offense. And for the most part, they were contained. I mean, Taylor Gabriel, you didn't hear his name called much at all. Allen Robinson, he had the big touchdown catch.
Yeah.
He had a good day. All right, look, that was a matchup coming into this game where Allen Robinson's 6'3", Avonte Maddox is 5'9".
Right.
Okay, the one thing down the stretch where the Eagles won their last 3 games and they've had Rasul Douglas and Avonte Maddox in as a starting corners is teams have not been able to test them vertically down the field. Okay, the Bears were the first team to be able to do that with a little bit of success, but again, it didn't really happen until the second half of the game. And give give the Bears some credit, okay? They were taking advantage of the tendencies where they were doing a lot of receiver screens, bubble screens to try to get yards after the catch, and that's where they caught Maddox on the big touchdown play to Allen Robinson, where Maddox thought it was going to be a screen in the flat. Well, all of a sudden, Allen Robinson does a little double move, goes up the sideline, and comes up with the touchdown. So, credit Matt Nagy for the play call there. But, again, when you're the Eagles defense, and, again, you're using the guys, the front four, you're not doing a whole lot of rotation. You're getting a little more rotation inside, okay, because Tim Jernigan's back healthy now. Haloti Ng'ah's been the best. Yeah, Haloti Ng'ah's been the healthiest he's been all season long. But really, at the end, you're going Brandon Graham, Chris Long, Michael Bennett.
Yep.
Those are your guys, okay? And in this type of environment, in this playoff atmosphere, those are the guys you're going with. These are the battle-tested veterans who have won championships in this league. So those are the guys you have to go with. But still, it is still difficult to be able to go there down after down after down to try to hold an offense that has been good for most of the season to only just 15 points there. So once again, the Eagles beating the Chicago Bears 16-15. Golden Tate, 2-yard touchdown reception on 4th and goal to put the Eagles ahead. Wendell Smallwood's 2-point conversion attempt, just a little short. Okay, we're trying to stretch that rule of breaking the play in there. Okay, by like a absolute millimeter, it didn't quite happen. So the Bears get the ball back. Cody Parkey, a 43-yard attempt, goes off the left upright to end the game. We are going to hear shortly from head coach Doug Peterson and quarterback Nick Foles, amongst others, I'm sure.
Let me tell you something about that play with Wendell Smallwood. The crazy thing is he actually fumbled the ball.
Yes.
And if the Bears had recovered it and ran it back, they would have a 17-16 lead.
Yep.
So that was a live ball that the Bears could have recovered and ran back for a 2-point conversion.
Always pick up
Got to pick up the ball. You got to pick up the ball.
Pick up the ball. That bizarre play at the end of the first half. So what
Right.
happens is Anthony Miller, the slot receiver, catches a ball down the seam against Crayvon LeBlanc.
Yep.
And as he's going down to the ground, LeBlanc is able to get the ball
Strip
at
it
the
out of there.
very last second. Okay? So on the field, they called it incomplete. But the way that Miller came down with the ball, he got a couple feet down, then the ball came out. So the referees go to review it. And they're like, well, there is a fumble on the play. It looks like a catch, it's a fumble, but here's the problem. There was no recovery because the referees right away blew the play dead.
Right.
Okay, everyone is saying, why didn't the Eagles go pick up the ball? Trey Sullivan is there waving incomplete. Corey Graham was around on the play. Oh, let's set it in Soldier Field. Head coach Doug Peterson on the win over the Bears.
Doug, the sprint out, Nick sprint out to Golden Tate. Why that play?
Actually, that was the 3rd play in a row that we ran down there. The first 2 plays actually had that kill attached to it. It was a kill play. It was a run kill to that play. And we just, Nick and I, we talked on the sideline and we said, you know what, let's just run the sprint out. So actually that was the 3rd play in a row that we ran and well executed.
Nick, he successfully ran that play in 2012 to win a game on a last-second touchdown to Jeremy Maclin, if you recall, and he called
Tampa Bay? Yeah.
Did he want this one too? I mean, did he call?
No, it was still part of the game plan. I mean, we knew that had a feeling that Coach Fangio, he's a zero blitz guy when you kind of got to have it, and felt like that it was the best thing to do was get him on the move at that time.
You walked in here, you appeared to be still pretty emotional from the locker room.
I had something in my eye. Still do, actually.
Hey, don't ruin a good story.
Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, I am. It was a great win.
What are your feelings right now?
I mean, just overwhelmed. I mean, that's a good football team, and Matt Nagy did a great job this season, and my hat's off to him and that Chicago Bear team. It's a tremendous football team, and quite frankly, just for us to come in here and just hang together for 60 minutes, we knew it was going to be that type of football game, and we hung in there. We made it wasn't pretty at times, but we made the plays when we needed to, and my hat's off to our guys and my coaches.
It's like the legend of him being able to continue to do this. That final drive, you're down, comes down the field, down to that last play on 4th down. I mean, he just always seems to get it done in the biggest moments.
Yeah, and and he had some help. Golden obviously making the play at the end. Alshon made a big catch. Dallas made some huge catches. Zach, I mean, just go around the room there, and Nick is Nick. He's going to stay calm. He's going to stay collected. Very efficient. It wasn't it wasn't pretty at times. I know the 2 turnovers early in the first half, which could have led to some points, but he hung in there and did some good things.
As the Bears drove for that final drive there instead of for the field goal? What's going on in your mind in that situation?
Well, we were still talking scenarios for us offensively. Still had one timeout, I think, at the time, and just preparing to get the ball back and see how much time we had, and just kind of getting ready for the next series.
Was there any thought to keeping that timeout in case you had to start going the other way?
Yeah, I mean, we could have. There could have been several things. I mean, obviously, but turned out to be a pretty good decision to save it on the final play of the game.
You tried to ice Cody Parkey earlier in the game, and it didn't work. So were you thinking to yourself, do I do it or not do it, or you were just going to go?
I was doing it regardless. I wasn't even thinking about the first half. I was going to use it. Wasn't going to take it with me.
But what is it about Nick Foles that puts him, that makes him different in those moments? I mean, he had the middle of the game was not very good for him. Then the last 4 minutes were kind of what we've come to maybe unrealistically expect.
It's playing quarterback in the National Football League. It's not always going to be pretty. But you have confidence in your offense, you have confidence in your quarterback, and you put it, quite frankly, put it in his hands to win. And he just does a great job of just staying in the moment, staying calm, and no panic. There was no panic on offense or on the sideline, and even after we punted the football there, felt like if defense got a 3-and-out, we just offensively just said, hey, we're going to put a drive together and score, and we set our mind to it and we did it.
How was his week of practice? Was he able to do everything that he normally would do? Was he limited by the?
Yeah, no, he actually did everything. We had the walkthrough on Wednesdays. There's not a ton of throwing there, and then Thursday, took everything on Thursday and Friday. So he had a normal week.
Doug, what was your thinking when Alshon had caught that first down pass down to the 2? You had 2 runs called first. What was?
Well, those were the two plays that had that kill attached to it. We still had plenty of time, and still had the timeouts there, and it's a run, kill to a pass. So we kind of had the best of both worlds there. And I credit the Bears. They came off the edge with the outside backer there and tackled us, and fortunately we were able to finish the drive.
You ran a lot on first down in the first half. Second half, kind of switched that up a little bit. Was that the plan?
A little bit. I probably could have called a few more passes on first down early in the game, particularly on first down. So I mean, I'll look at that tomorrow and get better.
How important is the experience, the playoff experience for you guys, especially in that last drive, knowing that you guys have done this before, you won a Super Bowl title versus a team that?
Well, I think there's a lot of confidence in the room. The team. Guys understand that everything matters, every play matters. These games, these postseason games are they're gonna be full 60-minute games, and it's just a matter of just staying in the moment. Don't let things get too big for us, and rely on your playmakers to make plays. And I do think that being in this situation last year has prepared us for this time.
After the game, what was the message to the players?
Message basically was team effort, great team effort. Part of to go 1-0 each week, and gives ourselves another opportunity next week. And guys are excited, guys are thrilled, but we know that we've got to clean some things up and get ready for next week.
How more plays of pass protection, considering the caliber of opponent you faced tonight with the way the offensive line held up?
I thought our offensive line did some great things. I mean, they really held up well. Without looking at any numbers, I don't know what the sacks or pressures, hurries are, but gave Nick some time to throw and push the ball down the field. And sometimes it's going to happen that way where you gotta throw a little bit more than you'd like to. But our offensive line did a nice job.
New Orleans not your best trip this year. Your thoughts about going back and trying to make some amends?
Yeah, it wasn't very good the first time, and we'll take a look at that film. We'll take a look at this one. I think we're a different football team now than we were then, and we just got to put a good plan together in all 3 phases, and go back down there. We're on the road. It's going to be in a dome. It's going to be loud again. All those things, and it's going to be a great atmosphere.
With Eddie Jackson not playing, I know he obviously can make a big difference back there.
Yeah, no, it didn't. Yeah, no, we stuck to what we had.
Doug, your defense, a lot of guys guys were talking about this week that by the end of the day, we're going to be the better defense. Fletch talked about it, Brandon talked about it, a lot of guys did. For your defense to come in here and really contain them for most of the game with all the injuries you've had, what does it say about this defense that, kind of patchwork guys out there at times are able to get it?
It just shows that, one, they're getting better as a unit, playing together with some of the young guys that are out there. I think Maddox is playing well. LeBlanc is playing well in the back end. Trey has come on. I wish he would have caught the ball there at the end of the half, but he's been coming on. And really Rasul's he's done a nice job here down the stretch. And those young players are just getting valuable experience, and that's what it takes. And our defense has a lot of confidence right now. We know that it starts up front with our front four, putting pressure on quarterbacks and trying to stop the run. And they did a nice job today.
All right, thanks,
Thank you.
All right, this is the scene in South Philadelphia Xfinity Live after Dallas Goedert scored a 10-yard touchdown in the third quarter to give the Eagles the lead. What an absolute amazing scene down there. We showed you at the start of the show the reaction after Cody Parkey missed the field goal. You see drinks flying around, everybody celebrating. What an amazing, amazing place to be to witness the Eagles knocking off the Chicago Bears. Now, let's take a look at our Tag Board social media feature to see what some people are posting. And you got Kobe Bryant goes, Eagles emoji, thank you next.
Black Mamba.
See?
You see?
He knows how to close. He's in the clutch right there. Mike Trout.
Future Philly.
He's too excited. He can't even capitalize all the letters there.
Yeah.
Get the fly, Eagles fly. Let's
Future
go.
Philly. Let's go, Mike.
See?
Let's go, Mike.
See, you come to Philadelphia, you get to experience it more often, like Ryan Howard did when he won a World Series with the Phillies. Okay, the big piece checking in. What a game! Congrats to the Eagles. On to New Orleans. Let's go Birds. So, Doug Pearson addressing the media. We're going to hear from quarterback Nick Foles, possibly some others. I would imagine Golden Tate probably going to need to come to the podium.
Podium game.
It's podium game. Exactly. So Doug Pearson talked about how that final play, the game-winning pass, touchdown pass to Golden Tate was indeed a sprint out there like you called, very similar to Foles' first career game-winning touchdown against the Bucs in 2012. It reminded me of how a lot of similarities between this and the Falcons playoff game a year ago. The scores were eerily similar, 15-10 Eagles, this one 16-15. But the final play of that game, which if you remember the entire defense called, was a sprint to the right. And, of course, Jalen Mills there to make sure that Julio Jones doesn't come down with the ball inbounds, passing complete, and the Eagles get the victory there. So also asked about the next round, going to be taking on the New Orleans Saints. This Eagles team, since then, has won 6 of 7.
Let me tell you.
Much different team than when they faced off earlier this season.
Yeah, and we'll have time to get into.
We got all week, yes.
Yeah, we'll have time to get into this matchup. But I guarantee you, these players know exactly how they felt leaving New Orleans about 6 weeks ago after the Saints basically ran the score up on them late in that game. So that's going to be added motivation for these guys going down there next week. And they're going to need it. Saints are a good football team. Believe me, I played in that dome. When they are loud and raucous, it is a tough place to play, but this is a championship-tested team that the Eagles are. I thought today was a difficult environment to thrive in. They managed to overcome some early struggles and overcome that crowd in Chicago. The Eagles fans weren't able to take over Soldier Field like they've done in some other cities. Chicago has a very good football fan base, and you knew that they were going to be loud today, and I thought the Eagles, they were able to overcome that crowd, overcome the energy of that crowd, and really feed and create some energy themselves sort of to feed off of. I thought our defense played outstanding today. They've really carried this momentum that they started to build throughout the last weeks, and it really reached its peak last week in Washington when they were able to shut the Redskins out, and that was good going into this game. I thought they had confidence against an inexperienced quarterback like Mitchell Trubisky. You're going to need to pose much more of a threat to them. And like you said, we talked about the red zone defense. Being the #1 red zone defense in the league, we'll give you some things underneath. We'll give you some stuff underneath, but we're not allowing you to get in the end zone. And that's what the Eagles were able to do today, keeping the Bears out of the end zone when they were in the red red zone 3 times.
You mentioned the inexperience of Trubisky, and that's probably the biggest reason going to this game that I felt the most optimistic for the Eagles' chances, especially when you're kind of trying to figure out who would you want to see the Eagles play in this first matchup, and you're going to take whoever you get. But when you look at the matchup with the Bears, the Eagles have handled themselves against very good defenses in the past. You look at the run to the Super Bowl last season, okay? Remember, they had to face the #1 defense against Denver during the season and put up over 50 points on them. NFC Championship game, what did we hear the entire week leading up to that game?
Minnesota's defense.
How are the Eagles going to score? Well, as a team, they put up 38 points, thanks to that pick six also from Patrick Robinson. So Doug Pearson knows how to game plan against very good defenses. I like the fact that you had an inexperienced quarterback on the other side because all the pressure was on the Bears. Again, I say how this is their first home game since 2010, okay? This is a second-year quarterback who has made huge strides throughout the course of the season. Look, he threw 24 touchdowns against 12 interceptions.
Good second year for him.
But he didn't make the leap that Carson Wentz made from year 1 to year 2, where you're talking about him as an MVP candidate. You were looking at Trubisky as kind of the guy to, be the game manager, so to speak. The defense is what's going to win it for us. Just make sure you don't turn the ball over, take care of it, and don't get caught up in the atmosphere.
And I got to be honest with you. He played well today.
He did play well
today. He played well today. He didn't turn the ball over. Listen, over 300 yards against this Eagles defense, that's something he can sort of hang his hat on. Really drove his team down the field that final drive.
He got him in position, yes.
So, played a good game. But, again, Eagles kept him out of the end zone. Kept him out of the end zone, 0 for 3. That's really the difference. Even with Nick struggling with a couple turnovers, he was still able to get this team in the end zone with 2 critical touchdowns, including that final drive where he was able to hit Golden Tate for the game-winning touchdown. How about Golden Tate? Many people wondering whether or not Howie Roseman made the right move, giving up a 3rd-round pick to bring Golden Tate in. I always felt, Chris, that you wouldn't be able to justify bringing Golden Tate in with just numbers throughout the regular season. You pick him up in the middle of the season, it's difficult for him to come in and all of a sudden become the focal point of your offense when you have the type of weapons that are also on the offensive side of the ball. I always felt the way you would justify bringing in Golden Tate is the postseason. Making the postseason. So the Eagles were able to do that, and then his play in the postseason. He's a veteran, obviously looking forward to this opportunity, and I thought today the 5 catches that he made, it seemed at least 4 of them were big catches that he made, including that game-winning touchdown. So having a guy like that, a calming presence, and then trying to find a way to fit him and Nelson into the offense when they basically play the same position.
Similar skill sets,
they play the same position, but you want to try to use both guys, and so they got to move them around. And I thought today he was huge, coming up with some tough catches and some key moments of the game. I mean, if you ever wonder why you go out and make a move for a guy like that, this is why you do it. Because once you get to the postseason, you need as many veteran-laden players that'll be able to rise up to the occasion as you can get.
Well, look at the J.J. acquisition last year.
Exactly, same thing.
Came up huge in the postseason for the Eagles. Contributed throughout the course of the regular season, but really made his mark there in the playoffs to help the Eagles get the Super Bowl championship. The irony is not lost on me that we needed the Bears, their help, to get into the playoffs to begin with because they had to knock off Minnesota in Week 17. They help us get in, and then we kick them right out there. So you wonder if they're thinking back like maybe if we had let Minnesota in, could be a much different story. So you'll never know. But
well, listen, I'm pretty sure some of the fans had that feeling.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I talked to, I was on a radio show out there during the week talking about the game, and one of the things I asked was like, I know the fans, how do the fans feel about the Bears basically beating the Vikings to let the Eagles get in? And there was some trepidation out there because this is a hot team, there's a championship-tested team, and once they get in the playoffs, that's all they wanted. And that's all the Eagles wanted was an opportunity to get in. Didn't matter who they faced, they were going to be ready for it, and you knew you were going to get their best shot. And also knew this was going to be a close game because you have 2 coaching staffs that are familiar with the schemes on both sides of the ball. So there was going to be very few surprises in this game, right? There were going to be very few surprises from a schematic standpoint. And so you knew it really was going to boil down to execution. Who was going to be able to execute better, even though you may have known certain plays were coming in certain situations. And really, the Eagles did what they needed to do when they had the ball last to go ahead, and the Bears quite honestly, their offense moved the ball down the field after a very good kickoff return from Tariq Cohen, and Cody Parkey missed a field goal. Yeah, he missed the game-winning field goal that was very makeable, and the Eagles were able to get out of this game with a win, and that's all that matters, is you survive and you advance, and the Eagles are moving on to the second round, and the new norm has never felt so good, being able to just be a staple in the postseason. Not only that, just getting in, but knowing that no matter who you face, you're a difficult out. And that's what the Eagles are trying to establish. Regardless of how you play in the regular season, if we get in the postseason, we're going to be a difficult out.
Consecutive trips to at least the divisional round, first time since your tenure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what we used to be able to do when we got in, is we were certainly going to win that first game that we played. We were going to be ready to go. And we had problems finishing off the playoff runs, but typically when we got in, we knew we were in for a long stay. And then when Doug talks about the new norm, I know he's talking about championships as well, but you know, when you think about the Patriots, what do you think about? They are staples for the postseason.
They're there every year.
Every year.
Not just making the playoffs. They win the division, and they're hosting the conference championship.
And that's sort of what you want to have. And I look at that shot from Xfinity Live of the fans. Man, that's what makes it being a sports fan in this city so great, because no one comes together like a sports community, a city like this Philadelphia city does. And we come together better for the Eagles, better than any team in this city, because while we all have our little pockets, Flyers, Eagles, Sixers, everybody's an Eagles fan. Everybody's an Eagles fan.
Can we do our show next week from there? On Xfinity Live?
Maybe a little loud over there.
Yeah, it might be a little bit. So hey, I'm perfectly fine with that. All right, let's get into your takeaways, and I think you got to start with number 9, who is now 4-1 in the playoffs.
Man, ice water in his veins. Nick Foles, a.k.a. Nicky Six. I mean, you got to start with him. Mr. Clutch, you just said it, 4-1 in the postseason. Came into the game as the highest-rated quarterback in NFL history in the postseason based on his few starts. And when he needed to be clutch, that's what he was late in the game. Big throws to Alshon Jeffrey, Golden Tate, Dallas Goedert. I mean, just big play after big play late in the game when you needed him to be big, overcoming, a tough start to the game for himself, and then just being the clutch quarterback that we've all known and become to know Nick Foles to be.
So their second takeaway here, and the Eagles have been playoff tested basically over the last month, and two of those wins, 2 of the 3 consecutive wins to get into the playoffs came on the road, especially that first one at Los Angeles. So this is a team that knows how to overcome adversity away from the link.
Yeah, and that's what they had to do today. When you're on the road going up against a team like the Chicago Bears, who's as opportunistic as they are, they led the league in takeaways. That's what they want to do. They want to take the football away from you, shorten the field for that offense, and try to gain points that way. But I thought the Eagles early in the game, we struggled putting points on the board. That 3 hung on the board for a long time, and then it was 10-6, and then next thing you know, the Bears got a little momentum, and they're able to go up 15-10. And at that point, you're saying to yourself, man, this just may not be our day. It's been tough getting anything going. But as my first key to the game, and Nick Foles and his clutchness, that's what they were able to do, overcome that early struggle, and then get the lead late, and then even overcome that kickoff return from Tariq Cohen late in the game. So that brings me to my third sort of key to the game, and that's the defense. That's the defense. I talked about how good the Chicago Bears defense played today, and when you look at your goal chart going into a game, you want to be outstanding on third down, you want to get takeaways, and you want to be outstanding in the red zone. That's what the Eagles were able to do today. The Bears were able to get some yardage in between the 20s, but when they got to the red zone, the Eagles shut the door on them. 0 for 3 in the red zone, holding them to field goals. Yeah, they gave up some passing yardage. Hats off to the Bears. Robinson is a very good wide receiver, but again, you win football games by scoring touchdowns, and they didn't score many touchdowns today. I thought the defense did an outstanding job, even though they didn't get a ton of turnovers and a bunch of sacks. The fact that they only gave up 15 points on the road, making this Bears defense one-dimensional, that was huge today.
Especially because you were worried, would you score enough?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And they scored 16, and it turned out to be the perfect number to get the win. Let's get some more reaction. Some of this coming from the players themselves. Corey Clement, moving on. How many eagle emojis we got in there? 5. 5 eagle emojis, moving on. I actually enjoy the injured players like he
Oh,
and
yeah,
Jalen
and home
Mills,
watching. Yeah.
home watching and tweeting along. It's entertaining to say the very least. So Corey Clement saluting the Eagles. Chris Long, 3 letters. Wow.
Wow.
How many texts have you gotten that pretty much said the same thing? That's what my wife texted me that along with other things. But
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she texted me other things too prior to that missed field goal.
And then you got Cam Johnson. Let's go. Cam Johnson making his playoff debut for the Eagles there. Let's go. And I don't know if we can count, I think 7 exclamation points right there. So overall, though, just a total team performance here for the Eagles. We're going to hear from quarterback Nick Foles and other players very shortly. But, again, it's a great high to enjoy. You mentioned – how everyone's come together in the city, and it's just great that you're able to enjoy it this way once again. And as the season was going along and things were going topsy-turvy, the Eagles were if you remember, they were 4-6 after the New Orleans game, and then all of a sudden they were down 19-3 against the Giants. You thought that this season was really going to start spiraling out of control or had the potential to. Well, they're able to rally to get themselves in the postseason, and you're getting to the point where you're so emotionally invested once again that you just don't want to see this run come to an end. This is a glorious run that's, 2 years in the making at this point, okay? Because, the season ends with the Super Bowl. You get to carry the euphoria of that through the offseason. Then you have the amazing opening night celebrations. You knock off Atlanta again. You get Carson Wentz back. You go through the roller coaster season. You make it into the playoffs, winning 3 straight at the end. You don't want it to come this far just to end with a loss to the Chicago Bears and the Eagles delivering in thrilling fashion. I mean, I'm trying to think. This is such an instant classic where it's going to rank among like the playoff thrillers in Eagles history right now.
Well, certainly it's going to rank up there with them because this is another good one. And in typical Eagle fashion, we like to make them classics. And so it's what's great about this organization. We've had a ton of great playoff moments. We've also had our fair share of disappointing moments. But, under this regime, under Doug Peterson, I think we ought to we should never take it for granted, but we should come to sort of expect it and get used to it and sort of get comfortable with the feeling of being successful and being expected to win these type of games. And eventually that sort of feeling will come. It's repetition, right? It's just the more and more you do it, the more and more we'll begin to expect it. But the way the season is sort of played out, you didn't really know how today's game would go. I talked to enough fans throughout the week that some were just satisfied that the Eagles fought all the way hard to the end of the season and got in.
Okay.
They were satisfied with that.
That was not me. I was not.
Well, then you had another portion of the fan base that said, hey, now we're in, let's take advantage of it. Yep. And they're waiting for another run. I'm somewhere in the middle. Being the defending champs, what expectations do you want to place on the team? Obviously, you want to win every year, but is it really realistic? So for this team to overcome the whole Super Bowl hangover, actually get in the way that they got in, and then had enough to win this type of football game, man, I want to be in your corner, right, where you're never satisfied. But part of me says, wow, man, that was a gratifying win today. That was a good win today.
You understand how difficult it is.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not taking for granted what the Eagles were able to accomplish because this is an undermanned squad.
Right.
At the end of, let's face it, let's look at the secondary alone, okay? At the beginning of the season, you had Jalen Mills, Ronald Darby, your Super Bowl starters on the outside, and a promising up-and-coming Sidney Jones working in the slot.
Yep.
Out there today, Avonte Maddox, Rasul Douglas, Cravon LeBlanc in the slot, combined postseason experience in terms of defense, 0 snaps.
0, yeah.
0. Rasul Douglas played special teams for the Eagles in the postseason. He did not have a single snap on defense, okay? He had, a couple, games where he had some significant roles in throughout the course of the year due to injuries, but, for the most part, he's been like the first guy off the bench. So during the Super Bowl run, he was special teams. That was it.
Yep.
So you're relying on these guys, okay? You're working in some newcomers, guys like Golden Tate into the offensive side of the ball, all right? So it's your defensive line, which was the hallmark of the team a year ago with the rotation. Again, we talked about you're relying on some trusty veteran guys, but you don't have like a Derek Barnett, to inject some youth coming off the bench there to help, give your guys a breather. at any point. So,
I agree.
So you're largely undermanned. So it's not that I'm not satisfied, because I understand what's taken to get to this point. It's just that once you're in it, you want to make the most of the run here. That's the biggest thing.
And that's the way the team feels.
Yes.
And the players feel that way as well. They've gone through the tough part of having to get through the regular season just to get back to the postseason so that they can defend their Super Bowl title. They've gotten in, and they're saying, you shouldn't have let us in. Because we're here to win this thing now. And that's the great thing about these players. Having experienced that championship run last year, they know what that champagne tastes like. They know what that feeling was like, those that were able to do it. And then you have some players that have won in the past, but it's been a few years since they won.
Michael Bennett's of the
you know, the
world,
Michael Bennett's, the Haloti Nadas, those guys. Darren Sproles didn't get a chance to play last year.
Jason Peters didn't get to play.
Jason Peters didn't get a chance
Jordan
to play
Hicks.
last year. Those Jordan Hicks, those guys, Golden Tate. Right? Golden Tate never won a playoff game, won his first playoff game today. Played in Detroit. I think they won one playoff game in 80 years in that franchise's history. So it's great to have sort of that new energy, right? That newfound energy and motivation as well once you get in the postseason.
Speaking of the hero, Golden Tate game-winning 2-yard touchdown reception on 4th and goal. Eagles insider Dave Spadaro caught up with him on the field after the victory.
All right, Golden, let's talk about the touchdown, the call, the play, and the catch, and how it felt.
You know, just a great play call by Doug, and my number was called. I knew I had to make a play, and you know, Nick just dropped a dime. He threw it, so only I can catch it. I just made a play. Just happy to have the opportunity to make a difference, to give this city something to cheer for, and we did something big on the road against a really, really good team. So I'm excited.
What is the demeanor like down in that situation? What are the guys like on the field?
Composed, and I think it starts at our quarterback. We got a quarterback that just wants to live in the now. Doesn't matter what happened early in the game, just stay composed and let the game come to us. And then at the end, we just had an opportunity to make a play. But I can't say it was me. We moved the ball very well down the field when it mattered, and just the last play, my number was called.
And it's fun to win on the end, right?
It is very fun. One thing we said this entire this week is that, once we get in, you got to deal with us. So we in, and we're just going to keep it going.
Wow, wow, wow. Number 19 there coming through in the clutch 4th and goal to give the Eagles the 16-15 victory. And we're going to hear from quarterback Nick Foles in just a little bit. We're waiting to bring you his press conference live from Soldier Field. But how about the protection today for Nick Foles? Because remember, he took the shot to the chest at the end of the Washington game a week ago. Couldn't finish. Nate Sudfeld had to come off the bench. Oh, speaking of Nick, there he is right now. Let's send it over to Soldier Field.
Yes.
Was that one you asked Doug for again, or?
Yeah, we talked about it on the sideline. We had an option on the previous couple plays based on the look they would give us to actually get to something like that. And, we were over there talking, and I figured from studying them in those situations where games are on line, they like to, blitz and bring a lot of pressure. So, why don't we move the pocket and, put one of our, best guys on one of their guys and let them win. So Doug and I discussed it, and he was all for it. So.
When you guys make that play, make that decision, what's going through your mind as you go to the line of scrimmage there, you snap and you roll out there?
Really just reading body language. It's really, there's 2 routes. Golden's primary. So it's really just, let him win. And, it's really a simple play. And he did a great job of really selling his route, hesitation, and getting out. And he's got great hands, as you can see. And he made a lot of big plays for us tonight.
Who's secondary? Is it Nelson or Alshon?
Alshon.
Was it the same play from the Macklin touchdown?
Similar but different. It's not the same one, but it's similar concept with just a route, working on versus man and getting out of the break.
Nick, what was your message to the team in the huddle on that prior to that final drive?
I mean, it's like we always talk about, just staying in the moment. That's been the, what I've been focusing on. That's what we've been focusing on. It was a crazy game. That's a tremendous team. Playing here, this is a crazy place to play. And, our defense did an amazing job tonight, really keeping us in it. The first half was, we struggled on offense. I struggled through a couple picks. But, the last drive was really just stay in the moment, let's play the play, let's just keep going, let's march. We didn't have to do anything too crazy. We just needed to play. And we were able to settle down in the second half and make some plays. And, it was a huge team win for us.
You talk about staying in the moment. Do you say to yourself at any point as you're in this high-pressure situation that I've been here before, I did this last year on the biggest stage, this is me.
Not really that. More so, just what I learned on those stages is just how to calm myself in a chaotic moment. When there's, from the outside world, it's a ton of pressure, and just really simplifying it in my head, getting in the huddle, looking at the guys that I trust, know that it's all on the line for us, and we're just going to get the job done. It's just belief in one another. So that's just from being around these guys, having the relationship, and that's what wins games in the fourth quarter. Is we talk about brotherhood. Going to work every single day. The game wasn't going great in the first half offensively, but our defense was keeping us in it, and they just kept coming to sidelines. We got you. We're gonna get you the ball back. And there was never, and I always talk about they never turn, they never get upset. They just had our back, and it was ultimately a great team win.
In the final minute, did you have any flashbacks to your first playoff game when you left the field with the lead and then the big return and the game-winning field goal?
Yeah, I mean there was definitely some similarities there. That definitely came into my mind a little bit, but. We were fortunate. Parkey's an amazing kicker. He's one of the best in the league, and I said it earlier, he makes that 99 out of 100 times. We were just fortunate that was the one he missed.
Nick, how important is it when you're in the huddle in that situation that the other guys in the huddle see you calm and see you kind of composed and not showing any signs of it?
Yeah, I mean, it's always important. It's always important to be genuinely that way. They can see through it if you're faking it. But I draw my strength from, those guys in the huddle, just look in their eyes, the belief they have, not only in me, but in one another. And knowing that, this was a crazy game. There was a lot of adversity. I mean, this is one of the most hostile environments I've played in. Their fans came out, and, we still had a lot of support here too. But it was, I'll sleep well tonight for sure.
Nick, Doug said earlier that on first and second down, this handoffs to Sproles, there was the kill, and the sprint out was the play there. Why'd you stay with the runs?
The look that they gave us was the look that we wanted for the run. It wasn't the kill look.
What was the where you had the Philly special look, but you just had the direct snap?
Yeah, it was just.
What's that play called?
Well, it didn't work, so I don't know if they want me saying it, but I'm gonna keep that one to myself.
What's going on? What's clicking with this team now over these past few weeks?
It's just been the course of the year. Just finding the DNA of the team, we've gone through a lot as a team, and we've continued to stick together. Everyone at the NovaCare facility just keeps believing in one another, and it just takes time. And I think the big thing is it's about relationships. It's about believing in one another. In the hard times, it's easy to pat each other on the back when things are going well. It's, hey, when things aren't going well, or, I throw a couple picks, what's going to happen? And, what happened today was I threw a couple picks, made a couple mistakes, but the guys were there to be there for me, lift me up. Defense said they got me, and that's what this team's about.
You and Alshon seem to have a really good connection most of the time. Obviously, he played here before. Did you sense that this game meant anything different, obviously, beyond a playoff game, anything for him?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anytime you play against your former team, you obviously go out there and you focus and you want to play, but yeah, there's always something. There's always added something, and I knew that going in here, coming back to Chicago where, he was an elite receiver when he was here, that's emotional, but, he always comes ready to play, and he's a big-time player.
What was the play on the third and 9 that you completed to him down to the 2? And what was, was he the first read there?
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of reading through an area, but, you're reading defenders on that one, just the way they coverage, but you really want to get it to him. So the way the defenders reacted to the concept, it opened up nicely for him.
You kind of said before that, every game you play now could be your last in Eagles jersey. Does that go through your mind at all, especially going into that?
Not really in the last series. It's more so when I sit in the locker room, after a game. I always try to take a moment and just sit there and just reflect because, you're enjoying it with your teammates, but it's also you're giving everything you have. And I realized then that I'm blessed to be able to wear this jersey at least one more week. And that's something that, I get to play with these guys one more week. I get to be with the coaches one more week. And that's something that's really, I look forward to, and I'm blessed to be a part of it.
Nick, I know you didn't play in the game, but what did you notice from your teammates after the New Orleans loss the first time? And what are your thoughts about the opportunity to have a rematch?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first time New Orleans came out and, they did a really good job versus us. It wasn't a good game for us, but at the same time, the thing that impresses me about my team is even in those moments where, it wasn't a good game for us, we still stuck together. So it's going to be a tall task this week. You know, New Orleans is, you know, they had a bye week. They're a tremendous team. They had an amazing season, but, you know, I love these guys that I get to go play with. I know we're ready for this week. You know, just one day at a time. You know, now we get to go back home, get a little sleep, get our bodies ready, and get ready to roll again.
You didn't practice with Golden Tate very much because you came in late in the season, but how many times do you think you practiced that play with him?
That one, you know, once or twice. So I just, you know, I read body language, and it comes down to trusting your guy to get open. And, you know, he came out big tonight. I mean, he's a playmaker. He made some great catches, and he's really helped us a lot. He's coming along.
Hey, Nick, you've had a few games earlier in your career where you had those interceptions early and the result wasn't what it was tonight. What was different for you? Are you a different quarterback now in those situations?
Yeah, I think that those games are tough when you make mistakes early that hurt your team, and, you know, it can affect you because you want to go out there and you want to help. And I think sometimes you can start forcing it. You can be a little gun shy as a younger player, but you know what I've learned is I talk about staying in the moment, good or bad. You know, if I throw a couple touchdowns early, still it's 0-0. Just keep playing. Just keep playing. This, unfortunately, made a couple mistakes, but still the same thing. Hey, just get back. It's 0-0. Just play. Trust your teammates. Play. So. Yeah, absolutely. I pull on things that I've learned. I'm always learning. I learned a lot about, you know, myself tonight. I learned a lot about my teammates, and, you know, that's where we continue to grow as a team, and that's that y'all keep asking me every week, like, what's gelling? It's this continual growth through these games that we go through that really helps our team mesh, and, you know, we continue to grow tonight.
We have time for two more. Eddie Jackson didn't play. Did you sense that maybe in the middle of the field there was a little more room than there might normally be?
You know, they did a great job. You know, he's a great player. I think they did that defensive thing that impressed me on film was obviously their front, but the way they can move their coverages and disguise their coverages. And, you know, I thought they do it amongst the best I've ever played against. You know, they did a really good job tonight, even without him out there.
How'd you feel physically? How'd you come out with the ribs?
I feel good. I feel good. You know, we gave it everything we had tonight, so like I said, we'll sleep good. All right, thank y'all.
All right, South Philadelphia Xfinity Live. That's the reaction after Golden Tate's go-ahead touchdown on 4th and goal. Okay, ball at the 2-yard line after Alshon Jeffrey got them down there. After 3 plays, 2 Sproles runs, and then an incomplete pass to Jeffrey. Then all of a sudden, sprint out, 4th and goal, season on the line. Golden Tate come up huge there. Reese Hoskins, Phillies player, going with the double doink to win the game. Dogs are barking. I was wondering maybe if the underdog mask might come back out.
How about that field goal miss? That was a double doink.
Yeah.
That's hard to do. I mean, that is hard to do, man.
All right. One of the best.
Trenco.
One of the absolute best pass rushers in
5'8".
franchise history. Okay?
Second
and
5'8"
second.
number.
I'm telling you, it is something special about that 5'8" number. Continues to this day. Trinco, one of my all-time favorites right there. Great battle between 2 great teams. And then, how about the Bella twins, okay? Nikki checking in there. That's why you get the little N there. Go Eagles, WWE fame. Of course, everybody knows who the Bella twins are. Huge.
Yeah.
Huge Eagles fans. So, but everybody's checking. Everyone coming out here. It's playoffs. It's playoffs. Even though.
But in all seriousness, final game of the weekend, so you know everybody's watching.
Exactly, yes. And it was an outstanding game.
Yes.
Okay.
Low scoring, but good defensive game.
That's
2
what you
defensive
want.
games today.
And it's close at the end. That's the biggest thing. It's coming down. It comes down to the final drive. Okay. You get a 4th and goal to go ahead there in the final minutes, and then the Bears have one last opportunity. Again, big kickoff return. You know, pretty much gets them in great field position. Trubisky, you know, first career playoff game, has a couple completions to get themselves in field goal range. He comes off the field saying, I've done my part.
Yeah.
Just need Parkey to put it through. And then Parkey, he did put it through the first time, but Doug Pearson, one more timeout in his pocket, calls it to ice him. Second opportunity, double doink. That's ball game.
Yeah, and I tell you, prior to that, when the Eagles had the ball, and I know Matt's a rookie head coach out there in Chicago, but I know when he looks back at this game, he's going to be thinking about the usage of his timeouts late there. I was surprised he didn't call a timeout after the first Darren Sproles run. You imagine if they call a timeout there, they probably have about 30 extra seconds.
Yeah.
Then you don't have to, you know, maybe you got a couple extra plays that you move the ball closer for Cody Parkey, and it's more like a field goal attempt. Again, rookie head coach, and time management is something that all coaches sort of have to feel their way through. And I'm sure he looks back, when he looks back at this game, that's probably a situation there where he's probably going to wish that he had to use one of his timeouts.
You know, Doug Pearson, first time in the playoffs, he went all the way. He got the job done. So,
Hey,
just
everybody
saying.
can't be Doug. Everybody
exactly
can't
right.
be Doug.
All right, so we talked about the defensive line, and one of the key contributors down the stretch here, Tim Jernigan, who had off-season surgery, missed pretty much the first 3 quarters of the year, played 1 game, you know, re-aggravated the injury, had to come out for a few weeks. Well, he's healthy, he's thriving in the middle of the defensive line, helping complement Fletcher Cox there. Dave Spadera, our Eagles insider, caught up with him on the field following the win.
Hey, Timmy, tell me how you feeling. What was it like there watching Cody line it up and miss it?
Ooh, it felt good. You know, the crazy thing about it was I went to Najee Browder. Najee Browder said, hey, he said, bro, he gonna miss this. I say, nah, I don't know. He said, bro, they finna miss it. And I be he did, he missed it. So
Tim, the way you guys came back in this game, what's that tell you about this football team?
I said it 4-5 weeks ago, man. One thing we ain't gonna do is give up. We ain't gonna give up, and you're gonna have to beat us out of this thing. We ain't gonna just walk out. We ain't trying to go home. We're trying to be in Atlanta in February.
4th and goal. Eagles have the football. You're on the sidelines. What are you doing?
Man, I'm over there. I'm just praying. I'm praying. To be honest with you, I'm just praying. You know, just talking to God, man. Because at the end of the day, I know He with us. I know this what this team goes by. We're a praying team. We stay together, and I feel like we deserve to win. So we won.
Thank you, Tim. Congrats, man.
The gold teeth. Just absolutely love seeing the gold teeth shine there on the field there in Chicago after the Eagles' 16-15 victory. Now, there's one person, a Hall of Famer, an icon, who we haven't heard from yet, Ike. You know who I'm talking about.
My uncle.
Your Uncle Merrill.
My Uncle
you
Merrill.
better believe it. Everyone's
that's
uncle.
right.
Merrill Reese. Mike Quick. We're going inside the Sports Radio 94 WIP booth for, it's not Merrill and Mike Cam, it's just Merrill Cam, okay? He's the icon here, okay? You know, Quick is, you know, one of the greatest receivers in franchise
what is Mike
history.
Quick? Yeah, who is he?
But he's the, you know, the side piece there, okay? It's all about Merrill Reese here. How did he call this game? Let's go and get the best of the best in Merrill Cam. Take it away.
Here is a field goal attempt. This will be a 43-yard attempt by Jake Elliott. Do the Eagles hit the scoreboard first? The kick is away. It's got the distance. And it is the Eagles 3 and the Bears nothing. Trubisky in the gun. 3 receivers right. Trubisky back again. He pumps. He is firing. It is complete. Down across the 5. And no, they say incomplete. Anthony Miller had it.
No.
And then he was stripped of the football by Cre'Von LeBlanc.
This is outstanding play. Don't count them before they hatch. LeBlanc he's actually beaten early. But he doesn't give up. He gets his hand in. Anthony Miller has the football, but LeBlanc gets his hand in, and he rips the football out.
3 receivers left. Allen Robinson, the former Nittany Lion, out to the near side of the field. Snap goes back to Trubisky. He's looking, and it's too late because the Eagles gobble him up. They get him back at the 45-yard line. Tim Jernigan and Brandon Graham with the first sack of the game. Aguilar comes in motion. Shotgun. Foles back. Looking for the end zone. Firing. Complete. Touchdown. He's got Dallas Goedert for a touchdown.
Well, they didn't waste any time going to the end zone. Dallas Goedert lines up in the slot. Nelson Aguilar motions outside of him, and he just runs down the seam.
Trubisky takes the snap. He looks, steps up, and he is hit. They've got him back at the 15-yard line, and that is Michael Bennett with the sack. Foles takes the snap. He rolls. He looks. He fires, and it is complete. It is complete. Touchdown, Golden Tate. And the Eagles regain the lead.
We're going to have that for you available on PhiladelphiaEagles.com later on. But Merrill Reese going right to Twitter after the game. Oh, look at this. Really special team. Never seen an Eagles team put on a stretch drive like that one. Needed some breaks, but you know what? Kickers have dashed our hopes in the past.
That's right.
Doug Pearson is a winner, and Nick Foles has unshakable poise. Look at that.
I like it.
Is that the second book? The first one was Believe It, so is Unshakable going to be the second Nick Foles?
Unshakable. I like
Unshakable
that.
right there. So I'm leaving it set. I'm writing that one right now. So going to the press. But nonetheless, it's great. I just love that peek behind the curtain because fans get to listen. You get to listen on Sports Radio 94 WIP. You can listen right on Philadelphia.com or Eagles app, and you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You get to see the end product, but you don't know how the sausage is made, so to speak. And I love media relations extraordinaire Anthony Bonagura, call him the Godfather there, to Merrill's left in the booth there, who's working as the statistician, the spotter to tell him what's going on during the course of the game. And there's the fan in you that wants to be going berserk, but you got to make sure. I got to make sure Merrill gets the right guys. Got to make sure put everything out. So I like that Anthony goes the little fist bump, and then gets back to doing the job to take care of Merrill because you can't let the go down whatsoever. That's the biggest thing. You can't let them down. So. We've talked a little bit about Dallas Scott. We showed the reaction from Xfinity Live to his touchdown in the third quarter, which gave the Eagles the lead. Just speaking of unshakable and amazing poise, Goddard stepping up late in the season as a rookie. We were wondering how much 12 personnel we were going to see with he and Zach Ertz on the field at the same time today, going against a Bears defense that pretty much stays in base at all times. Okay, so even if you have a third receiver on the field, they're like, we'll drop Leonard Floyd in coverage. We'll drop Khalil Mack. And you saw that. You saw Roquan Smith covering receivers down the field in this game. So we're going to go to a one-on-one interview with Dallas Goedert, who hauled in his first career playoff touchdown today in the win over the Bears.
All right, let's talk about this. First, tell me about the touchdown, the route, the catch, how it felt.
It was incredible. We called Zebra 88. I went in there. Wasn't the play I thought it was going to be. Went out there. Nick gave me a nice ball. We got ahead. It was a pretty big time in the game, pretty exciting.
Do you know where your family is in this building? Did you wave to them after the touchdown?
I didn't. I'll tell you the truth. They're in one of the corners somewhere. It's awesome to have them all here. Excited to play one more game with these guys.
Dallas, the last drive, the offensive drive, take me through the drive and what Nick showed you once again in clutch situation.
Yeah, Nick has been incredible ever since he stepped on the field. It was crunch time. We were down 6. Late in the game, everybody stepped up, elevated their play. There was a lot of big plays in that drive.
Your first playoff game, what was the experience like?
Man, it was incredible. This place was rolling all night. Obviously, you couldn't ask for a closer fist fight till the end. It went down to game-missing field goal. It was incredible. I had a blast. Looking forward to next week.
Thanks, Dallas. Congrats. Appreciate it.
I would think that that's a playoff beer for Dallas Goedert, but he's had that the whole season. So it might be just
South
one time.
Dakota.
That's what it is.
Yes.
So he absolutely hated the fact that he had to tweet out in support of North Dakota State winning the FCS National Championship because he lost the bet because South Dakota State lost to Easton Stick and Company there, Carson Wentz's alma mater in the semifinals. So Dallas Goedert was on Twitter like, great job, best team in the country. Like, yeah, I lost the bet. But just absolute, you look at with him and with Avonte Maddox, the contributions you're getting from the young guys, Josh Adams working his way in there as well. You have to feel good about the future of the team because you're getting these contributions from young players. This is the pipeline. This is how you talk about the new normal. This is how you maintain the new normal, is having the pipeline of success. You got to be able to draft well so that when the veterans are aging and getting to the end of their careers, that you have someone you can step in. And during your tenure with the Eagles, first round picks might not really get on the field a whole lot, okay, because you have veterans locked in those positions. But I always think back to the Brian Westbrook draft, the Leo Shepard, Sheldon Brown, Michael Lewis draft of 2002, where it's like, most of these guys aren't getting on the field because you already have established players at those positions. You just need to get them in the pipeline and get them ready so that when the time comes, they're able to step in. We didn't think that, I think Dallas Goedert was the one guy we thought would be a piece for the offense this season. Took him probably a little longer than expected because he showed flashes of brilliance throughout the training camp and preseason. They've done a great job working him in. Avonte Maddox is the one guy, though, that we were like, we didn't think that he was going to be a contributor, maybe special teams at the most. And here he is starting at outside cornerback, going against the NFC North champions, Allen Robinson, giving up, 6 inches to him, and yet getting the job done to help the defense get the victory.
Yeah, and playing very well. He has been a pleasant surprise at the cornerback position. You talk about what his expected role was coming into the season. I thought obviously he'd be the 4th or 5th cornerback, special teams contributor, and even inactive on some Sundays. Yeah. But injuries have forced him into action early, this year, and so he's excelled wherever they've asked him to play, whether it was at free safety, whether it was at the nickel position, or even on the outside. He's excelled, and he got some great experience going up against a guy like Allen Robinson today. And I would give Avonte Maddox the benefit of the doubt. The first half of the game, second half of the game, they saw some things, and then they took advantage of the young rookie in the second half. But I love watching Avonte Maddox play. I think he is a gamer. I think he's going to be huge for us moving forward. I think they're going to have a hard time keeping him off the field next year. I think he's an outside corner. I really do.
It's one of those great topics that we get to debate all offseason. But we get to push the offseason off for at least another week. So speaking of huge acquisitions, a couple of years ago, the Eagles in free agency getting Brandon Brooks from the Houston Texans has made back-to-back Pro Bowl appearances. He was huge in helping protect Nick Foles, especially on that final drive as the Eagles came from behind to get the win. He talked with Eagles insider Dave Spadero on the field following the victory.
All right, Brandon, you guys are down at the goal line trying to get in. What's going on in the huddle? What was the demeanor like there?
So it was do or die at that point. I mean, obviously, you know, you win or you lose, you go home. So for us, I mean, we won't want it any other way than having it on our back. So got the job done. Collectively, how do you think you did against that Bears front? I thought the Bears defense was an excellent defense. I mean, they've been one of the best ones in the league for, the whole year. So we feeling good. Let's just keep the thing rolling. All right, so you're sitting there watching. What are you looking at? What are you looking at when Cody's lining up the kick? Well, first I was like, is he going to ice him? Then he iced him. Then I saw him make it, and I was like, yeah, after this one, it's going to be it right here. It's the way playoff games are. They always come down to the wire. Do you enjoy that? Honestly, no. I was on the edge of my seat, but glad we got the W.
That was a heavyweight showdown in the trenches between he and Akeem Hicks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Akeem Hicks is a devastating defensive tackle. Has mammoth size, amazing strength. Doesn't quite have, there's some comparisons of Fletcher Cox. I think Fletcher Cox is a little more of an athlete, better in terms of getting the quarterback. But, if you were able to watch the broadcast, they showed some of the hand fighting that Akeem Hicks was able to do and able just to, move around the arms of whatever offensive lineman was against him. Brandon Brooks had his hands full today, but helped keep Nick Foles clean because, again, that was one of the big things coming to this game. With that rib injury, would he be affected at all whatsoever? You knew the Bears were going to try to take their shots, and you really didn't hear much from Khalil Mack.
No.
Didn't hear too much from Leonard Floyd. I mean, overall, they had able to get pressure at times, but the offensive line with Isaac Seumalo coming in there for his first game in weeks because of that chest injury, you were wondering if they were going to say, we won 3 straight games with Wiz in there. Let's keep it moving. But they want a bigger body inside to handle this Bears defensive front. And look, the offensive line was up to the task once again.
Yeah, another great job. Listen, this offensive line has gone up against some pretty good defensive fronts, particularly on that line. When you look at Aaron Donald and Ndamukong Suh, J.J. Watt, Jadeveon Clowney, Ryan Kerrigan, and those young Alabama boys down there in Washington that they faced last week. And then you had this week with this Chicago Bears defense, the number 1 defense in the league. Khalil Mack gets all the attention, but they are a good defensive unit. That whole front 7 is a good unit. And so what I like that the Eagles offensive line was able to do today is that they didn't allow that front 7, particularly that defensive line, to dominate the offense, to disrupt the offense all day. Sure, they made some plays, and part of the game plan was get the ball out quick so you can sort of neutralize that Bears front. But the Bears, they get that sort of game plan from everyone every week, and they've still managed to disrupt offenses. I watched this Bears defense on Monday night destroy the LA Rams offense. And so I thought the Eagles offensive line did a nice job of not allowing this Bears front to really just dominate the game. They made a couple plays here and there, but they didn't dominate the game, and that's what they can do at times.
Khalil Mack has been an absolute game wrecker this season. Okay, I'll go back to even the season opener for them, his debut against Green
Packers.
Bay. And the first half alone, you just said, they can't stop this guy. No matter what side he's lining up on. And that's what's interesting about Mack. When you go back to that Raiders game last season, he lined up exclusively over Lane Johnson. Well, tonight, he was moving back and forth between Lane Johnson and Jason Peters, and both times you weren't seeing either tackle get a ton of help whatsoever. I mean, Doug Peterson knew, look, you guys, you're the bookend tackles. the stalwarts of the offensive line. Lane Johnson, an All-Pro a year ago. I think he's motivated by the slight, not just the Pro Bowl, but the All-Pro, which was announced this week.
Yep.
Jason Peters, we talked earlier, didn't get to be a part of that playoff run on the field last season, but he was a motivating force because remember in the Super Bowl, the NFC Championship game, Lane Johnson's running out with his 71 jersey out there on the field. Okay, so those guys had to hold their own, whether it was against Mack or Floyd, and both were up to the task. Those guys were not able to dominate the game. Akeem Hicks, I thought, was very, very good in the middle of the interior. They didn't give the Eagles a lot of room to run the ball today. I credit Doug Pearson for striking a nice balance where it was not, you didn't completely go away from it, you didn't abandon the run, but you sprinkled it in just when you had to, just to keep the Bears defense honest, okay? Because it was tough. It's been tough against that defense all season long from a run standpoint, and it especially was so today for the Eagles. So speaking of Doug Pearson, let's get some more insight into what the game plan was for today and how the Eagles came out with the win. Let's send it to the one-on-one interview with the Hall of Fame wide receiver, Mike Quick.
Coach, not many people expected you to even be in the playoff, more or less advancing. What is it about this team that they continue to do what you're doing?
I think our guys really, they do a great job of just blocking a lot of things out, and just focusing on their job. And I talk a lot about ownership and accountability, and it's really starting to show up now this last month and a half of our season. And, it proved itself again tonight. I mean, the Chicago Bear team they're well coached. It's a great football team. They're going to win a lot of games. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the NFC for a while. And, for us to come in here and battle and play 60 minutes, I think just shows the resiliency again of our football team.
It's a defense that they don't give up anything in the run game. They're the best in the red zone, but you still are able to get 2 touchdowns in the red zone. Tell me about that plan when you got in the red zone.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that if we could get them in nickel defense, we had a chance to run the ball just a little bit. And, Coach Fangio does a great job of holding personnel. But, our plan was to try to attack that way, and then we had the touchdown early in the second quarter that kind of got us to 10 points, and then of course the last drive of the game was outstanding and getting us in there on 4th down. But we felt like we could do some things. That's a good red zone team, and we're fortunate to come away with what we did.
But you kind of understand when he's going to come after you with an all-out blitz and play man on the back end, so you're able to take advantage of that, huh?
We did, and he, Coach Fangio again he loves to bring pressure inside the 5, especially in those gotta-have-it type moments, and that was a gotta-have-it moment. And it was a play that we had repped during the week, and Golden is one of the best at that little quick out, and Nick is a very accurate passer there and put a good ball on it, and got us in the end zone.
You were in New Orleans, didn't go well. Looking forward to going back to New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean it's a great opportunity again. Anytime you can continue and keep playing in the postseason, that's a positive. And we'll look at that film again and go back and make some adjustments. And I feel like we're a different football team at this point than we were, say a month and a half, 2 months ago. And we're just looking for the opportunity. It's a good football team. They're well coached as well. And we just got to put another good plan together.
Let me go back to the offensive line, because this was a defense that everyone talks about and they are one of the best that I've seen. But your offensive line today, you got to talk about their play, because I thought they were stellar today. I'm
going to tell you, each week Coach Stout puts a great run plan together. They do a great job with the protection plan, and then our guys just embrace the work, embrace the joy of kind of playing together, and they're playing really well right now together, and it's fun to watch our guys, quite frankly. 5 guys come off the ball and do some things in the run game, and then to keep your quarterback clean. They're doing a great job. They're playing well right now.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck down in New Orleans.
Thanks, Quick.
Great interview as always from Mike Quick. Now there's a photo circulating Twitter right now of Doug Pearson in the locker room after the win, standing with Tim Jernigan with a gold chain around his neck. I would have loved if he had the gold chain on during the interview right there. That would have just been classic. Absolutely classic right there. So Doug Pearson, phenomenal job getting the Eagles the win. So we have more coming up here on the post-game show presented by Rico. We're going to dig deep in, go inside the film room after the break, and then later on we're going to preview the matchup with the Saints. However, if you are following us on Facebook or Twitter, you need to come on over to PhiladelphiaEagles.com or the app to join the rest of the party. We'll be back after these messages.
All right, good afternoon.
How'd you come out in terms of injuries and anything
Good.
with Nick? Did you have to test Nick again?
Foles?
Yeah.
No, he came out good. Yeah. Yes.
Doug, you guys have faced some of the best defensive linemen and some of the best defenses in the league during your streak. How well do you think your line has sort of answered that call, and why?
You know, I think they rise to the occasion. They rise to the challenge. You know, every time that, or any time that, you know, we hear a lot about our opponent, especially the guys up front. And we've listened, and you said it. We've played a lot of really, really good defensive linemen this year, D ends, D tackles, and it just seems like our guys really embrace that opportunity, embrace the challenge, and they have a great week of practice preparation. I'm going to tell you, Joe Osman, he's a practice squad player. He was Khalil Mack last week. He's been Aaron Donald. He's been, and he gives us great looks. And really, that's where it starts. And our guys really, as I said, they do embrace it, and they rise up and do a nice job in the game.
Jason Peters specifically, he's had some games this year where he couldn't make it through. What have you seen from him, and what has impressed you about his year?
Well, I think number one, he's feeling better each week. Obviously, you know, the added rest that we're giving him, he's feeling better, and he felt good yesterday. And listen, he's a professional. He gets himself prepared, you know, more probably mentally during the week than physical, obviously. And he's an all-pro left tackle in my mind, and he continues to play at a high level. Is it perfect all the time? No. I mean, there's going to be times when he gets beat, but he's steady, he's reliable, and he played well yesterday.
Can you agree what his sort of status in the locker room is?
His status? I mean, he's a leader on the team. I mean, you watch him talk to the guys, even when he's not in the game. He's talking to the guys, and he leads a lot by example that way, you know, on and off the football field. So guys have a lot of respect for him.
Doug, there's been a lot of new guys who come in since the season started who are contributing a lot to you guys. Can you just talk about on both sides of the ball? Just talk about the process of kind of acclimating so many new people and, you know, and then being productive.
Yeah. You know, you can go all the way back to, you know, Trayvon Hester, who we activated early in the season off practice squad, and then has a big hand in the game last night. You like that? And then you continue to go, and you add Golden Tate, you add, you know, Crayvon LeBlanc, and, you know, you activate Trey Sullivan, and you know, all these different pieces that you know, were on practice squad. Shandon Sullivan, who was active, and he's still with us on practice squad. Guys like that have all had impacts, you know, this season. And number one, it's a credit to it's more on defense, obviously. So the defensive staff, you know, coaching these guys up, and you know, we say next man up, but this year has always been next man and maybe even the second man up, and so credit the coaches for preparing them each week, and you know, and I think too, right now you're seeing that these guys are playing a lot more minutes together, and so they're getting a little more comfortable with the scheme. And I think of Rasul Douglas and how well he's been playing, and how well he's been tackling, and really being a more physical corner like we expect him to be, and that's a bright spot as well. And then you throw in Maddox, you know, who's a rookie corner who he's battling injury right now, but he's playing through it, and he's playing good. And like I said, they're coming together at the right time.
What's the process like with your pro scouts and the coaching staff when you're looking at a player who you can pick up or get on waivers?
Well, you know, obviously we rely a lot on the personnel side, you know, the pro staff side. You know, they're the ones looking and constantly checking rosters and waiver wires and things like that for players that we could add, you know, depth to a position. And then if there is a player or two that of interest, they'll bring it to myself, and then of course we put it off on the position coach to take a look at and see if that person is or that athlete is, you know, has an opportunity on our roster. So it's a great process. We do, like I said, spend a lot of time letting the personnel side kind of handle it, but you know, coaches have a little part in making that decision as well.
You didn't really make many waves when you
wasn't playing.
Who is this?
Golden.
Golden?
He didn't seem to make many waves when he wasn't playing for a stretch there. But he was still ready to step up in a big moment last night. What does that say about him, and what's it been like working with him since you brought him up?
Well, it's exactly the person we knew we were getting. And this guy, obviously, was a starter, and then kind of came in and became a role player, so kind of a little bit took a seat, a little bit, stepped back, and had to kind of get comfortable with the offense. And then, as Mike and myself and the staff, we put game plans together. We think of our playmakers in mind and have certain plays for guys. And, each week he just shows that he can handle more and more and more. And obviously we get, in practice, we get more plays repped in practice than we do get called necessarily sometimes in a game. So you see more in practice from him. But, he just keeps getting better, and he's really good at, the types of catches that he made last night, and especially the fourth down and to win the game, or at least to go ahead. Those are the things he can do. He's very strong at the ball. We know he's strong after the catch. He's strong, breaking tackles, and played well.
Nick talks so much about the open dialogue and the conversations that you guys have on the sidelines in a big game like that. I mean, we've seen, there's a statue outside for the Philly special, for goodness sake. But what is that open dialogue like between you two in those big game situations?
I mean, it's just it. I mean, it's, you can't be scared to speak your mind, in situations. It's, it's no different than if I'm going to, go for it on fourth down. I trust the players, and the same is true. If they have ideas and they want to bring them to us, I got to trust that. And so the conversation is just that. It's open, it's honest, it's real, it's based on what he's seeing, based on what we're seeing as coaches, what I'm seeing as a play caller. And, if the instinct is right, if the gut feel is right, we go with it.
Speaking of Golden, the catch he made in the second quarter where he took that shot, I mean, what does that say about his toughness? I mean, just how he was able to hold on.
He's tough.
Can you elaborate?
That's just who he is. That's the type of player he is. He's got that running back mentality. Again, strong at the ball, strong at the point, and quite frankly, the first guy normally doesn't bring him down. He made that was a sweet catch. Obviously, a big play in the game, as of course the last one. But that's who he is, and that's what we expected out of him, and we got to do more of that.
Why do you think that kind of set the tone a little bit as far as like the toughness you guys showed throughout the game?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think that's a big part of. It can spill over to the rest of the group, especially the receiver group, because we asked them to do a lot, and not only in the passing game but in the running game as well, to block safeties, block corners, sometimes linebackers, and that sort of aggressive mentality can carry over in other areas.
Going back to Lane and JP real quick, as a play caller, would you feel comfortable to have tackles that you can leave on an island, even against players like Mac? How much easier does it make it for you?
Well, as a play caller, it makes it a little easier because they're playing well and they're controlling the line of scrimmage. It's something we talk about each week, and the more guys you can put into a route, obviously more opportunities for completions, and we did our fair share of our chips and slams and different things that we do with DNs and sometimes tackles, but when our guys play at a high level and play as well as they did, it does make it a little bit easier to just call plays.
Hey, Doug, what's the approach you take with the first Saints game? Is that a resource this week, or is it something you try to flush away?
Well, immediately after the game, you flush it, and you're moving on to the next week's opponent. I think for us this week, it's more of the resource. We go back and look at scheme. We go back and look at personnel. You can't look at the final score, obviously. We all know that. But you got to look at it from just X's and O's, pure X's and O's. And it's good to have played them, because now you get that on tape. You got us versus them on tape, and you can go back and review and use it more as a resource.
So why did you decide to go with more 11 personnel involved?
Big Fangio did a great job of mixing his defensive personnel in the game, and it's offense is a little a little different from the standpoint. I've got to get personnel on the field. We got to get the huddle call. You know, we got a 40-second clock, so we're on more of a tempo where he can substitute guys in and out a little bit easier. And so he was mixing up his personnel on first down, and you know, first half he was mixing with a little nickel defense. Then in the second half he went with base, and so I just said, hey, we're going to go 11 personnel. A couple times we went straight empty, and still able to throw the ball even against their base defense when they played it against our 11. So just gave us a little better matchup at that time.
Josh Adams played just one snap.
Josh
played one snap. Why go with Wendell and Darren? Was that game specific, or was that just in the playoffs you wanted better?
Yeah, it was a little more game specific in this one. Yeah.
Were you thinking sprint out on that fourth down play, or
I was.
something else?
I was.
Okay. And the fact that you have that open dialogue with Nick in big moments like that, is that some stem from your experience playing the position and knowing what you would want as a quarterback in that moment? Because it seems like as a coach you'd want almost like full control.
Yeah, but you know what? Hey, at the end of the day, they're playing the game, not me. I'm over there on the sideline where it's a little more, you know, relaxed. They're the ones out there playing, and so it does come from, you know, learning and watching through my days of playing and being a backup and watching and just watching the starter, whoever it was, you know, talking with the coordinator, talking with the position coach on the sideline, the offensive line coach with protections, whatever it is, and just having that conversation. I think things are changing for us anyway. I'd say back in those days too, it was more about the coaches making the decision and players just fall in line. But listen, I learned too that players make plays, and they're the ones out there. And if I don't show that I trust my guys, then they'll turn in a hurry. And so I got to make sure that I'm trusting them. And as long as what they're saying is right and it's matching up to what we're seeing as coaches, then we can go forward.
Why should fans think this will be different from the last game against New Orleans? What will be different?
I think you just got to look at where we've come and what we've done. Just the way this team has come together at the end of the season, you know, to be counted out with even about 3 games to go, and we had to go on had to win our last 3 regular season games even to be into the postseason. Needed a little bit of help, but this. This team believes. This team believes in everything that we're doing, and you saw it yesterday. And we're different. You know, it's a different mindset. It's a different football team, and we're a different group than when we played New Orleans the first time. And you know, we're learned from it, and we'll obviously have been better since.
Lost to earlier. And if you remind the team of that, and what does change in the playoffs?
Well, what changes is that everything matters. Everything you do matters in the postseason. You know, you might be able to get away with something during the regular season because you got 16 games, but here when it's a 1-game season, and so everything you do matters. From you know, your rest, nutrition. You know, the way you practice, how much meeting time, are you spending extra time, all that stuff now can actually correlate to winning or losing games and guys being in position. So I think that's the difference when you get to the postseason that way. And our guys really do a good job of preparing themselves and being ready for these games.
How's Carson coming along, and is Nate going to be your backup again this weekend?
Yeah, Carson's doing well. You know, he's still getting healthy, and Nate will still be the backup.
What can Carson learn from watching Nick in these big games and Nick's success in these big games? And Carson hasn't had an opportunity to really play in.
Well, I mean, I think one, you know, Carson, he definitely wants to be out there, and he wants to be with his teammates, and you know, I just think that he right now he's a great support for Nick, and that's huge because Nick has been that way for him, and that's a big thing from going from starter to backup. That's hard, but then now you're in this position to really help the starter become successful. But you know, I just think that you know, he sees how everything's kind of coming together, you know, and you know, whether it be the run game or the offensive line's playing well, or even even your skill position guys are making plays. I think that's all things that he's processing and learning from, and will be better when he gets back out there.
John McMullen here on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline. And John, obviously Trayvon Hester, no one even really knows this guy's even on the team.
Come on, you don't pay attention. I've mentioned Trayvon before.
I have too.
He's been actually quite the pickup because he's been that interior.
I didn't know he was on the team. I said a lot of people
yeah.
might not know he's on the team.
Yeah. He's played pretty well in a reserve role, and obviously when Tim Jernigan was out and even Haloti Ngata, he was sort of the guy that stepped up and has played pretty well, obviously in limited reps, but now he'll forever go down in Eagles lore. They'll probably remember that name now.
No question. That Crevon LeBlanc with a huge game and a big play in that game that a lot of people are still talking about today, because that play really, the Bears, if that play is converted and they end up giving the ball at that spot, they could take a couple shots at the end zone there.
Yeah, you're talking about the LeBlanc play?
Yeah.
That was, the most interesting thing about that to me was Terry McAuliffe had no idea what the rule was. And he's only been a referee in this league for 20 years. And people, and I make light of it, but it just tells you how over-legislated this league is. It's absurd. But that ended up being a big, big break, depending on how you look at it. I mean, if the Eagles were aware, it would have been a turnover because the only people in position to pick up the fumble would have been Eagles defenders or the receiver himself, and the receiver wasn't going to get it. But if the Bears were aware and they picked up the football before the referee did, it would have been a complete pass and they would have had an opportunity to score. So it depends the way you look at it, but it turned out to be a big break for the Eagles.
Let me ask you, John, a lot of breakdown this week, and some people thought that the Eagles, I think you had them winning, I had them winning. It seemed like a lot of people thought, I remember listening to Mosher, McMullen, and Krause, and you guys were breaking down the game, and Krause said, how are the Bears favored in this game with all the stuff? Ultimately, in the end, why were the Eagles the better team on Sunday?
I finally got a game perfect. It only took me 18 weeks. This, to me, shaped up, and it really came out exactly as I thought it would, and that is the Eagles' offensive line being a strength and being able to block the Bears' front at least competently, and then they would be able to make at least some plays in the passing game. Did not think they could run the ball at all against that team. Turns out they couldn't, but they were able to pass block them, and they were able to make plays in the passing game. Arguably should have put up more points. The one Nick Foles interception in the end zone was as bad a throw as you're going to make in that type of situation. Hey, they completely outplayed the Bears in the first half, and they left a lot on the field. Second half, Chicago played better. They should have sort of found something with that double move on Avonte Maddox, and that's what they are. I talked about this with Eitan on the Countdown to Kickoff show. Very repetitive. When something works, they're going to go back to it again and again and again because the quarterback can't do a lot. So I was a little disappointed in Avonte Maddox in the second half, and I think part of it was because he had such success in the first half, and he almost picked them off twice, and he got a little greedy, and I think that cost the Eagles defensively. Otherwise, they were solid, other than those double moves in the second half.
John, do you think that's a great way to just transition real quick as we'll look all week, I know, into New Orleans, but just the benefit of the short season, is that something you expect to see a lot if, in fact, the Eagles beat New Orleans, move on, where, okay, maybe this is like a smaller version of Jalen Mills?
Well, I don't know. It's tough to say because you have to learn from your mistakes, and that's one of the things. If you kind of put that in your back pocket and say, okay, you got me. I was a little greedy, and he realizes it, and he learns from his mistakes. He seems to be a very intelligent player, seems to have a high football IQ. So the hope is he learns from it, and you don't see the constant same mistake, same mistake, same mistake. I think people are a little disappointed because how well he played outside to that point. I mean, he's been the difference maker as far as cornerback. When he came back from the injury and they put him on the outside, through the first half of that game, he's been a tremendous player. And then they kind of found something with Allen Robinson. Second part is Robinson's a really good route runner too. So you don't see that necessarily every week. And that I wouldn't harp on it. I think the hope, and I'm sure Jim Schwartz will be drilling him on it this week, and he is a rookie player, so I think you'll see improvement.
John, we saw this last year with the bounce of the ball going the way of the Eagles in that Falcons game, and I feel like all year it felt like this was the opposite. Oh, bounces and close games aren't going their way. Well, you've got 2 straight weeks in which a whole hell of a lot has gone their way outside of their control. Parkey and the block deflected kick before that, Kirk Cousins melting down. This is the type of stuff that happens when you look at teams that make runs. They get breaks, things happen outside of their control that go their way. It's almost like Bill Belichick has made a living controlling that fate up there in New England.
Yeah, I mean, you start thinking about it, and you start talking about intangible stuff, and you start talking about destiny and words like that. I don't know if I necessarily agree
well, I didn't
with
use
any
those
of that.
Words.
but I mean, people start talking, and maybe if you beat New Orleans, then that starts to really ramp up that train. Because then it becomes a situation where you're in the NFC Championship game. You're probably going to be in against a team you've already beaten in the Rams. And if the Cowboys upset them, it would be an even easier road in theory. So I think a lot of it hinges on this game. And this is the one game where you look at and say, this is probably one you can't win. Because it's a dominant team at home. They're not going to get beat 48-7 again. It's going to be a much tighter affair, I think, but that's a really difficult place to play. So I think all those questions are put off. If they can get this upset, then you start talking about the ball bouncing your way and things, the football gods shining down on you. But I think you got to beat Drew Brees and the Saints first.
John, we've had a lot of discussions about the Golden Tate trade and how it was a failure. People were frustrated at the coaching staff, at the trade, and, from top to bottom about where's Golden Tate. But I think today, after last night's game, we may have found him. So what are your thoughts on his game and, obviously his go-ahead touchdown and his performance?
Well, he's a good player. I think the issue has been the Eagles' inability to fit him into this offense, and part of that is they shifted, sort of played more 2 tight ends, 12 personnel, and yesterday, for whatever reason, game plan purposes, they played more 11, so he got more time on the field. And when he gets more time on the field, you tend to find him. He tends to produce. He's produced in this league for a very, very long time. So I think the issues have been more with the coaching staff and trying to fit him into what they want to do. But the fact that they used him on that 4th down it tells you what they think of him as a player. I don't know ultimately if the trade is worth it. Everybody's obviously going to say that. That's one play. He gave up a 3rd-round pick. I don't think he's going to be here next year. So after you get down off the emotional high of it, I'm not sure the trade was worth it, but that doesn't mean Golden Tate isn't a good player. I just think this coaching staff has had difficulty fitting him in.
The other player who got a touchdown, Dallas Goedert, we've had a lot of good discussion about him throughout the year. Is he being used enough? Blah, blah, blah. He seems to be picking up steam and being incorporated more as the season goes on. insert him into the wild card round of the playoffs, and he had a couple big plays. I loved the double screen fake where he releases and goes up the middle.
Was a great play.
That was a really good play, and then obviously a big touchdown, the first one on the board. Talk a little bit about Goddard.
Well, he's a good player, and that's, part of the yin and yang, and because they tried to get him on the field more, as the reason Golden Tate hasn't played as much as people expected. So you can only have a certain number of receivers on the field. If you go with 2 tight ends, you're only going to have 2 receivers out there, and if you go with 3 receivers, only Zach Ertz is going to be out there. So it's kind of who do you want out there, Dallas Goedert or Golden Tate? And you go about it in a game plan specific way, and that's how the Eagles have been doing it. That's how they'll continue to do it. It'll be interesting, but I think long term, you have to start thinking about, should this offense be sort of what New England once was when they had Gronk and before Aaron Hernandez went off the rails in his personal life? You start to think about, can they have that type of 2 tight end offense rather than the typical 11 personnel that so many teams in this league run and Doug Peterson prefers? If your second tight end is better than your third receiver, I think you should probably start to think about doing that.
John McMullen, 97.3 ESPN.com. Ultimately, the Eagles' defense played a great game. I thought Bradham had a big role in that game. I mean, Trubisky, I thought he played – you mentioned it. If he throws for over 300, they probably lose the game. I thought he played pretty well in the second half. I thought in the first half he was awful and really held them back. But I thought he played pretty well in the second half. Ultimately, though, I thought the Eagles' defense is a big difference maker in this game. And now, some of that has to do with the Bears' ineptitude on offense. And I thought Nagy had a poor game plan.
Yeah, I thought Nagy had a real poor game plan. You didn't see all the pre-snap motion that they use against everybody else, and I was kind of questioning that myself, where it was, and if it was maybe Matt thinking that Doug knew him too much because they've been together for so long, and he got away from what he does best. I don't think that obviously they didn't get the football to Tariq Cohen as much as they should have, and part of that is because of Jim Schwartz and what the defense did. The Eagles played their big nickel package for the majority of the game, and they had Malcolm Jenkins playing linebacker. That was directly to stop Tariq Cohen, and they were able to do it. But I think at some point you got to test them and say, okay, if they're going to play that, we're going to do this. I didn't see many adjustments from Matt Nagy. I didn't see much innovation, and that's what he's sort of been championed for. And maybe it was just a first-time playoff coach jitters, because he was every bit as jittery as Mitchell Trubisky. And that's kind of why I think most of us, or a lot of us, picked the Eagles. First-time coach, first-time quarterback. Going to be a learning curve, and I think you saw that.
John, I think when you look at the learning curve with the Bears that you laid out, now it gets a little bit more difficult moving forward, but without even looking at the matchup ahead, I still think that there is something about Nick Foles and this offense that we've seen just remain inspired, and I think that what's happened is talent is starting to pick up with it, if that makes sense, where the offensive line clearly playing different than it did in the beginning of the year with the same quarterback, mind you, running it. Do you think it's an under-discussed point that the time and when we've got 2 straight years of Nick Foles taking over this team where everybody around him has hit their full stride?
Well, I think, first of all, you have to give Nick credit for playing well.
Oh, no. I did not mean to take anything away from Nick Foles.
No, yeah, I know.
I just
I'm
meant
not
that
saying you.
Okay. Well, last time you did, so.
The second part is I think the offensive line is getting healthier. I mean, Lane Johnson struggled through an ankle injury, a knee injury. Wasn't himself. Now he looks like the lights-out best right tackle in football again. Jason Kelsey struggled with a knee injury and elbow injury. Now he looks like the best center in football again. Brandon Brooks, Jason Peters just you put a challenge in front of that guy. He's 36 years old. Khalil Mack is supposed to embarrass him. He shuts him out. That offensive line is good. So that's number one, and they're healthier. And then the second part is getting Darren Sproles back. And Chicago, but having him in the game for a number of reasons improves that offense. First of all, he can do everything, so you don't sort of tip off what you want to do. He can run the football. He can catch it out of the backfield. He's the best pass protector as far as the running backs go. And I talked about it with Mike a lot. If the Eagles did make it to the playoffs and they got in the big situations, you're going to see more and more Darren Sproles if he's healthy, and that's exactly what's happening. He's a big part of that offense. And then you have sort of the realization that maybe Dallas Goedert is the best way to go, maybe playing 12 personnel until this game against Chicago when they shifted back to Golden Tate. So they've improved from a personnel standpoint at receiver, whether you're talking about the receivers, the actual wideouts, and the tight ends. It's all come together, and Nick's a big part of it in situational football, because if you look at their third and fourth down numbers since that Rams game, they're unbelievable. And that part, I think Nick deserves a lot of credit for.
We've talked about this earlier in the show. Some people may not have been listening back then, but we'll ask you, John, about why the LeBlanc play was reviewed in the first place. Why were they allowed to review a play that was deemed to be incomplete?
Why were they allowed to review it?
People keep asking. We discussed this way earlier in the show, but people keep texting in. Why were they able to review that play? The officials called an incomplete pass, correct?
Yes, they called an incomplete pass.
Right.
Now, I'm thinking, I don't have the play-by-play. What was the timing of the game?
On the LeBlanc play? It was late in the first.
It was late in the second
half.
Yeah, late in the second quarter. I want to say it was around the 4-minute mark.
Yeah.
They scored on that drive anyway.
They kicked a field goal.
Yep.
Yeah, they kicked a field goal, went back. Somebody challenged the play.
They called the Bears called timeout.
No, I think it was official review.
The Bears called timeout because they wanted the officials to be able to take a longer look at the play, is what happened.
Well, yeah, they didn't realize.
So somebody had to challenge the play. I don't recall exactly what. It's not inside 2 minutes. It's not a turnover. So the officials can't review the play on their own.
So this is the play-by-play says Trubisky pass incomplete, deep right to Miller, broken up by LeBlanc. The replay official reviewed the incomplete pass ruling, and the play was upheld. There was 36 seconds left in the half.
Yeah, that's under 2 minutes.
Okay.
Under 2 minutes and a half, then it
Right.
is all official.
Okay. Right. Well, people are going bonkers like this is like some conspiracy. It was under
Yeah,
2
that's why
minutes. We
I was
talked
looking
about
at
it
the time.
earlier in the show, and unfortunately, you missed that part of the show. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, under 2 minutes, because they try to take anything of, coaches don't want that responsibility inside 2 minutes, so they took that away. And they can review anything inside of 2 minutes. What I got caught up in, and that's what I was saying before, is just the utter astonishment that Terry McAuley didn't understand the rule.
3 Super Bowls.
And he's been a referee in that league for 20 years before he retired, and he had no idea what the rule was.
Yeah.
And it kind of that highlights part of the problem in the fact that somebody could be a referee for 20 years and not know the rule because the rules are absurd. And I've always argued that the fact that people like Terry McAuley and Dean Blandino and Mike Pereira exist, in other words, you have these rules analysts on these telecasts. Think about it.
But the
You don't
crazy,
need that.
but the
You
crazy
don't
part
need
is,
that in
John.
baseball, though.
The
You
crazy
don't need
part
it in
is, John.
basketball.
You could put 4 of those guys on the telecast,
And
and
they
they might
always
have
disagree.
4 different answers.
Yeah, which tells you. And I always say Dean was the best, Dean Blandino, because when he was running this league's replay reviews, they were so consistent. You might have hated it. You might have hated the calls. You might have hated the rules. But, man, when they showed a play, I knew what he was going to rule because he was incredibly consistent. That's all you can ask for. And they have not had that same kind of consistency since Al Riveron took over for Dean Blandino. I think that's the bigger issue. Now, overall, the league is a mess because it's over-legislated, but that's another story.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Eagles Saints this week. We'll dive into that. Well, last time the Saints played a meaningful football game, it was before Christmas.
Yeah, I mean they're really good, but again, you can throw that 48-7 game out. That will forever be the Chandon, Sullivan, Devontae Ballsby game. Those guys aren't going to play, but it is a difficult matchup. Whereas this week, I said Styles matched up really, really well. Styles don't match up well against the Saints because the secondary. It's improved from Ballsby and Sullivan, but it's still not good. And all of a sudden, you got Drew Brees, so it's much more difficult.
All right, we'll have plenty more on that game all week long right here with John McMullen this time tomorrow. Appreciate it, pal.
Hey, thanks, guys.